Morning, everyone. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Futures all in negative territory, but we have PPI, Producer Price Index. Adara, do we have the numbers?
Yeah, they're all here, cooler than expected. So core PPI year over year, 3% versus 3. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on this, versus 3.1% expected. So core PPI 3% versus 3.1 expected year over year. Core PPI month over month, 0.1% versus 0.3% expected. PPI year over year in line with estimates. So 2.6% versus 2.6% expected, and PPI month over month, 0.1% versus 0.2% expected. So like what we were seeing yesterday, the core numbers, both year over year and month over month, cooler than estimates, as was the month over month print. But the year over year, much like the CPI, still in line with estimates. Sharif, initial jobless claims here a little bit hotter than expected, 248,000 versus 242,000 expected.
We'll keep an eye on that as the jobless claims start ticking up, guys. Like I mentioned, everything starting out the day negative. The NQ, the ES, the Dow, and the Russell all decidedly 0.5% or more or negative. Bitcoin as well down 1.5%, with also oil down 1.75%. There's a lot to talk about today, guys. Obviously, the main headline is Boeing. Sadly, an Air India plane has crashed out, I believe, in Ahmedabad en route to London, and that has the Dow as well as Boeing stock decidedly negative on the day. Oracle also reporting yesterday, good report there. Tesla in focus, as well as GameStop. They issued an offering after the bell yesterday, and Coreweave with a good headline here, guys. Lots to talk about today, Adara.
It was basically the offering show yesterday on the market recap. We had GameStop. We also had Oclo, Cloudflare, Macy's. If there was a company, it might have been doing an offering yesterday. Yeah, I think the Oracle earnings, though, certainly worth discussing. Very strong, and they're expecting even better going forward. AMD had a bit of a headline as well. Apparently, the information reporting that AMD and Cisco are being tapped by Saudi for a cloud project. So lots of headlines. We're going to have to see if they turn into trades, though.
All right, Obi in for Neil. He's a little under the weather today. Good morning, guys.
I think that we're both got the short sleeves. They both have the long sleeves.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Yeah. Okay. Well, that was thank you, Randy. Here we go.
Now we're
Good morning, everyone. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but I did hear Darren mention that we both have long sleeves and they both have short sleeves on.
Yes. Or the other way around. Yeah.
All right.
I guess yeah. That's.
Yeah. Neil's sick, so. All right, so yeah, and shout out and prayers up. I mean, that's a sad situation again when we have this situation happening in Boeing. I think there's over 280 something passengers on board. So we, I don't know enough about it, but we hope for the best. But that's not a good sign. And Boeing's been, had a really great move higher, and I just wonder if. Obviously, today's move has nothing to do with the stock. Like it was working. It was looking to break out. You get to that 220 level, and then it's all the way to the downside. I probably won't be trading it today, but just wanted to, acknowledge that and say, we wish and, basically pray for the best. But plane going down is never a good thing. And, we all have families and stuff. And, you hate to wake up to something like that. So that really did suck. So that's what the story is on Boeing. I just want to talk about it quickly. I don't know. They keep on bringing these planes back and testing them and all of that, but it's still an issue. I mean, you think about it, there's thousands and thousands of flights every single day, and it's just it's crazy. I mean, I feel the same way when I see like drunk driving stories and things like that. Like tragic. But today's NASDAQ is downside, right? Down 0.5%. There hasn't been many mornings where we've came in, Obi, and seen the market down anything, really. It seems like lately, every single day I'm taking out the sticky note and I'm just like, all right, what are we looking for longs today? Because all the stories seem to be pretty positive. And then, of course, yesterday, as Adara just brought out, you got GameStop raising, what was it, 1.75? What did they raise? 1.75 billion right there to stay afloat, Same thing with Oclo. Oclo's a little different because they're a success story and they got contract yesterday. These guys are bleeding money, like hemorrhaging. Like all of these nuclear plays are losing a lot of money. But the good thing about it is it's easy to stay afloat when you can use the capital markets. And when the stock price is what it's at right now, you can raise, what was it, 400 million? You can raise money easily when you're down here, it's tougher, right? As you're starting to move higher and higher and higher, you're raising capital so that you can put it back into the business and continue to grow. So I actually think, like, you know, for them to stay afloat, get more contracts, this is what we want until eventually they turn some profit. So right now the shares and everything is going to continue to fund operations, which is fine. That's the whole point of why you go public. And Oklo today falls right back into a decent level. If you still like the nuclear story, the talk about, you know, this morning all around here was, when's the next major world war? And I mean, if uranium and energy and all this stuff is going to be, and we talked about Iran, Iraq, all those kind of places, you know, building onshore in the United States, you know, their own power plants, nuclear power to support AI, to support military, to just build up, you know, your own sovereign power. I think these are great, right? And so I think SMR, although I did sell some SMR yesterday, I still think the valuation is huge. I think you wait, and if you like these names, Obi, I think you could buy them on days like today, where you get offerings in stocks that you like, let the market give you back 6%, and buy the name if you like it, and maybe use this bottom here as the bottom. 62.50, something like that. Maybe bring it back into 60. But I mean, we're up 25% yesterday on this name. But uranium names continue to be hot, regardless of them being down a little bit here today. The whole market's starting to head downside. That PPI came out basically flat, and the market reacted to it that way. But we saw yesterday's, let's just call up the cues quickly here. We saw yesterday's NASDAQ action off the CPI number, and a tale of two stories, because this was the move up yesterday. So if we get something like that, I think the fade play is probably in again. They're moving throughout the morning. So we'll wait for that. I know you like to grab things on the backside there, Obi.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be something there if we can, and I as well, maybe more trading related for me, but
Yes.
Yeah, I like to maybe fade some kind of pops that we're seeing right now. And we kind of are getting one here in the market. So a little too early to be too excited right now about price action.
I mean,
with an hour to go, but yeah, Tempest AI.
Talking about that backside so early, Sean, you're getting me a little too excited. I'm definitely looking for a little bit of backside here. Backside just means, I guess, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be the short side. It just means the other side of the move necessarily. But I think you pointed something important out on Boeing. It's just like, I was talking to Sharif about this as well. It's like, what's the probability that, okay, yeah, we have thousands and thousands of flights. If something goes wrong, what's the probability of it being a Boeing?
Right.
I think it's pretty high.
It's like 90%.
So let's see if this is really going to be a continuation off of the open, or do we just kind of digest some of this? We know that Boeing's been on a nice comeback here, all the way back up since, again, we're going to talk about those April lows once again. But if you go up even higher, you can see that we've been kind of sideways consolidating. We know this name's been in a little bit of a downtrend over the past year or so. But yeah, coming back in and holding some of those prior highs. So the question now I'm asking is like, okay, sure, this flush has broken this trend. We talk about how we define a trend. However you're defining this trend from April to here, you've broken a few definitions of it. Sure, we're still holding above some of these structures as well. Let's see if we reclaim some of this structure, some prior highs and lows. But yeah, I'm going to see if the price action kind of dictates that this move is a little bit mispriced and a little bit fugazi coming in off of the open. That 200 level is pretty interesting as well. And yeah, Oracle is kind of the other one that I want to watch. Yeah, Oracle with some solid reaction to their earnings, a double beat here, a nice little push up. I got my anchored, do I have my anchored here? No, not yet, not on this chart. So, but yeah, let's throw that anchored on real quick. Right there, that's sitting at 187 right now. That's kind of confluencing with that after hours consolidation low in and around that 187 as well. So yeah, let's see what we do with some of these pre-market and after hour levels on Oracle. Does that bid kind of step in? Higher time frame, let's go there real quick. Wow, yeah, market's really pulling up as of right now. But higher time frame, oh boy. Sean,
oh boy, what?
This is Oracle on a 3-hour chart. This is what we're pushing up into. 197.11s on the horizon. And if I'm not mistaken, those are probably all-time highs. So Oracle is poised for all-time highs as of right now, 197, only about 5 points away, well within its ATR. And its ATR I have here sitting at about 3.7 to 4 dollars right there. So yeah, well within a range of attempting to test some of those all-time highs on Oracle. So I think not too much crazy news this morning, and I was talking to both Sharif and Nadera about this. Like, this is the kind of market where like a lot of the news is coming in intraday, instead of kind of being reported maybe in the after hours and in the morning and being digested later on. It's just coming in intraday. A lot of strong moves. So I think sitting on your hands and waiting for some of those opportunities could be something to watch out for in this market. I think that's definitely partially how I'm going to be taking it here, other than obviously Oracle and Boeing, which are already kind of doing moves off of catalysts in the pre-market and after hours. But yeah, other than those two names, Sean, I really don't have anything too crazy on the watch. I do have other tickers as well. I think, yeah, Boeing, Tesla as well, obviously. UNH I like. Oklo, we know you were talking about some of those nuclear names as well. Let's see if those can continue the bid. Yesterday was quite a strong day. And yeah, let's see if there's continuation on day two, or do we get consolidation? IONQ was the other one we were talking about. And remember how we were like, oh, a little bit of a supply zone back to back here, 44s, 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 and a little bit of maybe of a demand zone down here in the low 40s, not as clear as some of the supply that's been coming in up here. So the question becomes, if we manage to get anywhere around here during the intraday, I definitely want to be a part of that. And right there, I'm going to throw it in, you know what? I'll throw my alert in a little bit lower. I'll throw it in down here, 43, so we're ready for that 44 if and when that potentially comes in, as it has been for the past 3 days. You can see that maybe potentially right off of the open as well. So give me patient. Those are the top names I'm kind of watching as of right now. Earnings day twos, maybe Chewy, but yeah, nothing else. Yeah, no, just the obvious names for me right now, as Nvidia is down 1% against the market, that's basically flat. So I think there's something going on here. We just got to really heat it up with Nvidia, like we saw with Tesla, and we'll talk about that as well. Came into some levels, and now it looks like we just want to slow down a little bit. Whoa, oh man, why do I always do that? Slow down a little bit here. So I think we'll be pulling down a little bit on Nvidia, AMD. Some of the chip names are coming back in a little bit, because I feel like this China deal, although we keep on talking about it and Trump keeps tweeting about it and everything like that, Scott Bessent is not considering a quid pro quo deal with China in regards to rare earth minerals and chips. Like, there's just some back and forth here a little bit on all of this. Jensen, obviously, with Nvidia, seems to be talking a lot about quantum, and that's nice, but I don't know. I'm going to try to fade this against yesterday's close, which was right here at 143. So for me, this is going to be a short idea today for Nvidia, just only because the initial look to me is short. Like you mentioned, plays coming in throughout the evening, throughout the session, rather than the evening and overnight and into the morning time. I have Nvidia short 143 right now, as an idea. I don't know. I don't even know if we get there. And then, you know, Tesla, this 330 to me is pretty interesting, kind of where we tried to get to there off the close. And we had talked about that huge move that we expected from Tesla, and we got it there. And then we fell back in, right? And so all day yesterday we had fallen in. Then we got back up to 330, which I thought, you know, was a pretty key level. But that has faded again. So I'm thinking that, yeah, it looks like the shorts are a little more in play early on here, but I don't want to get too much tunnel vision, you know, because we have the news in our ear, and if anything changes, we're going to be doing that. Meta, Microsoft, I mean, all these, whatever, we can go talk about this forever, but all of these big cap names, Google looks great as well on a chart. I mean, I'm wondering if some of these pullbacks that we may be getting today are buying opportunities, and we should be looking long. Yeah. You know, why is Nvidia down 1%? Why is Tesla down 1%? Maybe we can get some relative strength once this market opens up. We've seen the market just shoot like crazy right off the open on a name like, I mean,
I didn't even look up Palantir here. That should be like a sin. There it is, 136 right now. This name, again, down 0.4. Like, are these buying opportunities? Palantir always has itself a nice little run in the morning, either one way or the other. Yesterday, we touched down to 133, and then it was, an hour later, you're at 140 at all-time highs easily. So like, there you go. There's the move that you're talking about, right? Like, anything can happen, and you just want to make sure you're caught the right side of it. So that for me is what we're going to be looking at here today, waiting to see what that early kind of first 15-minute feel in the market is, and then we'll get a little more aggressive and try to put something on that we really think. So for right now, I'm just looking at Oracle long. I really like that play, and I think Oklo long as well at some point. But all right, it's been over here way too long. Let's go back over the desk. It's 8:45.
All right, we've got Steve Gomez. We'll bring him in 1 second, but we have a Micron headline here, Adara. They're investing about $200 billion in U.S. manufacturing, or looking to invest, $200 billion in the American economy. What's the look there?
And this is not a report, guys. The company announced this themselves, so I think that's worth noting. This is going to be, I guess, for semiconductor manufacturing and research and development. Idaho, New York, and Virginia are their locations. They're also looking to build a memory manufacturing fab here in Idaho and expand their Virginia fab. So very detailed plans here for their $200 billion investment in the U.S. We know Trump's been encouraging this from companies, so not a bad look at all for Micron.
Great, yeah. All right, let's bring in Steve if he's ready. Good morning, Steve. How are you? Of Trade Ideas. Obviously, a lot of volatility now that we've got Donald Trump back at the helm. That's causing a lot of intraday volatility, and some of that causes some short squeeze. I think we're going to talk about that today.
Yeah, I got to go off script just for a second. The reason Oklo, SMR, and NNE are I'm pounding the table bullish on these is because of what you just reported. All right, we are bringing manufacturing back to the U.S., and Trump is guaranteeing them a fast track for energy. And these nano-nuclear modular devices, I think, are going to be the solution. So that's why I think they're so bullish. Yeah, let's talk about short squeezes. I've got some discussions on short squeezing. And for newer traders, if you don't understand what I'm saying by short squeeze, you got to understand, for a short seller to get out of their position and stop the pain, if they're losing, they have to buy. And they're competing with buying with other buyers who want to go long. So that creates a perfect storm of buying, and that's what we call a short squeeze. Now, there's a right time and a wrong time to play short squeezes, that is. And I think right now is one of the right times, and I'll get to that. But the reason I think it is there's many types of markets. We've got bull markets, we've got bear markets, we've got buy the dips, we've got sell the rips, we've got sector rotations, what have you. There's a right time and a wrong time to try and pick on these shorts for a squeeze. A bear market is definitely not the right time to do that. But I'm going to maintain that we have just recovered one of the fastest V-shaped recoveries in history, if I read that correctly. And that's extremely bullish, in the bigger picture. So I feel like there still might be a lot of shorts trapped that have not covered their shorts, and they're just kind of, watching this market, wondering, am I going to get a pullback to get out, or am I just going to get blown out and run for the fire exits with everybody else during what we would call a short squeeze? So what I want to start off by saying is, just because we can play short squeeze, it doesn't mean jump into the highest names with the most short float. In my opinion, 20% or higher is going to be the minimum I work with. That would be 20%, that is, of the circulated shares in trading circulation are held by short sellers, and we can quantify that 2 times a month. And the last reading we got, I think, was at the end of May for a lot of these names that we're going to talk about. But we don't just want to jump into the names with the highest short float. They might be in a horrible downtrend. There's probably a very good reason why there's a lot of shorts in there. But every now and then we can try and take that giant block of marble and chisel it down and use trade ideas to find things that might be more interesting to us as long players that got short sellers on the run. And what I mean by that is, we're going to start here with this raw data slide. We've got and this is why I think there's a lot of short sellers trapped. I've never seen this many names of 20% or higher short the float. And there's probably a few more on there that I didn't include. But that's a lot of names. And, how do we just go in there and figure out which one do we want to try to exploit for a possible squeeze? Well, the darker shade colors at the top, these are sorted by short float. So the darker greens, there's some gems in there. And stay tuned, because I've got a gem that we're going to pick on at the end of this segment here that I think we need to watch for today. But we start with this, like I said, a block of marble, and we chisel it down from there. So we could go to just the basic, hey, tree map, we call this. This is just kind of like a heat map. We call it a tree map here at Trade Ideas. And this was yesterday. You can see the quant stocks on there. You can see SMR on there. These are names that are moving and have high short floats, and they're still trying to work those names off. But I don't want to really turn a scan like this loose on a new trader, because they'll just kind of pull it up and go, oh, Qubit, let me buy it. And they start chasing. And chasing is the worst thing I teach to any new trader. It's the most obvious thing new traders want to do. They see action, they see green, they want to jump in and they want to participate, only to find out that they're the last one holding the bag for the next hour of pullback. So, you can use these types of scans for a good watch list, but, keep an eye on your entry. Do not be chasing these types of entries. But what I want to suggest is adding a new layer, and this is where it gets really interesting. A lot of you are probably familiar with the Investors Business Daily strength rating, or their composite rating. Well, we built a composite rating here as well. We call it the stock composite rating, or SCORE for an acronym. And if we layer in a stock composite rating or a score on these, we can start to find some situations that might be scary if you're a short seller. And what I mean by that is, let's look at the score. The score is about 7 or 8 technical points, moving averages, position and range, trending, things like that. But it also takes into consideration fundamental analysis, debt to income ratio, other typical fundamental points. So you've got all those together creating a score. And that first slide I showed you had no score, but this slide here, I'm calling it pain, because I put a minimum of 80%. Now, if you look at the old college bell curve days, 80% and higher, those are your B plus A students. Based on a score rating of fundamental and technical analysis, these are stocks that are in uptrends. They're probably above their moving averages. These are the stocks I would be scared to death to be sitting in if I was short. And we're going to just call this pain, because these are the ones that are most likely to be spooked. If I'm sitting short in a downtrend, I'm feeling pretty safe. But if I'm sitting short in a stock that has a lot of other short sellers, and we're all kind of watching each other, waiting for the smoke in the movie theater to start to appear, I don't want to be the last one running to the exits. So if we can exploit that for a long trader, this pain score, and by the way, if you want a copy of this, feel free to email us and I can send you the scan. But it's a tinderbox. These are stocks that are just setting up and looking really juicy in terms of technical analysis, and of course the score giving the underpinnings of the probability of this thing. In other words, what are these short sellers missing that everybody else is seeing? And so those are the best opportunities, I think. And all you have to do from here is just set a couple price alerts. And a price alert is just a simple line below the line in the sand that says, hey, if this price does move up through, I've already done my homework and I know I want to be participating in this for a possible short squeeze. This here is just 2 examples from yesterday. Once again, quantum stock and nanonuclear. Which happen to have high short floats. Yeah, you can see that. And the 80% score on SMR, though, that one was painful if you were short yesterday. So let's go on to what I'm seeing here today. I am seeing a setup in Groupon. That's right, Groupon. Great story. We're in a tough economy. Why wouldn't people want to save money? This thing has a score of 88. And it's still short almost, 37%. I double-checked FinViz and others just to double-check. That short float is correct. Look at the sideways, 1 week sideways action. You're not getting a pullback. They got one little fake out pullback and then it popped back up. I put a blue line there above the highs. I'm going to be watching Groupon today for a possible short squeeze. If we get it, I'll likely participate. But that's how I like to narrow down, using the incredible amount of short data we have, into 1 or 2 or 3 simple little possible setups. And I'm not jumping in and anticipating. I'm just setting up a line in the sand saying, if it triggers, I know I'm going to be ready to participate. Lastly, just a quick reminder, we do have a summer sale at Trade Ideas, summer 25% off first month or first year. So I noticed you guys use our Trade Ideas charts, and we always like that.
Steve, thanks for coming on. Great information there, especially with that score rating. I don't think a lot of our viewers knew that Trade Ideas offered that. That's a hell of a look there. And I really like your focus there about, sitting in a short position on a downtrend and, having sort of the tailwind behind you, but, trying to buck the trend there could get you into some trouble. I think you put some metrics out there to help a lot of people. Thanks
Great.
for coming on.
Thank you very much. Good luck, guys. Get better up there.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Steve. Yeah, good little
Always
look
trying to get
there.
a little bit better.
Yeah. Get better. Yeah, exactly. I like that.
1%
I like
every
that.
day.
Just get better.
Just get
Obi,
good.
Obi, get better.
I'll get good. That's that's a gaming term. I don't know if you know. Like get good.
Get good?
Get good.
I don't know. I just know GG.
Yeah, GG's works as well.
Interesting name when there with Groupon. Actually, we talked about this, I think it was last week, and I was like, Groupon still exists? And it was, or maybe not last week, it must have been on this day right there. But yeah, and I thank Steve for bringing this to our attention, and go check out Trade Ideas. I mean, some of those scanners are great, and we use their charting on the recap show, which has been great for us as well. But yeah, I look at this and it's like, wow, just extending again, and now looking to break through this $33. I don't know if I'm thinking about like everyone wants to save money, therefore they're going to Groupon. But I mean, you got to have a rationale for all of these things, and that's not a horrible one. It's more to me about that short float. I mean, at 37%, looking to break out, you're like another good story away, I guess, from this thing really starting to pop. So thanks for bringing that to our attention. 33.50, 33 bucks even maybe is a pop level right there as well. So we'll see if Groupon can get going today. Only 800 shares right now, so a little misleading on what we're doing here with Groupon. But yeah, interesting name there. And I think that's what we use AI, technology, all that kind of stuff for, is to build new studies, give us humans, hopefully, as we'll talk up human. I mean, I only trade with my hands, so I got to talk up the human game here a little bit. Is to get ideas and then put them into play somehow, right? We talked about waiting for ideal setups, and if you're a trader, like you mentioned, Steve mentioned SMR yesterday, it would have been sucked. Wow. Like to be short that, you're kind of stuck there until it unwinds. So sometimes you like being in names that are trapped, especially when you're the right way. So Groupon could be another one of those names. And again, just what Steve's talking about is what we talked about for about 10 minutes there as well. Just the technology with this. With nuclear, and that's what I was saying, building things stateside, having the power within, you talked about the Golden Dome, things like that, just protecting your nation, getting some, not being dependent on, like when Ontario threatened to cut power into Northeast, that's something that they could actually do. Canada and US, if we had that little tit for tat stuff, that's not good, right? So it's just like you want to make sure that you're protecting everything. Oklo being a US company, SMR, which is NewScale, definitely something to look at. And then I think I actually prefer, here, how about this one? Would you rather invest in a nuclear name now, and you don't have to pick one, that's not the game, or quantum?
I'd go with nuclear.
Right now, nuclear versus
right
quantum space.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because nuclear is probably going to be the basis of powering the quantum technologies.
Right.
Because it's like without.
So go with like the picks and shovels rather than
exactly. Without the effective power generation, I don't think quantum can really go to where we're looking for it to go. And I think that nuclear, like figuring out that equation of how do we effectively produce that energy through nuclear and then feed that into the systems that require that kind of energy is definitely going to be. I would say I would go with the nuclear.
Is nuclear popular now until there's potentially an accident?
Sure. I'm sure there's going to be.
I don't think it'll be at the same extent as what we've seen, but.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it'll be that crazy. And I think it goes to show again, like a great example of this is I recently saw this video of Elon's SpaceX rockets.
Right.
How they initially used to launch, and then there was a lot of failures. There was a lot of testing.
And now they catch them in midair.
Now they catch them in midair. So it's like you need to be, and it goes back to trading as well. You need to be able to fail really well to figure it out. Iron out all the kinks, and then you definitely will have that. But I'm sure we're going to see market fluctuations when things fail. And
I just can't believe some of these names like that. Oklo was $4 like less than a year ago. Now we're at $65. Like there's just different things like this. And SMR is another example. $2-3 up to $40 right now.
Amazing story.
It's an amazing story. That is for sure. Okay, it's 9 o'clock. There's our free watch list. Make sure you do scan that to go grab it immediately and join the party with us here as we talk about all the rundowns that we're looking for here. Lots of stuff on the watch list today. You know, some broad ideas, some narrowed in. We have Chime IPO coming later on today. I've got Voyager on here as well for the stick. You know, we're looking for some good things here today in the market, even though actually the market's kind of holding up right now. We kind of got barcoded here in the NASDAQ, but a nice move higher off of some of those inline PPI numbers. So that's good, but we saw, you know, better than expected CPI yesterday, cooler than expected, and we
Reverted the whole
tanked. Pretty much. I don't want to say
beautiful reversion.
I feel like we misuse that word tank a lot, but yeah, went down the rest of the day. So okay, let's go back over the desk as we said and start the show.
60.29, guys. That's where we close out yesterday on the ES June contract. We are marginally negative, down a quarter point, but still above that key 6,000 point technical area. So the overnight high, 60.32. We did move all the way up in about 60.60 yesterday at the high. We are with the overnight low being 59.87. So we're going to use 6,000 as support, and we're going to use the overnight high, 60.32 Adara, as resistance. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list every morning. It's sent directly right into your inbox. Adara prepares it and we all use it. It helps you organize your day, lets you know what's running, and how to categorize the more important movers versus the less important names. Let's start off with Boeing here, down to the tune of 5%. Sadly, it is being reported right now that all the passengers on the Air India crash in Ahmedabad have passed away. Sadly, 242 passengers and crew on board. Fatalities being confirmed. Morgan Stanley taking to the airwaves right now and basically outlining the different scenarios that Boeing can go through, with the worst case scenario being obviously something to do with the airplane. Best case scenario for Boeing, that is, of course, is that it is some sort of pilot error. Any more you can tell us about this, Adara?
I can tell you guys a bit more. So it was a 787 Dreamliner. I believe it was acquired, I guess, by India Air as of 2014, so about 11-year-old plane. Now, I want to talk about some of the sympathy plays here as well, because GE Aerospace, which ticker GE, and Spirit Aerosystems, SPR, both on watch here. Here's GE Aerospace bouncing actually quite nicely off of these lows. So their engine, the GE NX-1B, actually powers the 787 Dreamliner. Then, of course, SPR, they are just in general a Boeing manufacturer, a supplier of parts. So this one also on watch here. SPR, though, much less volume than GE or BA today.
All right, guys. Boeing momentarily dipped below 200, trying to work its way back now. What's the look?
It doesn't even seem like the stock's reacting that much to it. I mean, I thought it would probably, we would be looking lower and we wouldn't have this rally back. But then I never, you know, you always think, oh my God, Boeing, oh my God, like what have they done, right? But then Sharif just mentioned something that I think is probably more likely than not, maybe it's the pilot error. And if you can somehow figure that out, then Boeing just goes right back to where it needs to be, right? I mean, you can make a car, but it doesn't mean that the driver of it has any idea what they're doing. And obviously, you know, a pilot is much more vetted than a Joe Blow driving a car. So that's probably not a good example. But as I see this starting to come back up and as more stories get leaked and more news, I mean, obviously, you know, we'll have our ear to the ground on if they ever determine. And I guess they got to get the black box and all this kind of stuff to figure it all out. I actually don't know. I actually look out to the audience and try to figure out like where, you know, when are the expected details to come from this. It's obviously very sad when we hear everybody has passed. And so we just say, you know, like I said, prayers to all the families. And I don't really think I'll be trading Boeing today, just because not really feeling trading a name like this when something like this happens. I know we're supposed to be like agnostic to, you know, those kind of feelings and stuff, but you know, I'm not, I would just say let the dust settle. It kind of reminds me of a little bit of an earnings idea, and not to equate one to the other, but it's just you're down 5% and I don't really know the next move. You see what I'm saying? Yep. Like if it does come out that, okay, maybe the pilot had some sort of a heart attack, like I don't know. But to me, a lot of these planes are supposed to be able to fly sort of autonomously and things like that. So I do think that it probably was a malfunction of something, but that's just me sitting here having absolutely no idea about anything. So I would say for Boeing, if you wanted me to talk about it, I would just think, just by playing on support and resistance, I think you have a $2 window here between 198 and 196 that you can get creative and look for dip buys. I do think it will flush off the open when big money comes in and says, you know what, let's not worry about asking questions. Let's just get out of our position right here, especially if you can get at 205. I mean, we were at 205 last week, so right now you can get out of your position. Like, look how much you've gained out of this trade over the last 6 months or the last 2 months. And even if you go all the way back and you were buying these dips, you had a huge recovery. If you take this story away, Boeing getting out of something, and this is what I was saying before, getting out of something near this top, actually, you have clusters here where it kind of makes sense to think that, hey, there is supply in this area, as to take a word from Obi that he had mentioned yesterday. I forget what stock it was, but, this isn't a horrible area anyways. So pardon the news, but that, the sell might have been there anyways. I don't know. I would just look to dip buy into levels that have been supported before, and then ear to the ground. If we get news that pilot error, then I think we can go long. If you get news that the plane sort of was at fault, then I think you can go short. But for right now, you're kind of stuck in the middle without many ideas other than what we've already seen. So
yeah, I think again, I'm reading the chat as well. Everyone's kind of chiming in about their thoughts and their opinions on the matter and who's at fault. Guess what? To me, I'm just here to trade. I really got to be. I think someone mentioned it in the chat. Just got to be cold as ice. Does not matter. All that matters to me is the price action. Let's see what the chart is telling us. 195.50, a little bit of a base. Take a look at this expanding volume in the pre-market. You can see since the 4 a.m. open and since we got that flush down into 195s, volume's only been expanding, as well as relative volume as well going into the open, and we're starting to curl as well. So that's information to me. I'm looking at this, and 195.50 as a little bit of a base if we're getting expanding volume all into the breakout of that base. Right, so right off the bat, we're trading around 200. Yesterday's closing price all the way at 214s, 213s-ish. So I don't know if we're going to get all the way back there, but if we do continue to revert the move like we have been in the pre-market, I think yesterday's price ranges are definitely something to watch out for. But that's about a 10-point run, and let me just pull up my calculator here and see what my ATR for Boeing is coming up as. So I have about a 4.75, so almost a $5 ATR on Boeing. So yeah, that's over $10 away. So maybe catalyst-driven volume could definitely take us there, but I'm going to be patient. I'm going to watch, and I think Sean's definitely right. Going to a higher time frame. At the end of the day, sure, you can be like, oh, we sold off because of this, we sold off because of that. But if there's supply in the area, I feel like sometimes it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You just need volume for that supply to kind of start interacting with the markets again. And a catalyst or news can definitely bring in some strong volume, as we're seeing in the pre-market as of right now. A little bit of a trend break like we spoke on before. But yeah, let's see. I'm going to stay open-minded. The pre-market has defined some levels for us. Let's see what price action does with those levels off the open. And that's all I'm really kind of going to be watching for, nothing else on Boeing.
Guys, talk a little Oracle here. What a report after the bell yesterday. Already up aggressively here to the tune of almost 8 2/3%. Let's talk about how they did on the report. Adjusted EPS coming in higher than expected, $1.70. The street was looking for $1.64. Likewise with revenue, $15.9 billion on the quarter. The street was looking for a little bit less than 15.6. Revenue grew 11% year over year. Net income, their take-home money, guys, $3.43 billion, also higher than the 3.14 that they printed on the year. Not a bad look here, Adara, and Larry Ellison described the current cloud demand as insatiable. He can't catch up with all the demand, and he says there's an unnamed client that maxed out his available capacity.
Yeah, certain current CEO here as well, Safra Catz, speaking positively too about the company. They only missed, from what I'm seeing on estimates, on one metric, cloud infrastructure, $3 billion in revenue versus $3.07 billion expected. But that's still up 52% year over year, Sharif. So investors could not be too upset about that. It's also worth noting their guidance going forward too. They're guiding fiscal 2026 cloud revenue growth of over 40% versus 24% growth in fiscal 2025. So same with their cloud infrastructure growth. They want it over 70% for fiscal 2025. As you can see here, analysts across the board raising their price targets to this in the range of 220 plus.
All right, boys, 8.5%. What's the move here?
Boy, I think I see
Just get long yesterday afternoon. I mean,
yeah, of course.
come on, man. You don't have that
Oracle.
that ability to do that. You're not an Oracle there for that one, but yeah, you probably have some good levels. I mean, you talked about it breaking through all-time highs. Looks like we're going to do that, or are doing that. But generally, that can be a fade spot, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it false breaks. Because the thing is, like, again, going back to the same point you just said, there was supply there last time. So if we don't effectively break out through the all-time highs and sustain, which way are we going to go? Either sideways or down? I have no idea. But if supply starts coming into it again, I'm more than willing to participate on that. But yeah.
Do you want to go over your chart? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Again, shout out to Brian Shannon. Got to throw up that anchored VWAP there. That's it right there off of that volume spike. And that's coming in at 187. And we can see that, yes, it's definitely in an uptrend. We're sustaining after hour levels. We've stepped up on top of those after hour levels in the pre-market, holding that 190 now. So that's nice. I like it when the bid steps up and it's showing us strength. Pre-market high currently at 193.30, and then that anchored VWAP 187. So I'm watching some of those levels here. But yeah, at the end of the day, let's see if buyers continue to stay involved on the stock. And I'm just going to try to execute it as effectively as possible if I am looking for that continuation, potentially looking to accumulate inventory to take through those all-time highs.
Yep, no, exactly. I think you want to look long, right? A little bit higher than expected move here on Oracle, up 8%. I think that's a great move for this name. I mean, if we're going to look to see what kind of a move it's had over the last little while. I mean, there's basically no red candles, and today you don't get any reason to sell. So I would say it's a long, and we just look to see some potential areas. You know, this last pullback right into here is like 187, these tops, that we ticked up to sort of where we are right now. This last earnings day right here on January 22nd, this is what makes me, that wasn't the last one, but this is what makes me nervous, is that little move up, because we had seen it before and then we closed red and then we had this move, right? And so for me right into here, we got to watch out for this little tick up, because it's matching where we are right here. So we talk about overhead supply, great report, great number. But if we just come back into this level, that's 186, 187. And then, you know, we look to see, you know, where there could possibly be some support just on a 1 minute chart. You drop the anchor. What was that anchor level at right there?
187.30.
187.30. So without me dropping an anchor right there, it's matching the 200 period. It's matching this little drop. That's 188, 188.30. Look, if you're going to take Oracle and you're going to stop out for $1, not right. You're going to have to use more shares, give this a little bit of room, because I could wait to see what's going on with this little jump spot here, 185 to 187. But I think this is a good area, man, 187 to 188 for Oracle. I mean, it lines up with your anchor. It lines up with the 200 period, and it lines up with that daily chart. So Oracle on the double B, Larry Ellison, one of the smartest guys here, has been around, CEO at 35 years, something like that. This guy knows what he's doing, and Larry Ellison and Oracle, obviously, if they have more demand than they can shake a stick at, that's kind of the company that I'm looking to invest in. Thankfully, we are invested in Oracle. So, yeah, it's been a good one there. And, yeah, let's just keep the good vibes on Oracle. Again, not really certain what this market wants to do. I mean, the NASDAQ is doing its own thing, and Oracle's doing something completely different. So if you're looking for a name, and some of the names I'm going to have on this, you know, it's going to be out in a second, are Apple, you know, Nvidia. Those names are going to sort of try to follow the market a little bit on no news. But with Oracle actually having a story, and a positive one, if this market just holds flat or maybe even gets back to green, I think Oracle's your winner today and something you want to look at. So, you know, congratulations to all those longs. Oracle continues to work out in a good way here. So, yeah, great dip buy there in the 130, 120.
Lots of confluence.
Yeah, it's confluencing with OBs in our minds here today, so that can be a dangerous thing. Sometimes you do get groupthink where everyone's thinking one way, and then it's like, whoops.
Yeah, and I feel like sometimes that could even, if you're patient, that could provide you with an even better trading opportunity, because you're like, I was thinking that, and you can go one level deeper and be like, well, I was thinking that, and then I was wrong. So who's really offside, and where's the opportunity there?
Larry Ellison is one of the richest men in the world.
Oh boy.
Just because of all the stock and how much it's appreciated. So this, you know, these guys, we give Jensen a lot of credit, but this guy also is doing something with Oracle. So, all right, let's go back over. There's more stories here. There's apparently, look at the names that are on here next. I mean, if this is not a trader's market right now, I mean, GameStop, Coreweave and Google, right? Circle, we'll probably talk about that a little bit today. And then the Chime IPO. I'm looking at Voyager as well. There's lots of stuff happening. Let's go find out more.
GameStop, guys, down almost 17% here after this, a $1.75 billion offering. Here's the interesting part, though. They're going to be due in 2032, but they're not paying any interest on it. And that you think that may dissuade investors from getting involved. But when you look a little further here, they're giving their debtors an option to purchase about $250 million more of debt with a 13-day period after the notes were issued. You know, Wedbush analyst Michael Patcher criticized the move, saying it's hard to justify GME's valuation, given it trades at 2 times over cash value. And they're saying that this $1.75 billion is going to be used for general corporate purposes. I have my suspicions.
I think I know what purpose it's going to be, and I think Michael Saylor of Strategy might have given Ryan Cohen this idea. It seems like it could be for Bitcoin purchases. We know the company has just over 4,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet as of their earnings report, which they released there on June 10th. That would be after the close there on Tuesday. Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what happens here, but I think they're definitely trying to get aggressive with this crypto strategy. And it's interesting, too, that they're doing these notes because they have $6.4 billion cash on hand as of the end of the quarter. So I expect we're going to get a lot more of these announcements from GME going forward, Sharif.
All right, guys, we lost that $30 level that Bitcoin had been holding for a couple of months or so. What's the look here?
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin. I feel like it's still kind of chopping around. It's still holding that 100K mark pretty well.
I mean, we haven't tested 100K in a minute, so we'll have to wait to see.
GME is I guess they did a bit of an offering overnight. I think you said it was over 1-point-something billion. But yeah, a little bit of a flush down, but you can see a little bit of a continuation of what's already been happening. We got that crazy flush there on Wednesday, May 28th. Bit of a sideways consolidation and then drop down. You guys know I like my anchoreds there as well. You can see that anchored kind of following through and holding, kind of showing us who's in charge, but kind of dropping back into some of this range from early in April. Again, a lot of stocks kind of had bottomed out in and around that April bottom, and it seems like we're poised to come in and potentially test some of those reference lows here. That's coming in at $20.51 here on GME. And yeah, a strong continuation after this strong flush as well. A bit of consolidation, couldn't quite make it, and then another drop down again on news of an offering as well. So let's see if GME continues. I have eyes on it, not necessarily my top idea on the day, but the offering, I guess, is nice if you were sitting short. I think for good reason as well. But yeah, coming into some of these prior levels should be interesting around $20.
Yeah, look, it's interesting because again, we talk about these offerings, and if you like the stock, then all you know, they're raising money against their equity, and it sucks. They've done it. I don't want to, I mean, there's a lot of people that probably are looking at GameStop. They've done this many times before, and I should have, you know, before we came on and I started talking like this, I think that pretty much all of these dumps here have been some sort of an offering of some extent. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, it's not going to be every single one of these, but this is not the first one. I could ask Gemini or something right now. I'm using Gemini more now, by the way. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so anyways, pulling back in there, I think all you want to do now is say long. You know, if you like the Bitcoin story, they bought 4,700 of them. Maybe they're out of the money on them. I don't know. And now they're going to put some more money in there. Is what we're thinking, right? So if you like that kind of an idea, they had a strong EPS. Their EPS beat. Their sales were down. They're getting more efficient if their sales are down, but yet they have a higher EPS than even the street expected and a higher EPS than last quarter. They're getting more efficient. I don't really know. I mean, they were getting into the collectible game. I know Pokemon and the Nintendo Switch 2 is now out, and people still line up. I still see lineups at the GME by my house there.
Someone in the chat saying GME is a teenager's pawn shop.
Right.
That's
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's fine.
You can go in, trade your games for money.
But isn't all the new Switch games I heard were all
just on
all electronic downloads, like all online? So I don't know if GameStop participates in that. I would say they don't.
They could still sell the code.
The code.
You know what
No one
I
cares
mean?
about
But,
the
like,
code.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You can go and get like the gift cards that are for a game.
Like the game code to like that instead of buying it.
Yeah, so I guess that's good for gifts and.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, I think if it's going to be a download, anyways, I think we saw this yesterday. Game float stops. GameStop's float on the short side was about 12.5% or so. I could see a squeeze here as people say, okay, we've raised the money now, the price is down here, and we want to go long on GameStop. We want to be long this name. Well, there's only one way to be long a name, and that is by buying it. So unless traders come in and sell this news, it kind of seems like they already did, then we're playing limbo, and the question is, how low can you go? And I think we're here already. We've bounced off this 2350 area. You know, I traded GameStop yesterday long 2850, and that was a positive name for me. Kind of sucks to be down $5, but if you don't mind the story, then GameStop down here looks mighty fine to me, man. We've only spent in the last year, when is this? This is not the last year. This goes back to November. But since November, we've only spent 6 days there, 7, 8, 9, maybe a handful of days underneath 2350 in the last 9 months. So you're here now, 9 days underneath 2350 in the last 8 to 9 months. I think it's a buy, and you'll hold out for 23 break. If it breaks 23, then you throw your hands up in the air, and you get away from that stock. So yeah, that's me on GameStop. Probably looking for it today around that area.
Looks like Coreweave, guys, will supply computing capacity to Google, Google's cloud unit, which Alphabet is transferring to OpenAI as part of the new deal that they're striking here. The move aims to support surging demand for AI services like obviously ChatGPT. Google could also provide some of its own resources to Sam Altman in OpenAI, which is obviously a direct competitor with their Gemini 2.5 now, Adara. So interesting look here. It's about an $11.9 billion contract that Coreweave has with OpenAI.
This is also a continuation of a story from Tuesday. So Tuesday morning, we saw Google, big spike. Basically, that was Reuters reporting that there was going to be this deal with Google trying to provide some cloud compute to OpenAI. Now we have the Coreweave aspect of this. Apparently, they're going to be providing the capacity to Google's cloud to give them, and then Google's going to be forwarding that over to OpenAI. So I think the Google connection plus Coreweave's existing connection to OpenAI, as you mentioned, this seems like a win-win for Coreweave.
Absolutely, and Coreweave's revenue has really exploded here, guys, in the last little bit. The Q1 revenue grew about 420% year over year. They ended the quarter with a staggering almost $26 billion in revenue backlog, the demand that they couldn't fill because they didn't have the chips and the capacity to dare. So a robust future demand here for Coreweave, boys.
Yeah, we're looking at the daily chart here on Coreweave, and Obi has it up.
Yeah.
Pretty constructive, pretty great. I mean, just following the trend all the way to the upside there, and now good news with Google as they keep everything again. It was you, or was it Sharif, that mentioned that President Trump had said that they want to do all the deals, you know, American companies with American companies and keep all the love inside. So right there, looks like Coreweave. Why don't you talk about that chart? I can look at Google.
Sure, yeah. I think Coreweave pretty solid. Interesting action yesterday, though. You can see that, beautiful chart since the IPO. Nice little curl up. But it seems like we're doing a little bit more of what we did here on the way up. A little bit of a stair-step consolidation that we're getting. We get that heavy pullback coming in. I guess this was Thursday, June 5th. Making a higher low on top of prior structure, holding prior structure, and kind of consolidating now, maybe building into a bit of a flag. You can see that yesterday we tested those, I guess, all-time highs there. And yeah, we talk about supply and demand. There was a little bit of supply there that was shown before. And a little bit maybe once again yesterday. Let's see. I think it's building up for a nice little break here. If we're going to continue that higher time frame picture, we're getting those higher lows building up into this potential break. 166.63s is the high. Yesterday's high is sitting at 166. You can see how heavily that volume came in. But guess what? We reverted about 50% of that going into the after hours, and we're sitting in and around some of those levels. So with this catalyst along with Google. Whenever a relatively new or a smaller company gets a deal with with one of the Mag 7s. I definitely like it for a potential look there. And yeah, Coreweave coming in with a deal with Google. Let's see if we can build into that 166 in any sort of meaningful way today. That's what I'll be watching on Coreweave.
There's some talk, there's a lot of talk actually in the chat about where's the sticky note at. Well, if you go over to my, we're posting them up here every single day on Instagram as well. So you could definitely go check them on Instagram. It's not out yet, it'll be out in a second on Instagram. But it's also out immediately as we're on the show here on Twitter. So it's every day I put it out on here on X. So if you have an account right now, Nvidia, I mean, it's a little bit of a different, format today. I have some, a little bit more writing here about the market, and then what I'm watching with some ideas, right? So the Chime is a fintech IPO. We're going to get to that in a minute. Voyager's on here as well, 62 long, Nvidia short, and Apple short. So we have some ideas on here. You can go find it and why I think that, and some of the names that I'm going to be watching are on here. So if you guys, I know, Bears vs. Bulls taking some time off right now, so he was not going to be posting it up, but, we're spoon feeding that to you right there again in the chat. So just go look for it if you want some ideas and what I'm looking for. I mean, I'll often trade many other names, but that's what we're looking for right now. How about this 178 for Google? I mean, yesterday, the whole market did this, so I don't, nothing worries me about Google here. It seems to have been really nice break through that 170. That 160 was the good break, and then right into here, 175 seems to want to hold. I think we're going to test that there today. I think Google and the market goes a little lower. That, we're not really holding up here with any real volume. I think we could slip underneath, especially with only 4 minutes to go. I'm looking at this 178. I don't think we get there, but if we do, we tried there at noon. We tried again at 3, and both times failed pretty good. So anything around 178, I think, is a good short. Just using yesterday's closing area, you'd be looking at 177. So if I were to be a little more rough with the idea, I'd give it that dollar, 177 to 178. That's where you build the short position, and then you close your eyes and open them around 3 p.m. and hopefully you're in the money, because Google and the NASDAQ and a lot of these names that have been really high flyers, I just think today there's a little bit of a feel in this market that we're going lower, despite the market kind of being flat here. I don't know, man. We have this great deal with China. I'm not hearing anything from China, really, and the market's not reacting the way I thought it would. If anything, we're fading off of the NASDAQ high. So I could see a short happening today. I don't think it's going to be short for very long, but today I'm short on Google, I would think.
All right, guys, Chime, CHYM will be the ticker when this one IPOs today, likely during the midday. So make sure to catch that with Joseph and I. Here are the details on it. The IPO price is $27 a share. We'll see what it actually opens at. Those are two different things. The value of the company at $11.6 billion, but that is a marked reduction from their private market valuation back in 2021 when this one was valued at more than $25 billion. It's one of the first major fintech IPOs after a multi-year freeze. We got Webull, we got eToro, Circle as well. The fintech company raised about $700 million in new capital with a possible $165 million more in secondary shares sold to existing investors. And just to give you an idea who's underwriting this, we got some of the heavyweights here: Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase. Adara, any more you can tell us on this one?
Yeah, so 32 million shares getting offered. Let's talk a little bit about their actual business now. We mentioned they're a fintech, but what do they do? Well, they're actually competing in the same kind of spaces as names like PayPal, Square, and SoFi. This is the logo. So they offer no-fee banking services, debit cards, and early paycheck access. Apparently, most of their revenue comes from interchange fees. But what about that revenue? So last quarter revenue was up 32% year over year, Sharif, to reach $518.7 million. But their net income actually narrowed on a year-over-year basis. So let's wait and see how this IPO is received.
All right, guys, yet another IPO. We had Voyager today. It's IPO season, baby.
I mean, no, it is what it is, right? Yesterday I got screwed. Screwed was a tough word. I didn't get hit that bad on this. We lost about 5% of what we made. Okay, the market started to move around a little bit here. I just saw some movements, but I like Voyager breaking $62 right there. Let's see if we could do that today. There's $62. I already have the order to go in. If we break 62, I'm long Voyager, definitely. And I'm definitely going to be long Chime, CHYM. This is a fintech play. I know fintech plays off IPOs. you know, they go well and then they fade. Like we saw that with Robinhood and SoFi and Coinbase, and some of the more recent ones, Block and which is Square, PayPal, haven't been that great. But right now, it's blocked in our system. There's actually no information right now on this. We'll wait to see if there's anything on the imbalance locator for Chime. And you asked me the other day, or this morning, what did the imbalance look like for Voyager yesterday? There it is right here, right now. It was a bid all the way. The only problem with this name yesterday is this. It did not look like the rest. I wound up losing, I think it was, anyways, it's tough to talk about numbers around here. You guys know why. We've talked about that a couple times. But it's just like, it really flushed. It opened up at 69.75, flushed down to 65, went up to 72, and then whoops, lost everything. So that could happen with Chime today. You're gonna have to be responsible with, oh shoot, this is gonna break. Voyager's gonna break on me probably in the pre-market here. The spread is quite large, so be very, very careful. I might have to lower my shares. Okay, Obi, take over here. I'm gonna cancel this order.
Yeah, I guess I'll chime into this. But yeah, I said I guess I'll chime into this one as well. I like that again. I like to look at the S1s as soon as I'm like, okay, there's an IPO. I want to see what's on the S1 there. So they already have 8.6 million active members. They're already making money, and as Sharif pointed out, some pretty strong underwriters. So yeah, we'll wait and see what information we get on the open of the IPO with only about 4 seconds left. Good luck to everybody.
4 seconds, Jesus.
Oh
okay.
Boy, 3, 2, and 1.
I think we'll probably be in this Voyager almost right away. So we're gonna have to be very, very careful with this. So here we go. We are now open. It's a $1.50 spread on Voyager. So we're going to be careful with this. Easy to lose, no doubt. But we're going to wait to see if there's anything going on with that one. Okay. Oh man, I'm getting already nervous about that. Voyager, Chime, Apple. Okay, so let's just go over to Apple quickly. Just want to try to see what some of the ideas we had initially were good to go. We didn't get to talk about this. I like a fade through $200. If it can get up there, I think we go short on Apple. But again, an Apple a day, you know, does keep sort of the NASDAQ at par, because we need to watch to see what that's doing. There's the nice spike up there in the NASDAQ, and you can see Apple not doing that at all. So there it goes, there it goes. I think the short is going to be right for Apple, but probably right to wait, as we say all of the time on that one. And then the other play that I want to do is Nvidia, maybe with the market. Yeah, okay. So this is coming up into our 143 area here for Nvidia. Possibly worth a short in this area. I'm going to try it right now to see if we can get a short on a nice little pull up right now in the market. We're now short Nvidia right now. We just put it on 1 unit trade here at 142.66.
Yes, sir. I'm just watching this Oracle and this Boeing off the open. Oracle came down into about 180, 189s. We're holding that VWAP as of right now, but again, still waiting. Need maybe a little bit more information here. Markets pulling up pretty nicely. Boeing's still kind of consolidating within its opening range, so nothing too crazy there. Again, I'm looking at the stocks in my watch list. What's really doing what I'm looking for, and can I get involved in them in an effective manner? That's the question I'm asking. Coreweave still in its opening range.
Okay, well, they want to buy Nvidia
as well. I had that one SMR on watch. Again, yesterday we saw how strong some of these quantum movers were, and yeah, I'm just going to be looking for a potential continuation. Wow, Nvidia with a push right off of the open there.
We're short right here at 75s. We're going to be out just because we're in the position. We're going to be out if it breaks there it goes. If it breaks 143.20s. Early hit here. Okay, that's fine. We tried it. This was a trade that I liked. We'd said that it was down against the market there today. And now, of course, the market is down and Nvidia is rocking right now back up to the upside. So we have to slap a fail on that again. And it's funny because I said it was going to wait a little bit here into the open. But as you can see, not too much patience for me. We tried the 143. We had it written down. Look, it was the 200 period right there on the on my 5-minute chart. You know, now if we're going to go short, maybe you got to wait till 144 because Nvidia now going the opposite of what I was thinking. So not worth layering into this one. We take an early L there on Nvidia, and our Voyager trade right there. Yeah, not working out right now as we get down into 59. It actually goes to 58.50. So we're waiting for that top break. I'm actually going to edit and maybe go down in shares again on this, making me a little bit nervous there, how many units to use on that kind of a break. But we'll see if that breaks 62. We're still waiting for that Chime IPO. Quickly, someone just put in the chat Palantir. Yeah, nice move down. So that would have been maybe something to pick up here on some strength in the market, but I don't know. It's down against a market that's kind of flat right now, so I don't know. We'll have to wait to see what's going on with Palantir. But yeah, good call out there as we look over at this NASDAQ name. You're not in anything yet.
I'm still waiting.
Okay.
I don't really see anything
no
too
point
crazy
in going
just
crazy
yet.
yet.
But again, if Oracle does start to go a little crazy, I do want to participate in it. But I'm waiting, letting it consolidate, letting it chop around here as it just holds within the opening range here on, I guess, a few different things. But yeah, 190, I think I have VWAP here coming in at 190 halves. We're still holding a little bit below that. Market kind of, it may be a little bit of a disconnect there. You see the ES kind of pulling in while the NASDAQ kind of pushes up there as well. So watching Oracle, maybe looking
we like the short,
looking at
or
the NASDAQ a little bit closer
what are you
here.
thinking?
91's coming in.
What are you thinking about the
boy,
market?
there it goes. Oh, there's Oracle. What do I think about the market?
Yeah, are you looking at the market yet, or just individual names so far?
Just Oracle right now. There's that push through opening range high. Let's see if there's going to be follow through here. Nice little consolidation. 192s. Oh boy, here we go, Sean. 193s.
Yeah,
there it goes. So
what was the low there?
Push. The low there was 188.90. So we didn't quite get
yeah,
the
nice.
one.
At least we talked about that.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, yeah, good little look there. Oh, let's check out what Boeing's doing right now. I'm not seeing anything really hitting on the scanners yet for us, hitting any key levels or VWAP or anything. Boeing kind of just not doing anything right now, so we can wait to see if that starts to hit off. Again, I'm still debating what to do with Nvidia. Tesla, oops, oh God, I got to go back. We're going to go to Adair in 1 second. There goes Nvidia through 143.50 now. That could be a good play. And then just one more look, and then we'll go over and see what the news is all about here. 323.50, so Tesla just trying to find its way as well right now. Some people in the chat were talking about 324 there on Tesla. That might have been a good level. What's up, Adair?
Yeah, keep an eye here on Boeing. There's a little bit of an update. So initially we were seeing here, reported by the Indian Express, that police were saying there were no survivors. Now apparently a different agency is reporting that police apparently found one survivor on the flight and another found in the hospital and under treatment. So just an update here for BA. With regards to some of these other movers, RSLS, nice push to the upside here, just off the open, about a 6% short float, though definitely removed from pre-market highs. Just to let you guys know, we also don't have any numbers today at 9:45 or 10 a.m., but Trump will be signing a bill, participating in what's being called a bill signing ceremony at 11 a.m. So stay tuned for that. Could always be market moving. Back to you.
Okay, good. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, we tweet out. It's on our watch list as well every single day. Thanks to Derek for all that. All the numbers you might need on there. We did have PPI earlier today as well. So here comes Tesla up to that 324 area again, and a little bit of a fade. But, nothing. This is like, what is the NASDAQ? Like, what are we even doing right now in the market? Doesn't look like a whole heck of a lot into there. Okay, let's check out Oklo then. We said that if the market does nothing, look, there it is, man. I can't say anything else. Like, we had Steve Gomez on here, and I'm like, Oklo's a buy. We have these, it's the right space. I asked you about nuclear. It's the right space, the right time, and then you get a dip by opportunity to buy something at 6% down. Well, that's exactly what it went to, and right into the pre-market lows and then popped $3. So Oklo, nice move there. We can check out its sort of, I actually have to look up the market cap. I'm not even sure the market cap of all of these companies, to be honest with you, but SMR right here bouncing as well today. But I think SMR and some of these names are just been so heated there. Oklo has the news there from the contract yesterday. Maybe something to look at. If I were to pick one, it probably would be that Oklo as opposed to them all the rest, just because of that news. All right, Intel yesterday was fun because it just kept going down, 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 and we were like, what's that news? And I said, maybe there's a story coming out about Intel, but there wasn't. So I think that's probably a good little fade there as well, $20.70. Hit the like, hit the subscribe if you're part of this crew right now. And by crew, I mean everybody watching. I mean, we're all one family here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, keep this show going for sure. Uber, I don't know if there's, okay, you're finally in Oracle right there.
Yeah,
so
I got into a little bit of
all right, Uber making a nice move down here as well. But yeah, let's go look at your Oracle position, because right now I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, so that long was absolutely beautiful here, but we come into pre-market levels and start to stall a little bit. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna try to feel out the other way and see if that bid can actually follow through with any sort of significance there. As again, that push came in pretty aggressively. I'm like, all right, this is gonna go, this is gonna push, and I totally missed it, and then it just stalls at pre-market highs. I'm like, all right, well, I got to stay nimble. I got to stay on my feet. Let's see what it kind of does here. If sellers are going to kind of meet with those buyers, then I do want to kind of respect that if they start taking over. But no idea what's going to happen. A little bit of a stall. I do like that. Market's pulling back in. Again, ES not really showing the same kind of push that the NASDAQ is just yet. But yeah, just to kind of pretty much chop, nothing too crazy. I guess Nvidia's the strongest one. I see Alphabet down in its lows as well, and Apple breaking down finally. I guess we're finally holding below that 200 level on Apple. So maybe one to watch out for, maybe one for continuation. Oh boy, there's that strength coming back in on Oracle. So yeah, definitely a little bit too early on that one.
So I was trying to go a little bit lighter here on Nvidia because I was like, okay, maybe the market topped out and our Nvidia play up to 144 now might play. So we're short now at 143.26. I'd started to see this thing going back down, and then I did get a little bit of FOMO there. But like I said, you know, I got to give these things a little bit more room. Right off the open, when our initial idea is 143 and we lose on that initial short there, we didn't wind up losing a whole heck of a lot. We're not trying to layer into positions too heavily, but right into there now it looks like, see, it's like you pick a direction in the NASDAQ, and if you're wrong, this obviously is what's going to happen to you. So right now, as we sit here in Nvidia, I don't want to play the guessing game right now. We have 144 right here, and if we break that, then yeah, then that's what we're breaking, and unfortunately we'll have to take another loss and go 0 for 2 on shorting Nvidia. And I don't really, there was no real great story here today about Nvidia. It was down 1% in the pre-market. Unfortunately, right now it looks like it wants to, you know, punish those short, and right now that would be me, and we are now short right here. As you're short Oracle, yeah. I'm short Nvidia. It doesn't look like either one of these things is working out for us right now. So yeah, just I got to give something some time, because if this market does come back in, we're only out 20 cents. It's not completely the end of the world here, but it doesn't make me feel that great that back to back the ideas that we've been sitting in are not great. Yesterday we took SMCI was my largest winner yesterday, P&L wise, and we didn't even take that many shots. We took obvious levels. I mean, it wasn't a shot. It was just let it fall back into 43. It did it there. It did it there. It did it there. Actually, I guess we got it there. I know we had it a couple times. I feel like it was in the afternoon. It was our first trade was there. Maybe we got it again, and then we got it again into here. And that was a great trade back to the upside. So SMCI right now, let's wait to see if you're looking to fade something. And look, it's been wrong on Nvidia, but that 43 level was so key yesterday. And then today we break it low. So maybe there's going to be something there for a little bit of a short on SMCI if you're looking short, but the SMH and SOXL and everything is up. So as the NASDAQ continues to go higher here, actually SMH is matching the NASDAQ. So I guess it was, you know, just have to wait to see if we do get a little bit of a move to the downside. I know that you paid for shorts on, did you get Coreweave or Circle or both? It was both, right? Both. So yeah. Coreweave, look at this move, Obi. Coreweave, nice move to the downside right now, $7 and trying to get lower here on Coreweave. Maybe today is finally that day that we see CRWV back into the downside. I mean, what a daily chart this thing has had. Our Voyager's not doing anything, still at 59, and we'll wait to see if and when that Chime IPO comes through. I don't even see it here on the imbalance locator yet, so I don't think they're close to being ready for CHYM.
Yeah, no, I think that we got to watch out for that one and keep an eye on that one as well, because as soon as that comes out, definitely want to have shares on board, have some borrowed. No idea again which way it's going to go off of open, but I think it's always good to kind of have the shorts ready in case. But yeah, no, this Oracle's definitely ripping to the upside as of right now. So definitely very, very wrong on that one. As again, the opening drive was nice. We didn't get quite down to 187s, and then we're just blasting off. So that high is coming in at I think 198.30s. And we're only about $2 away from that, Sean. So yeah, definitely on the wrong side here, getting short on the Oracle. Let's see if we can push through those all-time highs right now. And the market's kind of catching up as well, right? You can see the NASDAQ kind of pushing up and the ES finally catching a little bit of a bid going into the later half of, I guess, the first 15-minute candle to print.
Hey,
oh boy.
And just like that, we're back to flat. So stupid, man. I don't even know. Like, I sit here and is like stressing out about all of this, but I think at the end of the day, I have to remember time is kind of on our side here as a day trader. We do not need to panic in and out of trades. We need to let them build. And as long as you have your outs, then you can sort of sit a little bit more confidently in some of these plays. I am, though, going to show a lack of confidence in this and get out of a little bit here at 143 if we're able to get that level. 143 is held now. Again, it's only 15 minutes into the market, but 143 looks to me like a support area, right? So we'll take something out if we're lucky enough to get it. We didn't even get that close. We got to 143.20 there. We did go in the money, an amazing 5 cents. That's never good enough when you're holding something 40 cents against you. So we're going to wait to see. Hopefully that can come up. But yeah, I'm excited to get going, and we have another story with Adara.
Now here in RCAT, nice push to the upside. We know yesterday we had another drone-related executive order being signed here by President Donald Trump. RCAT, Red Cat Holdings, kind of in that space. They've had Palantir deals in the past, and they have a 16% short float. So RCAT on watch. Also, guys, just just more about the market. I'm just seeing Goldman Sachs apparently cutting its 12-month U.S. recession probability to 30% from 35%. I'm also seeing now people are pricing in some rate cuts a little bit earlier than expected. First one still in September, but now people are seeing the second cut as more likely to be in October compared to previous estimates of December. Back to you.
I think, again, we talked about a lot of intraday catalysts in this market. Got to watch out for,
that was the one I
watch out
wanted.
for some of those. What's happening?
Yeah, no, damn. Yeah, that sucks, man. As I sit here and get bled on Nvidia a little bit here, I hear my good friend Sharif telling me that Apple's tanking, and so the idea we have on here is Nvidia short, Apple short. I obviously have picked completely the wrong one to short. But yeah, so here comes Apple right back down to that downside now. Good level there. Thanks for the shout out there, Sharif, because it looks like you nailed that one. Good call. Apple is coming back in 197.50 right there. There's really no levels to the downside from I can see on the daily chart. We sort of broke through what would have been some kind of support at 199, but that's what we were looking at. There goes the fade out. I think Apple can stop at 195, 196. I mean, again, I just look at this as fallout from WWDC. It wasn't a great response to that. We did have a good move on WWDC day, but since then, that was Monday. It's now Thursday. We don't see much here. So we're gonna have to wait to see what happens now with Apple, and I need it to come back up. So VWAP looking pretty good to me, man. If we can get a 190, what is that? 198.60 up to 199. Those aren't horrible areas, but I need to have this trade settle down for me first. We did get a better position up here on. Let's get something out as we go to flat now on Nvidia. We did get a 144 tick. If I had just waited again for a 144, then we'd be laughing right now. But unfortunately, we get one out there at the 50s, and then it just rips right back up. Nvidia looks strong, man. All the dips are getting bought up. We're getting out of this thing on a 144 break, that's for sure. And it looks like that's relatively imminent. I'm hoping we can get a flush. Let's go see if there's news with Adara.
Just be aware here, Apple, not seeing any news on this, but I do want to let you guys know there's a ton of bearish sentiment for this circulating around on X. People are saying basically that some people calling it the new BlackBerry. It just seems like a lot of people talking about how they're shorting this name. They're not happy with the company after WWDC. Also, Trump just posted on Truth. It's nothing market related, but we know sometimes these posts can move the market. Just be aware. Trump with the new Truth post. Apple, lots of bearish sentiment. No numbers coming up. Back to you.
Trump tweeted about Apple? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, Darren, no, not about I misunderstood that. Okay, I was like, okay, if this guy's tweeting about Apple's relative strength, or weakness, then yeah, I'm a little interested in what that's all about. But yeah, okay, so I was just saying to Obi, it's like I take a shot on something and it's like it gets close to working and then doesn't at all. So yeah, we're gonna wait to see now. It looks like it is trying to get a little bit higher here on NVDA. So yeah, we're trying to get some more out near the 50s. I'm not feeling great about it, but hey, man, if the market does turn around, remember, we don't have any numbers on board here today. We're nowhere near VWAP or the 50-period moving average, so I do think that there is some work that needs to be done. We just got another out there at 55s or 57s. So hopefully we can fall back in. We're short rate at this level. I don't want to just get out of everything now, because then if it actually wins, then I don't have anything on board. But it's not giving me the greatest feeling here. We are going to get some more out south of 50 if we're lucky enough to do that, and then we just see if it drops. But right now, Nvidia kind of just waiting to see what's going on with NVDA. As you're okay, you're still in Oracle and Boeing right now. I just want to talk about that because it's another name that's on our watch. Boeing right now up to 206. Looks like that was the high. Kind of strange, nothing's happening there, but I guess we wait for more information. It was at least Darren mentioned that there was a survivor there, but still, yeah. Yeah, so 2 survivors, kind of sad anyways, because I mean, if you're one of those survivors, you've probably, you could be one survivor in a massive family or something. I don't know. I just feel so bad about what just happened there. Okay, let's go to Obi.
Yeah. So level up your trading with Prop XP, up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform, sign up, try for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TRADERTV. Links in the description. Be the trader, get funded. Join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. Let's see what Adara has to say with some.
No news yet, but they posted on X about 4 minutes ago, so around 8:45. We've got some news you won't want to miss. 15 minutes, so I guess keep an eye on Coinbase at 10 a.m. They are teasing an announcement. Right now, the stock is doing very little. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't fade the announcement, whatever that may be. All right, let me check out what Apple's doing, and then I'm going to go over to Coinbase and have a quick little look to see what's going on there. Yeah, so Apple's still making those lows. We'll still watch out for that level. Oklo quickly, as I know there's a lot of names here, and I haven't been able to check too much of the chat because I'm in this Nvidia trade, and I will check the chat for some trade ideas in a couple seconds. Oklo, huge move up today again. I mean, that was a big move, right? So they had to move down right into the pre-market lows again. Like we talk about that with earnings plays or any kind of plays, that once you see pre-market lows and they hold, that is the boom, right? I mean, I'm gonna need to get e-signal. I'm gonna have to look at that to see if there's some sort of a scanner that I can get for pre-market lows and highs. Obviously there is. I just need to either code it myself or figure that out. Okay, so Voyager right now. I said I was gonna look at another name and I just actually forgot what it was right now. Oh, it was, what was it Darren was talking about?
Apple.
No, I already looked at that. Okay, but right into there, $62. Oh, Coinbase, 62. Way to pay attention, Obi. $62 right there. Me too. 62 breaking right there. That's still the level that I'm trying to look at here on VOYG. And then it was 10 o'clock, right, Adara? Yeah, 10 o'clock. So we'll wait to see what Coinbase, maybe they're launching new coins, or I don't know what it's going to be. I don't think it would be that, but Coinbase right now downside. Look what's happening here with Bitcoin 107 looking a little lower. Okay, we didn't short anything more up here on Nvidia, but it is trying to come back in again here, Obi. So I don't know what to do with this name. I'm definitely not getting anywhere with this short. So might just wind up covering this for flat, which is where we're at right now. But yeah, we love Oracle over here. But unfortunately, Obi's short right now, Oracle. So thanks for pointing that out, Sharif. No, just playing around. All right, so let's go back over, man. Right now, I'm just on Nvidia, and yeah, that's the thing, right? You have your trade idea ready to go. You're planning it well. You're in an appropriate amount of shares, and it is against you. Did you want to talk a little bit about where your exit might be?
It's definitely going against me. It's poised for that all-time high push. So I'm definitely very much wrong on this trade, and yeah, I'm gonna probably be getting out very soon here, and just waiting and watching for a next potential opportunity as well. I got Boeing on watch here on the other side. That's been holding up quite well as well, and that prior high is 198.30. So we're kind of just coming up into that level as of right now, potentially breaking out.
Here we go, dude.
Highs there. So that's definitely something.
I hope this is good for you. Yeah, no, because right now Nvidia's coming down, man. We actually have a decent winner. We're almost going to go green on the stock here today. But again, we should have waited and got a little bit of a better price. So far we've just kind of been taking the L's here because we did start the short at 143. Our average price was 143.60. So as long as we wind up covering underneath 143.60, then it's a win. But I just covered about 25% there. We said if we got into the 50s, we'd get out, and we did have some bids lower than 50s. My best fill is we didn't get 25s, is 41s right there. So their best best fill right now is only 20 cents, and we only got out at 10% at that level. So we got out about 10% right here around 50, another 10% around 40s, and then some out at 60. So that gives us that 25% out. So now we're gonna try to hold OB and see if we can get it lower. I'm at 143.33s, which is me just ahead of the quarters. And then again at 143 to see if that wants to hold. And then after that, man, we'll just see if we can get a little bit lower here on Nvidia, but it's working out now. So far, so good on holding into this, but I'm going to take another 5% rate here at 45 if we can. And did I get it or did I miss it? Oh, we got that 45. So, okay, a little bit more out right now, and that wasn't 10%, sorry, that was 5%. So now we have about 30% left of Nvidia. Yeah, we'll see.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, that Nvidia push is pretty aggressive, but taking a little bit of a pullback here. We popped up into, I guess, the 21.9 territory on the Nasdaq, and that's kind of holding up as well. So we kind of talked about earlier how the ES was a little bit behind, not really giving us too much strength. But look at that ES kind of finally catching up there into that push for the rest of the market there. So let me know in the chat what you guys are trading, and yeah, is anybody long on that Oracle? That was definitely great off of that 190, 198, 197 area there. Definitely missed out on that one. And I tried the other way, which again is not my strongest suit, but again, feel like managing the risk relatively okay for now, and just waiting for it to potentially come in as well. So yeah, I'll definitely stop out as it kind of pushes through those highs, but willing to kind of be patient and really kind of pound it in when it does give us a little bit of the backside there. That's what I'm really waiting for. So yeah, 198s, here it comes, only about 20 pennies away, man. So if this a blast, maybe that 200 might be another area to kind of get involved here once again. So we are pretty close to that 200. I see that your Nvidia is starting to pull back a little bit here.
Not really.
What's the high? Did that hit?
Yeah, my best
or 44. Okay.
Close 44. My best fill on this was 80s. I believe it got higher than that though, but that's where I lay to rest my best fill so far. All right, I was bidding 33s. I mean, what's the difference between 33s and 38s? Some might say 5 cents. So I'm going to get some out right here at 36s. So I didn't even want to wait for that. So there, okay, well, we would have got our 33s. See, this is why it's like sometimes, first of all, isn't Randy here? I'm going to have to find out because normally it's coffee time by now. I kind of feel like I'm like one of those like lab rats, you know, like you give it something and it reacts a certain way. And I just look down, it's like 9:55, like it means nothing to me. Like if I was at home, I might have had like one coffee and maybe doing something else and I wouldn't even care. But it's like the habit of sitting here. I mean, my mood is changing too because of this trade, but yeah, so shout out to that. What, you want something? You want a drink or anything? I'm gonna ask.
No. I was gonna say that's kind of how I feel when that lunch bell rings as well.
Oh yeah.
Like we have a little lunch bell, and Wayne and I were talking about this. This is like that's definitely
like a dopamine or something.
No, it's like you know, the Pavlov. You know,
right. Yep.
Like you're kind of conditioned for a little bit of a reaction there.
May I have the Yeti? Yeti's been a good stock too, actually.
Really?
Do you have Yetis? Like you?
I have like a thermos. Yeah.
Yeah, they're great, eh?
Yeah.
The coolers are great. I got one for the wife for Christmas. It was.
I didn't know they traded.
Fantastic. I've never traded it either, but
yeah, just waiting and watching some of this Oracle.
I know Randy was at the opening. He's here. He brought us these.
He brought you the
plum.
plum.
I mean, don't fear, man. Randy's not sick. He's here. Randy's never sick, man. We're never me, Randy, you. I've never even.
That guy's a machine. I've seen him stand outside in shorts when it's like snowing blizzard.
Is that a machine or is that just?
I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. No. Shout out to Randy. Great guy. Obviously, as you guys see, and our desks being built behind us right there as we get ready to rock and roll with our new format. I could be no more excited than that for that new format of ours coming hopefully in the fall.
Oh. Okay.
I'm dropping too many tidbits here all the time. I'm dropping too many.
That's news to me, man.
All right, Tesla. People want to look at Tesla. All right, so let's do that, man. We're just having a good time here on the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I mean, over trading is one thing, and you know, making sure that we have some good conversations here as well. Trading's a lonely game. I mean, that was the whole story behind why we built this up, was to teach, train, entertain, and just give people hopefully something to watch, and you guys have definitely done that. We want to thank all 525,000 subscribers. Thank you for that. And right now, how many do we have watching right now, Obi? Over 10,000, man. Get that likes screaming. We got to get 2,000 likes. I mean, you like Obi here or what? Right now, we wish Neil better. I'm hoping he comes tomorrow. I mean, I got to take tomorrow off, you know. But no, I feel fine, and Neil's not feeling well. So, and I said this to Obi yesterday. It's like you don't want to come in if you're not feeling well, because we only have like 5 hosts with you included, right? So it's kind of like, and then we need Dara on the desk. She's been wicked with the news. Great fill-in though. Dara filled in, was it half a day or almost the whole day last week or something? Half a day, a couple weeks ago. Okay, so there you go. So not last week, but yeah. So thanks for the continued support on the show. All right, Tesla right now does get up to that 330. It's so funny because I mean I mentioned 330 earlier on today when we were looking at this stock and thought that would have been a good fade area, because yesterday I thought 330 was going to be an area right there that if we did break it, which we did sort of, but we didn't get there until the very end of the day. That's 1 o'clock right there. Then we went whoops and faded out. Then we made it back at the end of the day is what I was getting at there. And that was its top as well. 329 to be exact. But if you're looking at 330, you probably start the trade there. And for me, that's a 1 unit there, hoping to get 3 or 4 units on a stock, and then boom to the downside. So that would have worked out real well for you there on Tesla had you looked short into that name. All right, Rivian, because we just mentioned Randy as well, $14 and going southbound. Get the heck down, Nvidia, man. This could be a big trade. We're definitely happy with the way that one's working out for us right now, although I still hoping for more. Starbucks, all right, relatively flat there as well. Oh no, Ramin's coughing. That's Neil's fault, Ramin. You take as much time as you want off. We'll bill Neil for that. But there goes Palantir as well, kind of just doing nothing this morning. That's PLTZ. Well, that's not Planet Fitness as well. Oh no, poor Ramin. I can hear her coughing up a storm over there.
It gets cold in that corner as well. I mean,
it has nothing to do with I think it's.
I think, like I said.
Okay, now it's getting to be too much. I get Ramin over here, we get Fabian over there. Andre, please just leave so that we can at least have you here tomorrow. Yeah, so, you know, only the strong survive around this place. I've only been asking, not that they're not strong, I'm saying you have to be strong to survive. It's, you know, I've been asking for an air purifier here forever and ever and ever, and it seems to be, no, we got to work on the new studio. But I think the air purifier might be a good idea as more and more people feeling some kind of way right now. All right, there's Palantir not doing anything. That reminds me of the biggest of the bears as well, Big Bear AI. Look, man, I don't want, I've already talked about it. This is a short play that I have in my account, Big Bear AI. I'm long at $4.20. I don't give a you-know-what about what this thing does over the next month unless it gets back to $9. I'm not, like, this is a name where I have enough money in there that it could make a difference, but not enough that it actually makes a difference. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, if this doubles, that's what I'm looking for. So if you're looking for something to double or triple, then you have to be willing to lose something. And for me on Big Bear AI, the fact that it doesn't do anything anymore, I apologize. We had this play up there. If I was nervous, I could have got out at 450, 460, 470. We didn't do that at all. I think it's looking pretty good here. We're above the 200. We're above the 50. I like Big Bear AI. I know there's lawsuits. I know that their numbers aren't the greatest, but at the same time, you know, I'm buying it for future and for the fact that, hey, some days crazy stocks run on almost nothing. So we'll see if Big Bear AI can get a new contract, can get some news, and we can get this thing back to $6, $7. And at that point, you can, you know, you can message me and ask me what we're doing. But I'm going to be getting something out in those levels. Until then, was that a Dara coughing?
No. That was Remy.
Man, now I'm starting to get paranoid around here, man. We got a show to run over here, man. Obi, we got bills to pay.
Yeah, exactly, right?
You know, I got to pay your bill for being on the show.
Oh, boy.
That's the other thing.
I'm not that expensive. Come on.
Yeah, thank God. I mean, yeah, you're not as expensive as Neil, man, Neil. But we replaced one with the other. Anyways, yeah, sick bay around here. What's up, Adara?
I'm not sick, and neither is this market here, guys. This is a nice green push to the upside in the 15-minute, almost flat on the day for the S&P 500. NASDAQ, I believe, at one point actually was flat. So yeah, both NASDAQ and S&P 500 basically flat here, though I would say if we go back to this chart briefly, Q is a little bit rockier than the S&P 500, which has been a straight shoot to the upside. We do have Reuters reporting that Goldman Sachs is cutting its 12-month U.S. recession probability to 30% from 35%. We also have traders now pricing in earlier than expected rate cuts. Still going to get that first cut in September, but the second one may be in October after we get cooler than expected economic data for the second day in a row. So PPI, much like CPI, coming in cooler than expected, except for the year-over-year print, which is just in line with estimates. The core prints, though, definitely cooler. Here's Boeing. This team trying to push back to the upside. Unfortunately, there was a fatal crash here in India for BA. Keep an eye on GE and SPR as well. Suppliers for Boeing that dropped lower on this news. GME to the downside, announcing that $1.75 billion convertible senior note offering. And keep an eye on Coinbase. We know Coinbase is set to do some kind of announcement at 10 a.m. Back to you.
Yeah, no, that Coinbase definitely, thank you for reminding me. I guess I'll pull that up now and take a quick look at that one. Coinbase trading on the NASDAQ. So do that one, 244. So yeah, let's see if anything, kind of keep an eye on this one and see if anything comes out there. Important announcement apparently. And okay, so Oracle kind of pushed that high by a little bit there and pulling back now. So we actually got to those all-time highs, and let's see if more of that action comes in that we saw last time we were here, or do we finally kind of break out? Because we were pretty aggressive on that push there. And again, this horrible trading on my part for sure. I will 100% admit that. But again, kind of managing the mischief with the kind of sizing that I'm using as of right now. Like I said, I really want to get into it on the right side when it does potentially come in here. VWAP coming in all the way down at 194s here. I also got it at 194 halves. So this thing's kind of just consolidating near its highs. So maybe poised for a little bit higher. I saw people in the chat talking about 200, and oh boy, yeah, not that far away from 200. We talk about the ATR of Oracle. Let's see what I have here just to remind myself what that was. I have about 3.77. I don't know if you check on FinViz or something else like that. It might be slightly different. But I just have a calculator on my Google Sheets that just pulls the information, does the calculation by itself. So I kind of just go with that sometimes there. But yeah, the FinViz and the trade ideas and all the other ones are perfectly fine as well to keep an idea of what the potential ATR might be. But yeah, it's about $4 there. But again, with that relative volume that we're having today, it's earnings day one. Can it do multiples of ATR? Yes, well within range of doing multiples of ATR. Market tailwind, do we have that? Maybe, but Nasdaq still kind of, we got that pop, but we're kind of faded back in. So nothing too crazy yet, just trading in a bit of a chop zone. Softy, interestingly enough, that stock has been pretty strong over the past few days. We can see that again. If you look at it on a daily, it's been in a nice trend. Today, though, still trading sideways within the opening range, so nothing too crazy just yet on Softy. I'm waiting for the next trade, so throw it in the chat, guys. What do you guys think is a potential setup? I'm more than willing to look at it. I got Coinbase on watch for a potential news report coming out soon as well. What do you got on watch, Sean?
No, it's just I still have the same name, and I'm just going to get something out now in the 30s. So that's BBAI, by the way. Excuse me. No, Nvidia. Like Nvidia just went up to 143.70 again. I'm thinking about taking another short if it does make that kind of a move. But I just took some more out there at 34. I'm waiting still at 143 flats to see if we can get that. So we'll give it a little bit of a second here to see if it does fall back in. But that's literally what I'm looking at. Disney yesterday was a nice run up to. Fabian was a nice run up to 119 and change right there. So we're off a week from today, by the way, with Juneteenth. So just to give everybody an idea there. Some people asking yesterday if the market was closed that day. Yes, it is. Now that I just remember that. Yeah, Disney right now, great top. I'm wondering if this is, we'll see if that turns red today. If we stay red on Disney, that could be a doji star making our way back into this 110, 112 area. Could be a good options play there for a swing or just to short or get out of some of your position and maybe rebuy it back down into here. We'll see if Disney wants to fade out. Yeah, shoot, man. So we didn't get that push again here. All right, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna load. I'm not gonna load into anything right here. I'm gonna try to get a little bit more shares up near this area of one. Okay, we'll try some right here at 76s. Okay, we just got that real quick. And then my offer's at 89s now to get that short, because there's a nice little candle there on the NASDAQ as we start to go back to the upside. So a decent reload. You know, we put on about 10% more. Let me see if we can get something out a little bit lower here as we fade slightly off of that level now. I was going to go run and go get a coffee, and then I saw Nvidia make this move higher there, so we won't do that. Maybe we'll wait for our next little update before we do that. But there's the reload short. We talked about that. Oh, we actually have a little GIF for that. Are these things called GIFs? What are these things called? There's a reload there on Nvidia for 15 cents, but we're not going to take that rate now. So yeah, we'll wait to see if there's anything going on. I am trying to take a little bit there. I'm at 53s. There it is. So we take out 5% there at 53 as now. Hopefully it will fade out and we'll have that play for us. Oklo's almost all the way back to green. It will go green today, and I just wonder when it does go green, what about that 69 break? Because without that offering, you were probably going up. Like you know, so now everybody has said, okay, here's your $400 million, and thanks for that, and let's just pursue normal business. So there goes Oklo all the way back up through 68. Well, 68's not through there yet, but that breaks us right back here. I think a 69 long on Oklo is imminent and something that we want to look out for. So other than that, man, we have Chime IPO. Let's chime in on that. Nothing now. I'm not even sure I can put out a market on open order. If I go Shift F10 here, I'm just going to put one for $75. I'll just show you. We'll put 100 shares now just to see. Yeah, so it rejects right now in our system, and it says shares not open and blocked and all that stuff. So we're going to have to wait right now for Chime, because I'm not even seeing anything on the tap. Normally when the stocks are ready to go, and I've seen hundreds of IPOs, they all have data in here. And then if you go over to the imbalance locator, this is the second check. It's normally on here too. Let me just update the time right now. It's not, there's nothing on here at all. This is a NASDAQ name. NASDAQ updates their IPOs. So I don't know right now. Thanks, Fabian. So I'm not sure what's going on with that, but okay. So that's what we're doing right now. We are waiting for all of that to come through. So Coreweave and Nvidia, people are talking about that. I know there's a, at the same price. What's up, Los Polos Hermanos? Oh, by the way, my 13-year-old is watching Breaking Bad. What's your take?
I haven't seen it. I know there's been a lot of hype around it, but
been a lot of hype. Yeah, it's a relatively new series.
It's old for sure, but I never really got around to watching it. That's all it was.
Did you see The Studio?
Oh, yeah. The Studio? No, I don't think I've seen.
Yeah, my guy Walter White there. He's in the last 2 episodes, and what an actor, man! Cranston, what an actor. The guy does everything for Breaking Bad, and then if you watch The Studio in the last 2 episodes, the guy plays just a hilarious. He's the head of the studio, and well, I mean, him and Seth Rogen, I think he's the owner then, I guess, and it's just great, man, walking around Vegas. I don't, am I gonna spoil it if I tell people certain things? Probably. Anyways, they have a part, I don't care anyways. I do care about that, but it's been a couple weeks. They have a party and there's some drugs that are served, and there's a little bit of overdoses happening. Oh boy. And it is just a real funny end to the show without spoiling anything, but it's only a half-hour watch. It's on Apple. Apple, by the way,
what's going on?
I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but the content that I'm seeing on Apple is pretty good, man. Like, their shows are pretty hot. Like I don't know what the F1 is. It's won all the awards for all the streaming services for the best streamed programs. We saw that on Apple there.
Apple did?
I think it's like 4 or 5 years in a row.
Huh.
Yeah. So,
okay.
anyways, I think, you know, a lot of the shows that I've seen on there have been pretty good, man. I tried to get through. What's the one where I probably need this, where half of your brain is work and then the other half is, Severance? Yeah. So I only got through about like maybe half of the first season there, and that one, I heard Derek doesn't really.
She fell asleep saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, the same thing. So that's why I was hearing you got to get through the first season to get to the second season. So I don't know, Dark Matter. Oh, you know which one we started to watch again? I only watched one episode of it. It's with John Hamm. There's a new one there on Apple as well. That's pretty good. And he gets
I have no idea.
he has some indiscretion and loses his job. And anyways, yeah, that's pretty good too. But okay, on to the next. On to the next. All right, so Coreweave, wow, straight up now. And I don't know, Nvidia is trying to go back up. It's a good thing that we were able to get something out there of Nvidia, but it looks like that may turn out to be an L at the end of the day. But there goes Coreweave, 142, a nice little bottom there, up to 147 and change. I'm still looking at this Voyager. It's actually not doing anything. I may just cancel this. I actually am going to cancel it. I'm canceling my sticky note trade there on Voyager. And if it does wind up ripping up, then fine. It's 10:15 right now. I put it on here 62 long, looking to see if there's a day two squeeze here. Maybe it's a space and defense technology name. I really like the name. I do think that there's a chance for it to go. I think it's a better name than Circle. I think it's even a better name than Coreweave, just in what space they're in. But whatever I think doesn't matter. There is no real day two love right now for Voyager. Obviously, it's up 4 or 5%. That's a nice move, but it does not break that 62 area. And this is what I was looking at right there. I mean, the high really is like 61.50. I'd like to see it get through 62. Then I thought when Moon on that break, I was only going to take 100 shares. Of it to begin with. That's why I was actually, I had a little bit more earlier, and then it came up there in the pre-market, and I'm like, I'm not getting punched in to like a couple hundred shares early in the pre-market, because this is what could happen, and the next thing you know, you're stuck $5 and it's like, don't rather not do that at 9:35. So right now, $62. I still think it's worth it if you're going to play with 100 shares, and 100 shares, that's probably would be one of the bigger positions that for around here, but I'm not going to take it now. I'm going to just wait. But if it does float around here, I could put that trade back in. I just don't want to be part of a move that gets up to here and then I punch long and then it goes nope and it comes back in. I'd rather see it kind of building than taking it out and catching shorts right there. So for me right now, it is a puff pass to OB. 143.80 just came right back in again. Not going to I'll reload it a little bit higher where I said at 90s, but then if this breaks 144 right now, look at the market. We fought the law, and right now the law has won, because I thought the market was going to possibly drip down today. We wrote it down on here, man. I mean, the market was red. I came in today, the NASDAQ was red, and we even started the show, Obi, saying like, hey, how many times do we actually have a red market? And it looks like yeah, not red for long. It's 10:15.
Yeah. So traders, are you ready to fully optimize the computer you use for trading every day? Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV have teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. This limited time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing. And it's only for Trader TV viewers. Scan the QR code, enter your email, and unlock access before it's gone. This exclusive sale is ending June 12th at 5 p.m. Eastern. So scan that QR code or click the link in the description box.
Man, everyone was waiting to see Randy. He came when you were doing that, and now he's gone. But I want to say thank you to Randy for the coffee, liquid crack.
Got some of mine right here.
The thing is, it doesn't even, I don't know. I think I've like been having coffee since I was like a little wee one here, being Italian and everything like that. I remember my Nonna giving us like little shots of espresso here and there and stuff like that.
When's the earliest you remember?
Oh, I have no idea, man. 21. No, I don't remember exactly. I would probably say, I mean, it's a great question, Obi. I would probably say probably 10. I don't know.
Okay.
Something like that. I don't remember. But whatever, man. I remember I used to make the moonshine and everything, the vino in the basement there. That stuff, you could pour that stuff into your car and it would start it. So that stuff was
It doesn't sound very healthy.
No, man. You don't want, if you know any like European, Portuguese, Italian, like any like old school, you make the wine in the basement yourself and it's just like, maybe you're even drinking it before it's even ready. Like it's not, but it just comes in like the huge jugs. You're pouring it anyways. Whatever, man. All right, well, there's the fail. I mean, it's a good thing that we had talked about getting these out. Like, we have more outs, and we reloaded it at 90 out at O's, so our last little bit is 10 cents there. Normally, this is where I would kind of slam back into it because I'm seeing it go back down now, and I'm saying, like, maybe that 144 is the top. So guess what, Obi? Let's try right now, as we just got stopped out up there. But again, taking this kind of a risk, let's go to 143.11s, and then just stop out. Whoops. See what I just said there and did? Whoops. Let's go to 143.11, I said. Oh my God, I just put the stop order in at 143.11 and then...
Oh, damn, and then it
punched me out. Not a big deal. We get back in, but now I have to pay the piper because now my price is worse than it was before. Well, how about 144.10, Sean? All right, we'll put that in right there, and now we'll wait to see if that is exactly the top. We're not gonna try to chase this dream. If it wants to go, fine. But we do know that there is a possibility for it to get back into this area. If we could take 50 cents on this one, we'll learn our lesson and not wait for that very bottom. We did have a story today about Google and Coreweave, of course, and it looks like everything was right for shorting except for Nvidia. Like, Google did have that move down now it's trying to finally retake itself back there to the upside. Again, 180 seemed like a magnet and it pulled right up into it. We did get a couple days where we broke through 180, but now it's kind of looking like it wants to get the other way here. And it's kind of the same thing. We only spent a little bit of time above 190, 180 here before getting hit pretty good. I cannot believe Google touched 140, 137 in its bad periods right there. Okay, Obi, I got to get over now because now Nvidia is trying to give me a little bit of cash back.
Yeah, so
like
a little bit of a push. So we got past that 21.9, and you can see the strength on the ES as well, kind of following through.
Damn it, Sean.
So taking a look at some of the stocks I had in play. Let's see what's doing what I'm looking for really. Coreweave. Okay, Coreweave kind of flushed down. A little bit of a bounce happening as of right now. So let's pull that one up and take a quick look at Coreweave. Oh boy, there it is. So right here. So this is what I'm talking about. Nice little flush. So continuation from yesterday, we kind of wicked or kind of rejected that all-time high there, 166.60s. Friday high 166s. And then a nice little continuation coming in today, right off of the open there. So Coreweave, maybe some potential selling coming in. Oh boy! So yeah, the market catching a bit off of the open after a little bit of consolidation that we saw in the first couple of 15-minute candles. Let's see what's going on with small caps though with it.
Like I'm talking.
Great look here for the IWM. I mean, yes, we gapped down, but the recovery since that has been really nice. We've made these higher lows continuously on the 15-minute, starting pre-market right now, still down about 0.5%. But getting into yesterday's, I guess, post-market low, we're going to have a lot of ground to make up for. But right now, this push back to the upside is pretty promising for the Russell. Talk about CVAC. This one, CureVac, apparently BioNTech agreeing to acquire the company in an all-stock transaction. Nice push to the upside, though, not moving necessarily like your typical buyout. Then we've got SGMT, Sagimet Biosciences. No news on this one, but a 15% short float, and it's rallied in the past. Last but not least, AXTI. So apparently one company that is a subsidiary of AXT apparently received export permits for indium phosphide for China. So good look here for AXTI, subsidiary. Nice look for the stock. Back to you.
Yeah, that Oracle is coming into that 200, man. So I'm totally out of that one there. As again, showing me that clearly buyers are in charge. Clearly, I am very, very wrong on the short, and it's poised for a push of that 200 mark because it's holding that breakout level 198.30s pretty well. I was kind of looking at it here, 198. So I'm like, all right, well, can we get a little bit of a 50% potential reversion? We do slow down in the 198s, but catch another bit going back up. I'm like, all right, cool. That 200 is probably incoming right here. Only about 15 pennies away from that 200, trading at 199.86 day high right now on Oracle. Here it comes. Not too much size there coming in at the 200 mark. So let's take a wow. Look at that,
there
right
goes.
through,
damn it,
taken out. So let me quickly pull that.
The market is just
right
like
here. Boom. Yeah, the market strength.
Do we just go long
not
now
necessarily
on the market?
helping.
That's the thing.
But here we go. Finally, 200 on Oracle. When will it stop? No idea, but that bid is still very much in charge So let's just stay a little bit patient for that one. Coinbase, I guess Coinbase did get a little bit of a pop there, but consolidating, I guess, a little bit higher there on Coinbase. Wow, this 200, lots of chop happening here at that 200 mark here on Oracle. So gonna stay a little patient. Let's see what we do with this 200 mark. That's an aggressive run. That's almost a 20, I guess a 10-point run. 190 to 200 off of the open on Oracle. Opening price was 189.96. Oh boy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So good look there. We broke through on Nvidia, man. I don't. The short just has. I mean, we've done fine on it, but at the end of the day, it's going to be an L there for Nvidia. I mean, we traded one name there today, and it's like just battling. I did flip over to the long in the futures. I'll talk about that in a minute. We're not ready quite yet, right, Andre? No. I see where it is. Okay, good. I got you. All right. So right now, just into the futures here, trying to see if we can have a little bit of a way here. I'm hearing some news in my ear that we are Carney, which is RPM here in Canada, is saying that trade talks going well with the United States. So, you know, I think that if there can be a deal here with Canada, that should be good for the markets, I would think anyways. So we'll wait to see if the TQQs want to go back up to the upside. This is the NASDAQ right there. And I just want to get on board, man. I mean, you know, we've missed the trade a little bit there early. It's only 10:20, so we still have, you know, a lot of time to go. This is why I'm long right there. We broke through 75.50. Like those were those levels we talked about yesterday afternoon that we couldn't get going. And then today we had, I don't know, I don't even really know why we were down. I was just playing like, hey, maybe the market's too heated. There's potentially, we made the move down there. But it's like now Nvidia's back to 144, 143.95, but whatever. So now there it goes. We'll wait to see if that level holds or not. Right now, I'm going to be holding this back to 75 for sure, because I still think the trajectory of this market looks long. Oh, come on. Like now Nvidia does this. This is the thing, man. Like, no wonder I have no hair or anything. Like this is just like the move down now on Nvidia is trying to happen for us, and we're not in the shares. It's not even moving down that much, so I shouldn't worry about it at all. Let's just watch out for the futures. I am bidding more down here at quarters, and if that comes through, then we'll wait, right? Yeah, exactly. It's not even moving down. I'm not going to worry about it. You're 100% right. The problem is that, like, whatever, I had 700 shares there at the top of Nvidia, so it's even like, you know, even a 30-cent move is still $200. Like, you know, it's decent. Like, if I can make that in
a few times, yeah,
you know, 10 minutes.
Not bad.
Frustrating sometimes. All right, here we go, man. Trade the Pool, one for all. The new trading competition from Trade the Pool. Never been done before. Everyone will be trading together on one shared account with $1 million in buying power. This starts June the 16th. You got to get into this pretty soon. June the 16th to the 18th. The goal, beat the Qs. For example, if you beat the Qs by 3%, if the Qs move, by 3% up or down, you just need to aim for more than that. I don't know why up or down. So I guess maybe if the Qs are down 3% and you've created something greater than 3%, I guess you could go short on that. You just got to aim for more than the move that happens in the NASDAQ. And what's in it for you? Everybody wins. Plus, there's over $675,000 in prizes, along with 20 evaluation accounts that are now up for grabs. Scan that QR code. Go find out what's going on with this. It's one account. It's one mission. It's one for all. Join it now. Scan it. Let them know you're coming from Trader TV. And we want to thank Trade the Pool, you know, for, again, some of their guests and for sponsoring this segment of the show. So thank you to TTP, Trade the Pool, for coming through for us now. But yeah, no, what I wasn't saying like, oh my God, Nvidia's down 10 cents from where we punched out. It's just like, maybe now the move is finally happening, and maybe it's not, right? I mean, if anything right now, I talked about the market coming back into VWAP. I mean, we got outs. We could see that it wasn't really going anywhere. It's more the last little reload there, like I said, that blew out there and we lost what we lost. So we're just going to, again, certain numbers to lose don't really affect my mentality or anything like that. I just want to make good trades. And at one point, you know, that 700 shares turns into 1,500, turns into 2,000, and you just get better and better. And that's what I'm trying to do around here, as a lot of us have many different shutdowns on the floor, and you guys know that a lot of us trade with different different share sizes, right? And so often I could have 100, 200x, maybe even more than that, the share sizes that others have, and others will have more than me on different strategies as well. So it is what it is, and that just sucks because of that trade. I would have liked for it to work out. That goes down into that level right there, 35s. I'm gonna put a bid. I was at 25s. Let's go put something at 40 right now and still wait for our 25 fill, but let's take some shares off of that 75-25 area. We'll put some back in, but we'll lower the amount. Oracle is now up 14%, by the way. We already talked about it breaking 200. Both you and I have lost on the short today, and I don't think I was being stubborn. I'm not sure what your opinion on what you were doing is.
I was definitely stubborn.
Okay, you were, okay. For me, it was just, we broke 143, we got out. We broke 144, we got out, but we were able to take some profits in between there. But Oracle continuing to fly a little bit higher there, and I don't... We say fly higher, we go over to Boeing, but again, something stupid. Boeing right there, 206. Now starting to pull back a little bit. Maybe we had seen the top there on Boeing. We want to get longer than NASDAQ, but we missed that dip buy, so we'll hold on to what we have. And we always say that we'll check out JP Morgan to see what that's doing, because I'm interested in this at 270. I have an order to get more out around 270. So we got some out at 268. I'm looking for 270 to get out there as well. Yes, do I ever get tired of talking? What's up, Tony? Yes. I'm tired every day of talking, man, but, you know, someone's got to host the show. Obi and I are here. Other than that, man, we just talk to ourselves back and forth. So, yeah, thumbs up. Thank you so much to everybody there. And, yeah, I mean, I'd shut up, but then you just got to hear Obi for a while, and then we got to go back and forth. So it cuts both ways, man. Yeah, so, all right, now $6 in the money, $6. 6 cents in the money right now with TQQ as we start to go back to the upside. See, I talked too much, I don't even know what I'm saying. We'll wait for a dip buy here. I'm waiting for this 50-period moving average. Missed us last time. Hearing something about Huawei's chip output, but we can't trade Huawei here. See, there goes Nvidia. See, so we can't be too sad about being out of that short. So, all right, Obi.
Yes.
I've talked much.
Yes, no, for sure. And yeah, no, I keep kind of trying this short on Oracle, and yeah, I'm more than willing to admit that I was way too stubborn on it. Again, I was going into it a little light, but I was definitely not tight with it as we kind of push even higher. 201s, Sean, absolutely wild here as we continue to push up on this Oracle here. Yeah, earnings day one. Very, very well received here with the market here. So let's see where Oracle will stop. No stopping as of right now. Every dip kind of gets bought in. Let's see what Adara has to say.
Oh, sorry, that's completely my bad. It's actually it's not Money Talks. It is the crypto one. So my apologies. Crypto update here. Typo, verbal typo on my part. Bitcoin actually looked really poised as of yesterday around this time to do a flat top break around. Passed into that 112,000 area. Very much not the case as of today. We sold off yesterday, broke the previous day's low. Now today we're poised for another, red session. Right now trading around 107.5. Coinbase at the State of Crypto Summit. That's, I guess, where they're supposed to make this announcement. I haven't seen any news on that announcement yet. Just be aware that's happening. And also worth noting here from a news standpoint, Politico reporting once again that Trump and Elon Musk are set to have a call tomorrow. So we'll have to see if they resolve any of that feud any further. And here is our crypto look. So Bitcoin down today, Ethereum down back below 2,800, XRP down 3.5%, BNB down about 1%, Solana 4.5% to the downside, Doge 6.5%, Cardano and Tron both down about 5%. So lots of weakness here, no matter where you're looking in the crypto space. Back to you.
This crypto move's definitely worth watching. We were looking for a move on Coinbase. We did get a little bit of a pop, but nothing too crazy there. We kind of just stepped up on top of this kind of first 30-minute consolidation, and we're holding a little bit higher here on top of 245 halves. So not really seeing anything too crazy there. Oracle is still holding up very strong bid, holding trend very well. Nothing really broken just yet. Through that 200, 201s, 201.08s is the current high also. Brand new all-time highs as well. Again, both the ES and the NASDAQ pretty strong as well. So that tailwind is something definitely not worth fighting against here. Let's see what else is moving around. We were looking at Boeing a little bit earlier here. Boeing is, I guess, there goes Oracle, fresh highs. I was definitely very, very, very wrong on that, and that's okay. Next trade, still alive for now. But Boeing, let's take a quick look at that one. Oh boy, so yeah, we are getting some continuation here, Sean, of that selling coming in. Current day high, 206.32s, trading at 202.30s, coming back into VWAP, which is sitting just shy of 202s right there. So yeah, one to watch out for Boeing. Let's see if this buying, again, we were talking about that strong volume in the pre-market, expanding relative volume as well as we try to curl back up. Let's see if some of these pullbacks hold prior structure as well to give us a little bit of confluence, maybe some direction as well. But yeah, selling off of the news this morning and consolidating sideways. Again, within the opening range here is Boeing, but some of those pre-market, the base in the pre-market, kind of interesting to me on that name. Coreweave, again, CRWV. Funny enough, borrowed shares for this one here, and didn't really get involved off of the open there, as it again pushes back through 154, pulling back in through that 150 as well. So nice, beautiful little push to the downside there after yesterday, a kind of a lick grab of those prior highs, 166s, and you can see that's aggressive selling, kind of closing near the bottom quartile on the day. And sure, we open up a little bit higher, but that's selling kind of coming in right off of the open as well. Another name that I was looking at was Circle. Let's see what that one's up to. Oh boy, Sean, I'm definitely shorting the wrong names here.
I know. Tell me about it.
Both Circle and Coreweave, the only two stocks that I borrowed shares for, both working beautifully well here off of the open. So missed trades on my part, but Oracle long was probably the biggest mistrade, and I might have been a little bit of a tilty boy trying to short it on the way up, all the way up from 190s to 200. So definitely not a good look there on my part. But I'm asking Sean, where is the next trade? I am watching Oracle to see when that bid kind of starts to dissipate and exhaust. I'll be watching that. Coreweave, again, didn't really participate in it, so not really going to do that one. But let me know in the chat, what are you guys looking at? I see some people chiming in about GME.
Yeah, I forgot about GME.
What's that been doing? Okay,
it's at 23. I actually like this level, though.
Not too bad.
Yeah, I actually like this level here on GameStop. I mean, this is a level that we had talked about again. After now raising $1.7 billion. Was that what it was? I think it was, right? In a share offering? Let me just double check the note here that we put out from Trader TV Live. That seems like, was that right? Where is it there? I guess that's right. That was 1.75 billion convertible senior notes offering. So yeah, man, a lot of money, man. 1.75 billion. So it does take the stock down, obviously that 20% on that news. But we had talked about this $23 level and thinking that this could have been a level that you would want to look at there. And I said I would go long here. It came in right away. That was a great. This is the frustrating part about trading, everybody. It's like you guys see it in your accounts all the time. Just like Obi just said, like sometimes looking at different names can hurt you, and sometimes they help you. Yeah, we had GME there. We had it. We talked about buying some 23s. Thing is, like if you buy it the first time, it goes up $1, and that was been like, you know, then we'd be hitting the dollar club and all this and all that. But right now, you just come back into 23 again, and I don't know if it has the juice to get back to the upside, but I'm going to give it a good old, as Reef would say, college try here, because I'm going to give it a go. Punch it a little bit here at 05. Well, of course, we run into some levels there. So 05 and change, it rounds me up. I'm going to give it a go, see if we can get something down there. The stop on this, so we're long now at 05. The stop on this one, man, let's just go 22. What's the low on the day? 82? I don't know if we want to go that. Is that where that is? Yeah, 22. Okay, so we have to do that. It's fine. A little bit more than I was hoping for. 22.80 break on that one, and we'll wait. I'm going to buy some more, like if we can break below. I want to, let me double the position or so if we break below 23s. We could get like a flush on a break of 23 again, which may give us some of these prices, like this 90 price. I'm bidding 95 for double the shares. So if I have 100 right now, this order is going to be for 200. Then we'll have 300 shares of GameStop, and then we ask, what kind of hands do we have, and if they're made of diamonds or not? Because our stop on this one is going to be 22.79. So yeah, long the TQs right here, and attempt to go long. Well, we are long, and attempt to get more shares on GameStop. But the only problem with GameStop, we're going to talk about eSignal in a minute. The only problem with GameStop now is where's the catalyst? At least early, we had to move down, and then the buyers came in. Oh no, I'm going to sneeze. But for rate, okay, there go the TQs at least right now to the upside. We could maybe take some out on this. Oh my gosh, I am going to sneeze very, very soon here. But I think we can make it through. All right, I'm going to take something out. There you go. Take a 63 fill right there. But if you do scan that QR code right now, you do get that. Okay, here we go. Come on, TQQs. We do get that. You could stay there, Andre. Don't worry about it. I'm still going. Just getting out some more shares. All right, so TQ's making a move now through the high of the day. Scan that QR code, get 1 month free. These guys are the best, man. It's where I use all of my charting. I mean, we show charting on the show, but my other screen is loaded with eSignal. We have the scanners. I'm going to show you those right now. Oracle's popping off on the scanner, so is Tesla, so is Warner Brothers. Rigetti popping off right now as well on the scanners. Just a wide array of tools. That is 100% right. The back testing, everything involved with eSignal. They have everything. It is a little bit more expensive once you get going, but have software that you trust, that you can take with you, connects to over 50 plus brokers, trade off the charts, and don't worry about it. I like eSignal. I've been using it for 20 plus years. I want to thank eSignal for sponsoring the show, of course. Yeah, there goes the TQs, man. We're finally starting to put some damage on the board. We do have a better position now than we had before. We did just get, just before we went over to the ad, and I was talking about GameStop. We got some more at 75.50. We talked about that. This level looks to be okay, but see, when you pop up there into 78s and so on and so forth, we got to take something out. So we do take advantage of that move up, but yeah. We'll wait. What's going to happen now? We can't just get out of everything immediately when we're into it. So let's see if this one wants to work. And if we're going to talk about the NASDAQ and the TQs and where there's some higher levels, this is why I'm long. This is 75.60. It broke through the 200 period moving average. Now we look to see where the next possible area of potential resistance would be. That's 76 even, and again, it's a triple levered product, so it's not going to necessarily follow exactly the NASDAQ key levels or anything like that. It could blast through those just because of the excitement. $76 though for me. We topped out into there. Anything up here would be great. If I can get a 76.60 on this, then we'd be really happy. So let's wait to that. GameStop goes an amazing 10 cents for us in the money. We're going to wait to see. First out though, let's not be stubborn with it. Let's get out at 20. That's where the 50 period moving average is, and where we last popped through. So we'll wait to see if we can get that level. 23.20 for GameStop or bust. You know the downside play. We need to take at least 1-to-1 on this trade.
Yeah, this thing is squeezing. So I tried another Oracle. So we're at 202s now. So I tried a quick little short there as we kind of started to look a little weak above the 201s. But again, buying, kind of stepping right back in just above that 200 level for another push. I'm like, all right, well, you know what? I gotta probably just look away. Wait for the next opportunity. The SPY is extremely strong as well. You can see both the ES and the NASDAQ, but take a look at the spider here as it continues to climb up. Look at that beautiful. This is looking very much like Oracle here, Sean. So I'm like, oh boy, if the spider, again, I used to write this down all the time. Haven't really been doing this as of recent, but something to remind myself that you know, SPY is my compass. Sometimes giving me a little bit of that direction, and if we get a little bit of tailwind, making the trade a little bit better. So definitely the long is very much on here across the board. Again, if you look at the TQs, they're running. Nvidia is running just as strong. Oracle's running just as strong as well. So the tech sector definitely catching a little bit of a ride here along with this market tailwind. Let's see what the sectors are doing.
Yeah.
Here is the actually pretty gray sector board here. Finance, retail trade, consumer durables, consumer services, transportation, energy, minerals, consumer non-durables, all relatively flat. Utilities, though, lots of strength, lots of green here. In health technology, the sector has been pretty strong this week. Let's talk about tech. Broadcom and Nvidia trying to lift this electronic technology sector here, though, of course, lots of weakness in Boeing. due to the tragic crash there with Air India. Then we have the technology services sector, Microsoft and Oracle agree. And of course, Oracle with its earnings report, really good move there to the upside. And we've got Google and Palantir a little bit more red. So none of these sectors are necessarily super strong directionally. Everything's a little bit mixed. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we've been seeing here in the market. I mean, I've chosen to go long on the TQs, and boy, oh boy, is that working out. And oh boy, Obi, to take one of your words from you, Marvell, a recent purchase of myself, right now up 1.4%, and just ticking higher right here. We'll wait for that 70 break. We'll wait for that to happen. We did get it sort of yesterday, right off the open. There, we only went to $70.20 there on Marvell. I'm long 64.90 in the PA, and we'll wait to see if that can get going there. About not that much in the money now, 7-8%. We'll see if we can get going a little bit more. But hey, man, we saw the momentum and switched it over into the Qs and bought them. So we just, we tried to buy the NASDAQ there, and we did it. We did it 3 times. We were able to get something out there at 80s now this time, as we're making a little bit back here on the day from what we had lost. And oh boy, man, sometimes getting out of your positions is the right call, but not flipping long was the wrong call. Look at Nvidia go, man. Like, this is the thing. Put it aside. I don't need to be focused so solid on a name that we called wrong. And, again, fail. Like we can't go over the sticky note, ring the register, dollar club, spin the money all the time when it works, and then not acknowledge that when we had a 143 to 144 short listed here on the sticky note and it blows up like that, it's a trade that I take, and I'll mark it down, obviously as an L right there. We've talked about it numerous times. The last thing I want to be is known as somebody that celebrates their wins and doesn't talk about their losers. I feel like for myself, I always have no problem telling you guys if I'm red or green on the day, red or green on symbols, and how much, and don't even sugarcoat it. I don't say, well, it's still in the pocket or this or that. Like, we lost on Nvidia, and we lost a decent amount there, and that's the trade, for me. So, that there's an L right there. We'll work on it. We're getting better on these TQs right now. We're going to see if GameStop wants to go, but this is the life of a trader. Sometimes you're going to put those up, and all we can do is talk about them and, look for that next trade. Quickly, Adara does have news. Want to check in on Voyager, still not doing anything. I'm still pretty interested in this one, but I have leveled down. If it breaks 62, something to watch. I'm going to put an alert around 61.50 so we can see when it gets there and see if we do like it. So, all right, Adara, what you got?
With the stock-specific news, move on to the general market news here. T-Mobile, apparently we're seeing here on X, people are saying that there was a data breach, apparently 64 million customer records. Bit of a move down for TMUS on this. Let's get to the market news, though. Right now we have yet another day of testimony here from Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary. He just said that he believes that we, meaning the U.S., will see these trade deals coming through very quickly. So Scott Bessent thinks there's going to be some acceleration with trade deal announcements. We'll have to wait and see, but market really nicely accelerating to the upside today. Back to you.
Very much. Definitely acceleration to the upside we're seeing. So Oracle kind of catching a little bit of a sell here, breaking a little bit of a trend, it would seem, and pulling back in. So let's see if that one can continue. I'm looking at that 200 mark here as we pull right back in. And like I said before, I definitely want to be a lot heavier on the backside than on the front side here. But yeah, very, very strong on the day. Let's see if we can catch a little bit of some action to the downside. 200 incoming as of right now. So we did get a push all the way up to 201.98. Last time we pulled back into 200, we kind of bounced off of 230s. We're kind of chopping and churning in and around there as of right now. Let's see if we can make a distinct push back down through 200. VWAP sitting all the way down at 196 halves. So again, beautiful strength and beautiful long off of the open, and we get that beautiful continuation market tailwind on our side very much as well. So let's see what this one comes into. Again, aggressive bid. It's about an hour into the open. Let's see if we hold that bid. Maybe, you never know. Buyers are still kind of in charge very much, not only just on Oracle, but in the market as well. So a little bit of a market pullback will definitely give us that tailwind again to the other side as well. So maybe that's what I'm looking for as of right now. But a little bit of a pullback here. Let's see if it actually breaks trend and we catch a bit of a reversion here. But looking at both the ES and the NASDAQ, extremely strong, have not broken their trends. Very, very very, very strong and long. So shout out to anybody who had those longs on this here market off of the
This
open
here
now.
market, that's great.
But it's not reflective of some of the other places where the long is not really happening. If you look at Apple, again, Apple's one of the top constituents. It's not doing what anywhere near what these futures are doing. Right, so it's like that's something to keep in mind here. Here's that 200 coming in here on Oracle. Let's see if we can kind of get below and sustain as well. Nvidia could not crack that 145. Current day high sitting at 144.80s on Nvidia as well. So just waiting on that one. Tesla consolidating on top of VWAP. That's interesting. Amazon just chopping sideways, nothing crazy. Alphabet as well, chopping sideways, nothing too crazy. Wow, this 200 hold on Oracle, man. Oh boy.
So we just had oh man, we missed our fill by 0 cents. Well, first of all, Rigetti, okay, hold on, let's talk about GameStop just real quick. So I was bidding 95s, all right? It went down to 95s. I was sitting on stupid gateway, I was sitting on NASDAQ, I should not have been. There was a, well, you can't see it now, we'll have to wait for it to come back, but there was some size at 95 for some random reason. So I don't know why it was there. I mean, I mentioned that I was at 95. I didn't even look to see if there was any, size on there when we were there. So now I'm at 96, and I did buy a little bit of 23 flats when we went back through there, right there. So I actually got 23 flats. So, it looks like I got 99 and change, but whatever, it's 23 bid. So right there, we'll see what winds up happening now as GameStop does flush and then go back upside. But look what's happening now. It's almost a better trade to wait for it to break this area because you need this 50 period to crack lower, right? I use this to look at trends and whatnot. And right now you can clearly see once we broke it right there, the 50 period moving average, we did have a downside play since then. So nice move down. We did have, I took another out here at 78. I do have an out waiting at 85 at the high of the day. The high of the day right now is 83. Let's see if the NASDAQ can just have one more push up. Give me that 85, and then we'll be out of about half of our position on the TQs. Look, it's a good winner, man. It's about, right now, it's 24, 25 cents in the money. But, we started this back at 10:30. So right about here on the NASDAQ, 21.9 and change. And now you're at 9.50. So about 30 to 40 handles now in on this trade. But again, we're using the TQQs as our driver right there. So that's what we're doing right now. As you said that you use the SPY as your, what's the? Compass. I mean, the NASDAQ, I only really look at that, and sometimes to the dismay of other opportunities. The NASDAQ, definitely the tail that wags the dog, right? I mean, a lot of the names that I look at for sure is something. So, okay, yeah, I mean, people saying Nvidia go boom. Yeah, Nvidia go major boom. Nvidia go boom in my P&L too. But right now, what is 195 or 195? There's 145. Did you guys see that side? It's hard to see it, but there is, it's moving around just, okay, here, it's gonna come up. Maybe it comes up to level 2, but there is some size there. Anyways, you can see there's a 500,000 there. Just moving so fast that the levels are changing. But anyways, there's about 500,000 at least of lit shares. So there's a bill signing ceremony coming up right now with Donald Trump. So I'm sure that will be probably happening more during the midday show. But it's bill signing. I don't know what bills he's signing. I mean, we don't know either. So Adara waiting for that. So that could be very industry specific, right? We saw him sign the aerospace and the nuclear and all of that. So, maybe something there coming. I'm hearing in my ear that they've implemented maximum pressure now on Iran. I don't know exactly what that means. There's Nvidia. We're not going to go anywhere right now. I just want to show people what this looks like. So a ton. That is more size than I even think, actually, on Nvidia. I think there's more there than what I'm seeing. So I'm going to have to fix this sizing so we can get a little bit more here to show. But what exactly was that? There might have been multiple millions. And there goes Nvidia pushing down off of that level hard. I feel like there was a lot of size there. Wow. Okay. Wow, Obi. This is why nobody else is showing you that. Like, that's for sure. No one else showing you a level 2 with all of these gateways on there. I think Nvidia just saw the high of the day's at 145. I think traders just saw I thought I saw 5 million shares, honestly, on the lit side of that. Not sure how many was there, but how cool was that? If you're, hit the like button for that, man. I mean, I'm sitting here in GameStop, I'm sitting here in the TQs and going over and finding stuff like that. There it is, man. Yeah, so big time rejection there at 145. Let's go over to Adara for money talks, and then we'll react to this level when we come back. GameStop, by the way, you want to talk about something that's interesting, being pushed down right now is because we're SSR. GameStop cannot go up with all of this pressure here. We may get stopped out. 2280 is our break level. Look at the pressure on this. You can't go. It can't go. It has to break through there. Right here it goes. Go, go, go. Watch a 91 break now and go shoot right back up to 23. As soon as this breaks, you're gone. Look at, okay, I think it broke back up to 23. I would think is incoming, but we got to get through 90 first where we saw that level. See? Now they're hiding their shares. So I don't know. This stock looks like it wants to go down. There could be a big move here. Apparently the report on Iran is troubling from what I'm hearing in my ear. What's up, Adara?
The maximum pressure thing on Iran, I just want to clarify, that didn't come from anyone in the administration other than the U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent. There is another thing here with Iran, though. Apparently, U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff is going to travel to Muscat, Oman here on Sunday for a 6th round of talks with Iran. So that's the deal here with Iran. I also want to mention as well, this event with Trump at 11 a.m., it's not an executive order signing. He has one of those at 3:30 p.m. today. This is a bill signing. So it's a different type of event. Just be aware. Executive orders later today. Today, it will be a bill signing ceremony. So we'll have to wait and see what that entails. U.S. dollar, though, breaking recent support here. We're now at that 97.8 area. This is the level that we bottomed out at back in April. Let's see what happens here. We'll pull back to the monthly chart. We haven't been below these levels for quite some time. So definitely when you see this lower high that we've made compared to the high in September 2022, DXY looks a little bit weak here, to be clear. Let's take a look as well here at the CME FedWatch tool. We know that we're seeing now more chance of a rate cut in September and October rather than September and December. So that's a positive, of course, after this better than expected PPI print this morning. Right now, though, still large amount of participants expecting that we won't have any rate change coming through next Wednesday. 96.9% of participants expecting us to hold. Now, it's also worth noting here, July, we're still seeing heavily expecting no change either. 76.9% saying that we'll hold rates. When you get to September, we now have an increase in people expecting that 25 basis point cut. So September is highly likely to be the first rate cut. Now, 60.9%. Back to the guys.
Thanks, Dara, for all that rate talk. Yeah, so GameStop's still underneath 22.90. I'm not going to buy anymore. It's either going to work or it's not. My stop is 10 cents from here, which is fine, man. A 20-cent hit on this name is great, but not great, but reasonable. And then right into there, like really, if you're going to play this, we've seen this 50-period moving average continue to go to the downside. So if you're in, great, fine. But Chime is now indicating, so that's good. I just took out another, I'm going to show it to you in a second. It's indicating 41.50. So that's not that bad, is it? I think it was just 30. Yeah. Well, hopefully I'm going to be here. I still want to get to the gym there before it opens up. The last couple IPOs have opened up around 12:30, 1 o'clock. So we're hoping that that's something similar. I'm a little bit nervous about all this Iran stuff. I don't want to get like offside with it though. I don't want to like panic and completely get out of this short. But I'm starting to get out of a little bit more. You know, some talk like that is never really a good thing. CHYM. This is on the NASDAQ today. So there it is. Oh, now it's $42. So like I said, remember, once they're getting ready to go, you'll start to see some quotes in there. There's the TAP, the theoretical auction price. So right now, that's 100% accurate. Whatever this lands on, dealer's choice, that's where it will open. So as soon as the NASDAQ feels like they have enough liquidity to open the stock, and there it is right there, there's only, actually it's not opening with that much interest. We saw Circle was 5 million, I think, and even yesterday's Voyager combined was, I think, around 3 million. And right there, right now, we're only getting 1 million is already paired off, and there's only 68,000 left. Maybe we get this one earlier than we thought. I'm trying to buy it. Yeah, I'll buy it with a few hundred shares and see what winds up happening. If we get a couple bucks on it, we get a couple bucks on it. So that would be good. Checking back on Nvidia, that would be so cool to see that again at 145. So if we do get that, we'll come up with it. But for right now, we got to do one important thing, and that is what's for lunch.
question.
All right.
Been waiting.
On Thursday, June the 12th, are you a fan of beef?
Yes.
Okay. Well, today, although not, I mean, traditionally beef dish can get mixed and made with different meat for sure. But this is what it is. It is today beef chili. Okay, we had chili last week in lieu of something, so I'm not sure if that's what it is, but it's beef chili with crispy potato wedges. On top of this, we got diced tomatoes, sour cream, green onions, and shredded cheese. There with, again, a chef's choice salad. The salad has become really popular around here. Now, it used to just be Neil, myself, and now it is literally, there's 10 or so people that are salad. So we'll see what's on top of the salad. I don't mind putting a little chili on top of the salad.
Yeah,
You know, that's not horrible. We get a little taco salad action. But that is what's for lunch today here at Trader TV Live. So yeah, man. I think yesterday I tweeted out what was for lunch. Let me just have a quick gander at that right now. By the way, GameStop, we're starting to move, baby. Hold on a second here. Go over to my profile first. There it is. This was yesterday. So there was a little bit of noodle there, glass noodle there with some, this is what they call chef's choice salad. I don't know. And then we had some barbecue chicken there yesterday. I don't know if I like cold barbecue chicken like that, but it was okay. But that was what was for lunch yesterday. So we'll see about that today. So again, in being distracted again, there goes GameStop all the way to 10s, 13s, and we don't do anything about it. Like, ridiculous. I need to be over here and watching my actual trades. So there goes TQs and there goes GameStop. A little bit better than we were a couple minutes ago, that's for sure, on the name. And by the way, Chime is now 45.
Ooh, so we do have some data on it. Did it get unblocked for us, or?
Yeah, man, I was just showing this stuff on the screen, my guy.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it got unblocked, and now there's data there.
We got to get some of those shares. Waiting for that to potentially come in. We know that IPOs tend to happen in and around the midday, and yeah, that's going to be interesting today. A fintech.
Yes, exactly. Fintech IPO.
We looked through their S1 as well. They were talking about how they already have a consumer base.
Yep. Established company.
The established company, they make money. So let's see if they have strong sentiment coming into the IPO as well. I don't know if it's going to be as crazy as something like a Circle, because again, we talked about why Circle might have been as crazy as it was. We had crypto kind of near all-time highs.
Right.
We had strong sentiment, market strong as well. So yeah, a lot of good reasoning for the why Circle might have done what it did, but are we seeing the same kind of factors coming in for Chime or yesterday on Voyager? Probably not the same level of hype, but definitely something to watch out for. Again, we talk about those underwriters being pretty strong as well.
I just want to say I got to shout out somebody here at Geo. Or G, I've never seen the spelling of this name before. GHIO. Webull. I'm asking this because I'm more interested in this than anything else. Webull shows anticipated opening time at 11:20. I've never seen anything that's given an approximate time. So I'm just wondering, have you looked, was it accurate for Coreweave or Circle or Voyager, Geo there, because, and I just want to know if that's true. Again, like, I'm trying to go to the gym and I'm going to do that right now. I'm almost going to go regardless of that anyways, but I just want to know if that's something that you've noticed before in the past on that, or if anybody else has a Webull account that can tell me if that stuff has been true in the past. So anyways, no one's answering me right now, but if you guys do see that, let me know. And again, it's not for the whole going to the gym thing or anything like that. It's just for interest, because I'd like to get ramped up here. See, now it's 45.50. It just keeps on ticking higher, 45.60, higher and higher and higher here as we go on CHYM. Again, the new fintech IPO that I'm pretty interested in here. but I do want to be disciplined and I do want to get, okay, now we're getting ready. I mean, maybe Chime does go out right now because we're getting pretty light on what's getting ready to go here on this IPO. So I'm going to put in, I'm going to stay for, and maybe today we don't, maybe we'll go a little bit later. 46 right now, 48 maybe as the high as we continue to go a little bit higher here on Chime. There's 46 now. Yeah, the question is it's an estimated time there on Webull. So thank you guys for answering it. We don't have time. This time on here is market update time. So we don't have anything else. I mean, I could look to see what else is customizable here if I go to columns right now, but I'm not seeing continuous price, auction price, fair market value, near indicated closing price. Yeah, so I don't see anything like anticipated time. So that was my question, but okay, man, here we go. Let's go GameStop. Let's see what can wind up happening here, man. My day getting better as we speak. Oh boy, Obi, bye-bye TQQs. How come when it's 11:02? Oh yeah, Joe wants to be funny guy all the time. These guys owe us minutes. Check your watch now, Joe. You're gonna be owing us some minutes right now. Here goes the TQQ. This is why you don't mess around, man. No. Because Joe don't know that I can go on for the whole day. Yeah. And then Joe's going to owe me 8 hours. So, but here we go. It's a nice upside move. We playing around, man. Everyone's tired of me. We're going to get to the midday show in just a couple minutes. But there goes the QQQs as money go boom right now in the account. So far, so good on that one. And then GameStop, let's go on GameStop. Maybe we get a nice little upside move here as we just got a good fill, man. We just got 12s there on GME. So we get 5s, 12s, and now we go upside. Next off for me, VWAP. Or maybe 23.30. Let's see if we can get that on GameStop. I'm actually at 17s for now. I don't know why I'm there, but we'll stay there. And then we'll go to 30s. Let's go GameStop, see if you get some action underneath you. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, thank you.
We love having Obi on the show. I hope those likes are huge. There goes GameStop. Let's go make some money today, guys. It's the big show with the midday. It's Joe. It's Sharif. It's Adara. Me and this guy back at 2 p.m. We'll chat then.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. Welcome to this awesome Thursday, baby, because we got yet another IPO ready to go, baby, and we all saw what the big boys did last time on that one. They took that market on open order, so we're going to be looking to do the same thing. Shout out to the big boys. All right, who's in the chat? We got All Class Adam Dang Deluge. Shout out to my man Adam from across the pond. Pitchbull, Gorev, James Dell. We got D-Loaf, Cristobal. Unleash the Midday Show, he says. We got Benton C. Come on, you gunners. We got Aman, the Tranquil channel. My man, you are on the wrong channel if you're looking for Tranquil. Certainly not. We got Ahmed. We got Blue Arrow, Hard R, Nick. We got Ashraf. We got Shane D, Dinkelberg, Blue Arrow. Why not? Common Sense and Andrew Chow. Shout out to Mr. Thumbs Up. My thumbs are deformed, by the way. Have you ever noticed that?
Are you legit trying to throw it? Is that you throwing it straight there? Oh, you're lying.
No, seriously.
Wow.
We got PAX, Joseph, as well as exclusive events. Dexter did it. Desi Junction, exclusive events. We got Big Finesse and Kevin Vasquez. Shout out to Chris Pond and Jose Perez. Repo, Dennis, and May Reyes. Shout out to Dorothy. All right, Dorothy. Cucumber Road. We got Ron John, Gray Worm, and Po Wa Chan. Big Worm. I mean, Big Perm. Who remembers that from Friday, baby? We got Low Fly Soul. That was a good one, Katina, man. I like that. Brad Adams, John Knox, and one more, baby. We got Omar BDL. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, brother. Yeah, Grey Worm. I think that might be a Game of Thrones reference there. Curious to know that one there, guys. But happy Thursday. I hope everyone's having a fantastic session so far this morning. Some really, really strong names, guys. And that was being led with Oracle, I think, this morning. Definitely one of the hotter plays, and that's what we were trading. Unfortunately, obviously didn't capitalize on it. hindsight 2020, I didn't capitalize as much as I possibly could, but sometimes you can't complain. You guys know how my session went yesterday, so it was just come in, focus, stick to the strong names, and if I was going to be wrong today, then that's fine. Oracle had a fantastic report. We liked that, and I was just looking for the continuation in strength. It's funny, it's what you were telling me on Danielle Shea. So when I see something exceed its expected move, Sharif, I do like to try to find that continuation within the strength. And then you mentioned that Danielle Shea said the exact same thing. She's like, look for that move to continue higher. If it does exceed that implied move. And then sure enough, that was displayed perfectly here in Oracle this morning, guys. So a really good look. As soon as we cracked 195, I'm like, oh, okay, it's time for me to look at the chain and see what we got going on with Oracle, because I was like, 200 might be that next level, but never mind Oracle right now. We're in some Tesla, guys, and I'm starting small, right? I'm just gonna start relatively small here because of the session that I had with Oracle. But I was talking with Sharif, I'm like, man, this looks like it's gonna bull flag. So here we go. We're sitting in this Tesla, guys. Started small. Once the thesis started to work out, I had the ability to widen my risk just due to the share size. And I'm like, all right, there's going to be a liquidity grab. I'm going to play this bull flag here and see if we can break that high of the day. I was worried about it at the first because you've seen how the NASDAQ was trading. And Tesla was lagging, but now it's starting to pick up. We're seeing the volume start to come in on the lower time frames. That's a positive sign. Let's go. Tesla and Oracle.
All right, man, here is what we're looking at. I'm already involved in RCAT, so we're going to keep an eye out on that one. We're involved at 29s. It's showing me 28s. I've got a planned dollar cost average at the volume weighted average price because I'm kind of getting it in the middle of the range. I perceive RCAT to be doing a bull flag or forming a bull flag. I like the look of this one's jib. It's got higher lows. It's been respecting the volume weighted average price. Alas, it is finding a top at that 40 penny area. I don't want to say it's a flat top break candidate. I need to see a bit more, but RCAT we're involved in right now. SGMT just put a big boy topping tail into 753 and down it goes again. Still above the 10 EMA, still above VWAP, setting up with an upward channel. I perceive this one to be one of those ones we've talked about in the past. It makes an intraday high, it drops back down a substantial amount, but it continues onward. Case in point, this over here, day high into 745, drops all the way down to 705. Another case in point, here it is, 767 high, drops all the way down to 708. We just put in a new high a day, 773. We're already topping tailish. Inverse hammer candle down into 751. SGMT is a good one, but be on the lookout for where you are in the price action, because basically what I'm just telling you is new all-time highs, or not all-time highs, intraday highs typically leads to a bit of a retracement on SGMT. I'm also keeping an eye on USAR, another one with a higher low, higher high pattern. It's holding now above the 10, but we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lower high candle setup. But that's the bad side of the equation. The good side is we're still holding above the 10 EMA. I like this at around 1370 to 1360 for maybe a deeper retracement closer to the volume weighted average price. That's my thinking currently on USAR. PLRZ, I was interested in this one, but it is losing the volume weighted average price. I'd like to see what it does at that $1.05 to $1.10 area. Look at all these topping tails here from 730 on to 8. Those aren't institutional prints at 8. That's a 730 top. That's a legitimate print. And then we got that again at 1005 and 1020. So to me, this is an absolute buy between 105 to 110, so much so that we're going to go ahead and look at it on a trading screen over here, PLRZ on the NQ. Yes, it is. So we're going to do it freaking live. We're going to go live. We're going to do it right now. We're going to punch. We're punching right here. I'm going to look to defend into 105, okay? That's my move. I'm going to put another DCA for lesser amount at 106, and then we're going to give this one to $1. If it loses $1, it's all over, okay? So let's go ahead and throw that in there right now. So that'll be, yep, okay, so that'll be that many. Good, good, good. Let's see what we get there. Now, in case this one does pop up, we want to take some prints, Joseph, right? Well, you know what I mean? We can't just be holding this one to oblivion. So we're going to set up. at 16s over here. So we'll see what we get and we won't get upset. So that's my look right now on USAR and RCAT. Keep going over here. Sorry, Joseph. LIMN. This is very strong. It's a multiple halter. Let's flip to the 1 so we can get a better look at how many times this one's halted. Nah, it's only a couple of times over here. Couple of times? Nah, it's only once. This one was no price action. So the volume started coming in on LIMN very much near the beginning of the show. I'm seeing the biggest volume candle manifest at 1047. So this is a newer trade. It really wasn't doing anything in the pre-market, but it looks like it's given up the ghost. 2175 high. Now it's down into 1875, 18 2/3. Let's see if it holds up VWAP. I don't want to be punching in on a spready, a more expensive name when it's been putting in 4 lower highs like that, all topping tailish. That does not interest me. So that's what I'm involved in right now. We're involved in RCAT and we're involved in PLRZ. Let's see what comes of this.
Thank you. Yeah, guys, obviously I don't mind you calling me Joey Jabs. It doesn't bother me, but I don't see the highlights. So if you message me something, then it doesn't highlight it in the chat and I can't see it. It obviously doesn't bother me. Oh, sorry, but we're going to go to Adara.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I'm not plugged in.
Keep an eye here on the market. Just letting you guys know, Donald Trump's bill signing ceremony has not yet begun. Every stream I'm seeing is just waiting. I have a couple different streams open. Scott Bessent's still testifying here for another committee that is the U.S. Treasury Secretary. So we're going to have to wait and see here with NASDAQ. Nice continued push to the upside. Let's see what this bill signing ceremony has to bring for the markets. I'll let you guys know once that's live. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Adair. All right, let's talk about Nvidia. A lot of people want to go over this here, and look where we're struggling at, right? We've been going over this all week. We've gone over it multiple times before. Why aren't we cracking? Why can't we break this 145 level? I'm not saying that it is impossible. Just look at the amount of supply through 145, 146, and then you head all the way up through 150. That's a lot of supply that needs to be absorbed, all right? So I'm not saying that it can happen, but it's struggling. The market is strong today. The liquidity is there. Now we just need the demand to just really absorb all of this supply, this amount of supply. It's going to be tough, right? It's quite a bit, but it's looking pretty good. Just let the underlying breathe. I'm not saying it won't crack it today, but we need to pull back. We need to see some healthy price action, and that's what I refer to. We want to see the nice, clean, healthy ebbs and flows of the market. We want to go up, down, and construct new highs on that way. So be patient if you are long NVDA. I wasn't looking at it today. I had 2 names on my list, and I was just going to stick with them. We'll pull them up here real quick and just go over what my trade plans were this morning. You guys all know how my day went yesterday. So there we go. That's the month of June right here. You can see green, 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 2 red days in the month so far. That's not too bad. We can't complain. And all right, so these were literally it's not complex. It's not rocket science, as Ricky would say, rocket appliances. It is not difficult, right? I just put the most simplistic stuff. The amount of shares, why am I trading this, earnings, etc., level of catalyst. So yeah, exactly. This is what we want to do. So that was the game plan here on Oracle, and that's one of the trades that I put on. But let's go Tesla as it continues to climb. This is going to be where I'm going to start to take some profit out right at that $13 level. We need to break that. That's going to be right at 229, just below 230 here on TSLA. Let's pull up Tesla's options chain to see what we got going on. Has that level at 230 started to increase? Slightly. Yesterday, I believe we were sitting around 15,000 open contracts. Now we're sitting around 26,900, okay? That's not an insane amount, right? I mean, Tesla is a $330 stock, but that can be absorbed and we can continue to climb higher. Look for any forms of reactions at 330, and now you're seeing that displayed here on NVDA as well, too. We're pulling back. That defense is starting to step in, but the volume is also starting to decline. That could be a positive signal that, hey, if another program decides that they want to lift it higher, then we're going to absorb that liquidity and then move north of 145. Right now, we're pulling back. Be patient and look to buy some potential dips. Let's go. Let's go, Tesla. Yeah, there we go. And Sharif, nice. I was talking with Sharif. I'm like, yeah, I think this is a bull flag here. You just got to be patient on that one. So I added a little bit to that position. We'll take 10% off right there as we're heading towards that high. I want to be cautious on this one, but bang, another one. Oracle, Tesla, only 2 names I've traded today.
All right, man. That's a good look there. All right, let's talk about some good stuff and some bad stuff right now. The bad stuff first, as I always want to start with the bad. PLRZ. We just got filled at the 105, so this is make or break time. It either holds that dollar or we're gone Zeno, okay? The reason I'm getting in here, I perceive there to be possible areas of previous resistance between 110 to 105. We just got filled at 104. Here it comes, so it might drop below that that dollar area, so I'm keeping my eye on this one. I've given it a wider spread to defend that dollar in case the liquidity becomes an issue. We're doing really well, though, on USAR. This one's a bit more expensive, about 14 bucks or so. We're taking prints. We're at long at 14. It's showing me the quarter dollar right now. I've taken a bunch of prints. My next print is at 30, and then above that, it's going to be even higher at about 35 or 39, excuse me, or so. All right, so that's the good side of the equation. The other one that's sort of indifferent right now is RCAT, still holding above the volume weighted average price. I didn't get my dollar cost average to defend the volume weighted average price, so we're technically 5 pennies out of the money right now, showing me 24s. I've got 29s on, so we're going to keep an eye out on this one. So in 3 positions at the moment. Let's see how they end up doing. Let's flip back over here quickly to my friend PLRZ. Now we're break even on PLRZ as it comes back in to that 108 area. Can we move again into the volume weighted average price? I'm looking for a bunch of prints ahead of VWAP. I've set several profit takers in anticipation of a possible VWAP rejection from the sell side. So VWAP on my chart right now showing 116, so we'll see what we get there. I also want to mention this one, SGMT. I still haven't taken any trades on it, but trust me, bro, I've been looking at this one, up 25% here. It's not too bad of a spread. That's been a complaint of mine lately with some of these small cap gappers, about a 3 or 4, maybe 5 penny spread right now on SGMT. This one is at highs. 774 again. That is the high of the day. That's what's showing up right now on the level 2. It looks like it's going to take it out. I'm going to keep an eye out on this one. This one has been quite respectful. SGMT, that is, of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, with one exception to that rule there, or that statement, which was this candle right here that manifested at 1145. It did breach the 10, held VWAP, and that was actually a money fill because you saw what it did subsequent to that. And you know what this candle means. Like, this candle here means umpteen amount of bullishness. You never should look at one candle in isolation from the rest of the price action, but if I had to say so myself, this is fantastic. An area in between 2 moving averages, which we've been talking about as a good area for possible money fills. So SGMT on that good stuff right now. We'll see how it ends up doing. Daryl LePage.
Party's already starting here. This bill signing ceremony. Trump's not there, but you see a lot of reporters, some people hanging out, beautiful piano music playing in the background. So this event could start soon, or at least Trump could appear soon. So we're noting as well, MRK on watch. Apparently, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is, of course, the leader of that Health and Human Services, he named a new vaccine advisor. Now, apparently, this new vaccine advisor, as reported by Reuters, apparently was an expert witness in litigation against Merck. So keep an eye on Merck. Reportedly, again, according to Reuters, this new vaccine advisor is apparently an expert witness in litigation against the company. Dropping right now here, MRK, back to you.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, I did not.
No one's having any gastrointestinal issues up on this desk. Your boy Joey Options over here, you know, his seat makes some noises. We can blame his seat. Let's just blame the seat, Joseph. The seat's responsible.
I was stretching. I would tell you guys 100%. I'm not ashamed.
You would tell us? Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah, flatulence.
You know what that is?
What's that? A flat bottom break.
You are fake news. You are fake news. You are fake news. You are fake news.
You are fake news?
You are fake news, my man.
All right, that's crazy.
You know I gotta use these. Shout out to Assassino and the Chilean Nightmare, man. I have a whole bunch of Donalds that we're gonna be using them today.
Yeah, we'll talk about this Tesla, guys. And we were just talking about the options chain. We did have a little bit of a supply zone at 330, and we couldn't get quite there. So unfortunately, I only did take 10% off of that position and got stopped at the 90%. Joey. Yeah, you guys are killing me.
That's a good one, Joey Gas.
Joey Gas. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, guys, that's what we got going on here. Yeah, 10% off in Tesla. We got stopped out the remaining 90, and that was it. So yeah, exactly. Flat bottom break. That's what everyone.
That's what I've heard.
A flat bottom break.
I just heard a flat bottom break.
Yeah.
You get it?
Yeah. Well, that's why I said it before. I'm like flat bottom break, but no, that's not the case. So puts on Joe. That's crazy.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. We'll hide that, Daniel B. We're gonna head over to Adair, but then we're gonna talk a little bit more about Tesla and what else we got going on here.
Get it, Joey.
This is actually this is about AppLovin. So AppLovin has gotten like all the short reports as of late, usually about how they run their business, but this is a new one that I've never seen before. Culper Research calling out the fact that apparently the company has allegedly undisclosed Chinese ownership and potential ties here to CCP-linked individuals. That has to do with, apparently they're alleging that this Chinese national named Hao Tang has held a significant stake in AppLovin through offshore entities, even though the CEO actually claimed that Chinese investors are no longer involved in the company. So this is really interesting. We're gonna have to wait for a response here, but APP, in case you thought there could not be more short reports about this company, you thought wrong. Back to you.
China.
Yeah.
Sorry, Adara.
Yeah.
I mean, they shouldn't have, but they did, and now I got them. And I've got more that I haven't used too. So yeah, look out for some other ones. What happened?
A proper dang paradox. Joe is definitely gas powered.
Oh,
Guys, I would tell you. I would honestly tell you.
look at what Mary S said. He's warming up the boosters on Tesla. Oh, you're about to take off there, eh, Joey?
It's a roasting your boy out here, man. That's crazy. It's all fun and games, guys.
We're having a good time.
Yeah, exactly. I don't mind. You can poke a little fun at me.
No, Joey's good like that.
Yeah,
Man.
exactly. So we'll crack on about that. I'm sure that's not going to be the end of it either. But I guess a man can't stretch around here without getting made fun of. Anyways, guys, if there's any specific names that you want to go over here, we can do so. We'll take a look at some options chains throughout the session. Again, you've seen how I was trading yesterday. Not my best, but then I just came in today and we executed a little bit better. We get that move on Oracle. That was a really nice trade. And then we got a little bit of a bull flag break on Tesla, but unfortunately we couldn't get the continuation within the trend and then the break of today's highs. So we'll be patient. We'll wait for other opportunities. If the market is going to be strong, I do like that the NASDAQ is pulling back here towards the volume weighted average price around this time. And then what we got to do here is just kind of look for any forms of indecision at or a little bit south of VWAP. But if the indicator snaps, so I like to use that elastic effect analogy here with VWAP, if it decides that the momentum, which is picking up right now as I'm speaking about it, and we break through VWAP and we don't want to hold, then maybe we won't get the continuation in strength today. And then 145 on Tesla coming fully, on Nvidia coming fully into play here, guys. I've referred to those supply areas. We talked about it. Multiple people have asked in the chat as well too. So there you go. We're struggling. So now we have to wait until Monday to see if that area and that concentration of open contracts is lifted to higher strike prices. And I think that's going to give us a little bit more breathing room and some potential blue sky territory once we break 153 on Nvidia, which would be around the all-time high. We're back to Adara.
Just be aware here, NASDAQ dropping a bit. There's a lot of geopolitical stuff happening right now. So basically, we had some reports from ABC saying that Israel is considering military action against Iran in the coming days. Now, apparently, Italian foreign minister here is saying that they don't actually have any sign that this is going to be a thing. So lots of back and forth here about whether there will or will not be an attack on Iran. Again, only notable here as we get this drop in the market. Trump is still not on stage. Everyone's still getting ready, but they're starting to sit down, which maybe indicates that soon we will get an appearance of the 47th president. Back to you.
All right, 47.
All right, 47.
And 45, right?
And 45.
Yeah,
right?
there.
Okay.
There he is. That's Trump 1.0, though, bro.
Ooh.
That's Trump 1.0.
Okay.
We need this one.
Yeah, we need this
And
one.
remember with the sword? Remember he was taking it like, bro,
Yo,
just cut the cake already. You're going to poke somebody's eye out.
It was honestly like...
It was huge.
It was huge, and he's just like waving it around.
Understand what was happening.
Joe, can you explain why the open interest on Nvidia is keeping it from breaking out? Yeah, absolutely. So the way you have to look at it is, so when we have a high concentration, I'll go over it just briefly here one more time. So you got to think of it, that's someone who has all a bunch of participants own those contracts, but then you have to see that there is a short side to that. And on the short sides of these contracts, you want those contracts to close out of the money. So what happens when you run into those specific areas, all the opposite sides of those long contracts are pushing the stock down by selling shares continuously at that specific level. So that's why it has the inability to break. So it's just defense from the hedges that are continuously pushing price down and won't allow it to exceed through those supply zones. Adara.
President Trump just walked into the building. They're playing music. He's stepping up to the podium. I want to remind you guys again, this is not an executive order signing. He's going to do that at 3:30 p.m. today. This is a bill signing ceremony. We'll have to wait and see what that entails. Right now, it entails some downside for this market. He just started talking. I'm going to listen up, and I'll let you guys know if he says anything notable. Back to you.
And he is just after Gavin Newsom, one after the other. He's signing a resolution limiting California's gas power car ban. He's just sticking it to Newsom. He doesn't like him.
No.
And the funny thing is, I think they get along IRL. But as politicians, there's no love lost.
So he's just like, hey, man, we're going to continue with the ice out here.
Whatever, bro. Do whatever
Engines,
you want.
not the other
man.
ice. The other ice. The internal combustion engines.
You know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, for sure.
It's interesting how you can get along. Even Ramaswamy Vivek took to X and he's like, yeah, I really like Gavin as a human being, as an individual. I think he's a hell of a guy, but what a politician. I'm not making a pronouncement either way. I'm just saying what was said. So Newsom didn't. All right, bro. I'm not getting involved there, but yeah, I see you trading for today, for tomorrow. You're not wrong, my man. You're definitely not wrong there, but I'm not saying that out loud. All right. Okay, so let's talk about some of these trades because I just got stopped out of a position on my friend SGMT, and more disappointed I could not be. Because I felt that this one was good over here. It's a little spready, 6 pennies at the moment. It did wick below my stop, hence why I got stopped out. It's right back above it. I like SGMT. It's got a good looking uptrend. It was a little extended at $0.75. Let's go ahead and get back in and give it to current bar low. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now. We're sending you back to Adara.
Guys, for the interruption here. So again, just to clarify, this is apparently Donald Trump terminating California's EV mandate. Tesla's dropping, Rivian's dropping here. Keep an eye maybe on some of these gas vehicles. Again, just to recap here, this bill on auto regulation seems like it mostly has to do with terminating California's EV mandate. Watch Tesla, watch Rivian. GM and some of these actually names that aren't known for EVs are dropping a bit here as well. If I hear anything else, I will let you guys know. He is speaking. Unclear at this point if he's going to be taking questions, but if he does take questions, of course, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
Thank you for that, Adara. I mean, look at NVDA here, guys. I mean, that high is literally 145. So yeah, it's really important. I hope you guys can add that. I wish I had this added to my bag significantly earlier in my trading career, but I'm happy to have just kind of established that style of trading. So yeah, hopefully you guys are starting to implement that as well too, because again, time over time, we can go through countless midday shows between Sharif and I where we're like, oh, whoa, what are the chances of this stock stopping at this specific strike price on the options chain, and you see those high levels. So yeah, it's really good stuff, and it gives you another in-depth look. And I refer to kind of almost like Bookmap, right? Except for Bookmap's significantly more expensive, and you can just literally pull up an options chain and kind of use it in the same aspect. So can we talk about Tesla and some key levels to watch heading in tomorrow and to next week? Sure, Truly. Thank you for that.
So polite, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I like
that heading into tomorrow. Can we talk? I didn't see a please in there or anything, so I mean, we can definitely.
I don't know.
We can most definitely do that. Let's go here. Let's pull up Tesla from a daily standpoint. So again, that 330 supply zone coming into play. You can see we have multiple touches here on the daily, but let's really zoom out. I think looking at this thing from a daily perspective, and I was just talking to myself, is this going to be enough of a liquidity grab in order for us to punch through that 370 level? I mean, if we're gonna go on that path, then this might be the move. If we just draw a basic trend line, we're still intact here, guys. I mean, it's holding there. Just look to get out if it does crack there, and then I think you'll be able to find a better entry point from that standpoint. But other than that, this might be a good absorption right here. And then if it is going to go on that path, on the war path, we'll call it here through to 370, then I think we're looking pretty good. And I think this is a pretty good momentum and a good start to where we might be heading, Sharif.
All right, Joseph, I got stopped out of SGMT, but I got right back in, and I'm quite pleased with getting back in because we're taking a bunch of prints to the high side. I basically got back in a couple of pennies where I was kicked out. We currently have closed with the last 5-minute candle, a candle of indecision. What I'm looking for is a break above 763. That'll be the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Let's see if we can get back into 7 3/4. Adara, what did he say now?
He's saying that he really wants lower interest rates. We know he said it. We know JD Vance has said it. He's actually called it monetary unfairness. I'm not using the exact words, but we know they have issues with this. I want to talk about GameStop right now, though, Sharif, because actually CEO Ryan Cohen saying the company is now focused on trading cards. So lots of business pivots for GameStop was just, in case you guys missed it, just began using this Bitcoin treasury strategy. We're going to have to wait and see what happens with GME. This one pushing even lower, currently trying to bounce right now off day's lows for GameStop. Again, Donald Trump saying that he wants to get lower interest rates, and he also said he does not like that oil prices have gone up. Keep an eye on Oklo as well, potentially. Trump just spent a long time here praising Chris Wright, who is currently the Department of Energy Secretary, but also was actually on the board of Oklo and had to step down to accept this position. OKLO not really moving, but Trump very positive here about Chris Wright. And now Donald Trump saying, quote, all Powell has to do is lower it with regards to rates. Back to you.
We reported on that. To go back to your point there about GameStop and the collectibles. Remember, that's what we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, we were talking about even a while ago. But yesterday
the only segment that actually grew revenue year over year. Everything else dropped. Now they shore up costs. They were able to bring down costs. That's why they turned a profit when they when they had a loss last year. But that's not a glowing endorsement. If you're not growing that top line, you're dying. You can shore up costs, but you are not growing your revenue.
No, honestly, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't want to get into all this GameStop. Like, I don't want to get dragged into, even though it's our job. For me, personally, it's like there's so many other names to trade, and like the gamification of GameStop, it's just like, okay, see you later. I'm not here to mess around and hope that GameStop goes to whatever price it traded at during the pandemic or whatever, during that short squeeze. Like, by all means, you guys can all be trading that. But for me, you will very rarely see, I won't say never say never, but that's definitely not a name regardless of the catalyst. It could be squeezing, and I personally would have no issues with not paying any attention to it. So that's just me being honest with you guys. But
what did he say, Ram? What did he say?
Who? Wait.
Apparently Trump's going after Powell. Oh boy.
I mean, who isn't he going after? You know what I mean? That's just what he does. He's like, I think if you're in his line of sight or just cross his mind, he's gonna be like, he's gonna say something to you.
Get it, Donald.
You know what I mean?
What else we got here? That's very rude, Joseph.
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude.
China. But here we go, guys. You can see we got that hammer candle right there, and that's a big time signal. We may crack the lows, but I'm going to be keeping an eye out on this for the continuation and strength. And even if we do, if we don't construct a new high a day, then I'll just look for that move back towards us forming a lower high. So that might be a solid play right there. Look for this candle to hold. If it breaches, then and we head south of VWAP, then look for some more indecision around these specific areas, and then maybe you'll get a little bit of a bounce. So that is my game plan here on the Qs. If it decides to rip without me right now, that's totally fine. I mean, the risk profile is relatively tight if you're going to trade the TQs. Let's pull it up there instead of having to kind of scale our trade and our thought process. So there it is. If it cracks this low, then just hop out of Dodge. You can definitely find another entry here. And if the market's going to be strong today, then we will get that continuation in this trend.
Why are you laughing, Ramin? What is he saying now? Unlike Biden, I stay awake at night. What else did he say? I stay awake at night thinking about how to make this country better. We got everybody reporting right now. We got Adara reporting. We got Ram reporting. We've got all the eyes and ears. Whatever you guys need, we're throwing it back to Adara.
Lots happening. Trump just said he might have to force something with regards to rates. He also said that apparently he told Powell to raise rates if there's inflation in 1 year. So basically, it sounds like he wants Powell to lower them now, and then if they have issues later, he can always raise them again, is I think the vibe I'm getting from what's happening here. Either way, he's spoken quite extensively about Powell for the last, I would say, at least 2-3 minutes here. Not a fan, and said all it takes is one numbskull to lower rates. Back to you.
Thank you.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, there you go. This guy, man, I don't know. He's going down in the books.
Oh.
Is
that a question?
Yeah. He's definitely one of the most entertaining individuals on the planet. Yeah, I know you guys like to call him man-child, everything, but he's entertaining. He's definitely, and like, we don't want to make too much light of this, right? Because we understand that it's a lot of your guys' president, but we had a little bit of a show ourselves for the past 10 years too.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was.
Yeah, we won't get into that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're not we're not strangers.
I want to be very clear about something right now. I didn't vote for Mark Carney, but I think he's a hell of a prime minister so
you're
far.
liking him
Absolutely.
so far. Yeah.
I don't want to hear about any of that garbage. All I hear about every time I turn on the TV and see this guy talking is what we're going to build, the economy, about how he's going to extract more critical minerals from the Ring of Fire, how he's going to get that pipeline built, how he's looking at hydroelectric projects in Quebec, how they're looking at the Atlantic for offshore drilling. All I hear from this guy is how he's going to make Canada better. I'm really happy.
And I think you would know more than me, but I'm pretty sure he's working on so we can export more natural gas to the countries that we're looking at. Yeah, exactly. So we know why not all of you guys would know, but we rejected Germany. Germany is like, hey, we want your nat gas, and unfortunately they were like, no. But I think things are going to start to change in that realm there, guys. But yeah, really good look here in the market. That indecision print is holding up here on the TQs. Wait for one more pullback. If it cracks and holds the high, maybe we get that continuation a little earlier than what we were expecting. And also indecisions at VWAP on Nvidia as well too, guys.
All right, guys, very happy with how we're doing today. All right, guys, new position. It's taking out a bunch of prints right now. AXTI, strong name, about 32.33% at the moment. We're long at 60s, wet the beak all the way up to 65s, layering the orders. I see good strength on this one. Let's see if it continues up and takes out that 2 2/3 flat top that we have currently with a 265 high. Also keeping my eye on SGMT. Took another print to the high side right there. Where were we long on it? At 52s, showing me 66s. You know where I'm waiting. I'm waiting at 69, and then on top of that, I'm waiting at 74. This has got a good holding pattern right now. Possible flat top break as well through that 7 3/4. So keeping an eye on that one. PLRZ though, we're about a penny out of the money here. It's still trading with lower highs. I am concerned about this one. I've thought many times about flattening out, getting the hell out of there when I'm only a penny out of the money. I'm just too stubborn for that as an individual. I want to see it through. We'll see what we get there. Akash. He's Canadian,
yeah,
baby.
exactly, our fellow Canuck. What's going on, brother?
Hey, Joe, Sharif, thank you for a great show. How's it looking for Apple in the long term until the end of the year? It's not good, man.
Yeah.
It's not good. Look, there's a couple of silver linings in that, we didn't hear anything bad.
Yeah.
But we didn't really get what we wanted to hear in terms of Apple Intelligence. Give them an opinion, because mine's a little biased.
Yeah, I'll opine on that. So I think what they did was really smart. We've seen previously that they set the bar really high with Apple Intelligence. But with this one, what we've seen at the keynote, they set the bar really low, and I think that's a good strategic move here from Apple. Again, we're just we're micromanaging everything. I think in the long term, once they get it right, hopefully if they do decide to get it right, and I think that this stock is going to continue to climb. I like Apple. Again, right now, the stocks go through cycles, right? And right now, it's not looking too good. But I think eventually, when they start to get things right, you're going to start to see a different beast. And Apple will probably lead the way because I think it's one of the best companies on the planet. Right now, it just doesn't look good, right? We know that they have innovation problems and some other things along those lines. But I think in the long term, Apple will be an okay stock.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, look, I watched that Marquise Brownlee video. It was very short. It was about 18 minutes long. He didn't really go too deep into it. He likes a lot of the new stuff, not necessarily on the iPhone. He likes it on a lot of the other platforms. He said good stuff about what they did for the redesign for the OS on the Mac.
Yeah.
He was pleased with that. He's going to do a deeper dive, according to him, on each of the new updates as he uses it more and has more to say on it rather than just a superficial analysis. So check out. I like Marquise Brownlee. I think he's a hell of an individual. I think he's honest and objective. And let's be honest honest about it. He's talked bad about Apple many times before, even though, you know, people make the argument, oh, he sits down with Tim Cook, he's on the payroll. Well, all right, you're entitled to your opinion. I personally feel he gives it and he says it as it is. That's just my opinion. So I'll be looking out for that next video that comes out. But he said some positive stuff. We'll have to wait and see whether the market agrees with him or not, because that's ultimately what matters, not what Marquise Brownlee thinks.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
the market.
I mean, like I said before, right now we're just saying Apple does not look good, but I think the tides will turn, and eventually we'll be like, oh yeah, Apple, they really nailed it on the head. They got it right this time. We just have to be patient on this front. They are really behind. I mentioned before that they're past the fashionably late to the point where it's like, okay, you might be a bit too late, but again, once they get it right, I believe that it's going to change things for this stock right now.
All right, Jarhead Trader. Sharif, look at KNW. That's a one that we looked at, I believe, yesterday or the day prior. Let's have a look at that one. KNW. I'm still in 4 positions, guys. Still managing all 4 at the moment. Oh, wow. Okay, so somebody just lost their position here on the side chart, and it is going to be RSLS, KNW. Fantastic look there. Thank you, Jarhead Trader. You and Bovin now have been elevated to my eyes and ears in the chat. I do appreciate that, my man. You know exactly what I'm looking for in small cap gappers with that one. So KNW has earned its way onto the side. Now, let's do a little TA, figure out how we can weasel in possibly into this trade. Allow me a second over here to get my charts right. KNW, so big move up. So this is a multi-day runner. Let me just show you what it was doing. So it didn't do much yesterday. It looks like it was a Monday trade, yeah. So Monday it had that big pop up in the pre, it ran again towards the end of the day, kind of a sideways day Tuesday, sideways day on Wednesday, but with higher highs and higher lows. You needn't be a chartered market technician to connect these area lows together. So even though it does look a little consolidative, the higher lows are what's operative. Today, we get a big move up here with supporting volume. These all these volume bars here have about 1.75 million shares per 5-minute candle. 536 high. We are below $5, so that psychological area of 5 did not hold. Here's the deal. The 10 EMA is at 4 2/3, and the volume weighted average price at 455 or thereabouts. I'm going to be waiting for a retracement to see what it does with those levels. Now, if it stops before it comes to those levels and starts putting in higher highs and higher lows, we'll have to reassess and see whether the trade is right to enter at the time. But KNW, thank you for pointing that one out. It has earned its way onto the side. All right, let's keep an eye here on RCAT. Still doing absolute bupkis. On RCAT, we got 22s on RCAT. It's showing me 17, so we're still out of the money. And we have been putting out a plethora of lower highs here. Not necessarily lower lows, but we're barely hold on to the volume weighted average price. USAR, we're out of that one. That trade is done. SGMT took a bunch of prints to the high side, but it's coming back right into my level 52s. It's showing me 54s right now, so we're barely in the money on this one. I'm going to move up my stop on SGMT into the low of the 1125 5-minute candle. The low of that candle is 743. So we're going to adjust the stop on SGMT, to that candle low. So I have to do that. Where's my SGMT? There it is. Good, good, good. So what is the low there? I said it was 743. So perfect. So we're going to go just like that. And then we're going to, how many shares do we have? Good, good, good. All right. And then we'll go like that. Sorry, guys. All right, so we've moved up the stop. PLRZ continues to hang out, basically break even right now, but it's using the 10 EMA, I feel, as a bit of a resistance rather than support. It's been rejecting the 10 exponential moving average since it lost it at 1105, and it hasn't been able to break above it. I've only gotten one out of SGMT so far. Only 2 pennies out of the money on this one, though. AXTI. Okay, so this one, we had a whole bunch of prints. Just got filled there at the low. I had a dip trade waiting. Now we got 55s on. So let's go ahead and take some out over here. How many shares do I have on this one? Yeah, okay, we can do that. That's good. And then we'll set up as well at 60s for another pop-up. AXTI, not SGI, SGTI. AXTI, above the volume-weighted average price, keeping my eye out on that. So those are the 4 that I've got on at the moment. Some okay, some not okay. We'll keep tabs on all of them. Joseph, Birch, Music. I'm just getting back. Have you guys looked at VNTG yet? It's an IPO. We have another IPO today. We'll look at VNTG quickly over here for you. Oh, what is this? Wow, Adara, there's like a zillion IPOs every day. What's happening over here, man? All right, 440. It looks like it opened up at 439, 440, with the high of the day of 609, trading much closer to the high, around 584 right now. Going to keep an eye out on that one, but we do have another IPO, guys. I just want to remind you quickly, the Katina Man and the OB brought you guys this one. CHYM, Chime, IPOing today. It's well received. It's about $27. That's the actual IPO price, currently showing an opening price of $41.10. So you can see it's being well received here before we've even traded a share. We can kind of tell that there is market exuberance, so keep an eye out on that. Shout out to Gaming Do It Yourself. Thank you for the €5.99 super chat. No message attached though.
Yeah,
so,
just write in your own reply there if you can. If you want us to go over everything, I'll remember your name, Gaming DIY. I know we're going over to Adara here momentarily. 1 second. Good look there, Gorb, on Google. I like that trade a lot, brother. You're smashing it on that one there. Yeah, as always, man. This guy's doing a fantastic job. But what's Adara got for us here, guys?
Vintage here is this IPO, Vantage Corp, VNTG. This is a Singapore-based company debuting on the NYSE. That IPO price is between $4 and $5. As Sharif said, they opened right at $4.39, so you're totally right, Sharif, with that opening price. Offering amount here about $18.687 million. That's 3.25 million shares. They're a shipbroking company, again, based in Singapore. And apparently, what's interesting, too, the company's given underwriters a 45-day option to purchase up to an additional 487,000 shares. It's also worth noting, underwriter, no one really major here. It's called Network One Financial Securities. CHYM, it's the big IPO we're waiting for today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara.
Did you go over KLTO today, Sharif?
KLTO?
Yeah. A lot of people in the chat are saying that we have to look at this thing. Yeah, I've seen it mentioned a couple times.
60% going.
60% going. Yeah, there you go. I mean, neurosciences, once I get into this biotech stuff, I'm just like, all right, yeah, see you later. But yeah, it's looking good for all the small cap traders. This is not my world, this is Sharif's world, but it is most definitely trading higher. It's now put in a new high day there, guys. Wow, and climbing. So a big pop there, 240 and change. It's up quite a bit on the day here, almost 100%. Well, not quite, but knocking on the door there. So a really big return there, 34% return on the day. So yeah, that's a good look at KLTO. Hopefully you guys are continuously killing that. I'm glad that you guys are starting to take some of these big trades, and it's still going. Oh wow, it's really squeezing here.
Yeah,
now.
Man, I see it.
This is the small cap world Sharif lives in. I don't know. You want to cover this? Because I know you
absolutely,
want to.
Man. Let's do that. It's tough to do. All right, let's have a look, man, because it is breaking out, Joseph. There's no doubt about that. KNW just found support though. Looks like a hammer candle here, possibly off the 10. KNW, that's the one we just talked about. But KLTO. Okay. So it's a little unclean. All right, it looks really good right now, breaking out into highs, right? So it's easy to, kind of get those, those focus goggles and just look at the recent price action. But this one has a tendency of making highs and then retracing. We'll see if it does that at the moment. Where does it retrace into, though, once it makes highs? Well, this area over here, when we opened up at that was 840, we dropped quite substantially into an area of technical support. That was that $1.75. We had used that $1.75 as resistance all morning. And then once we took it, we used it as support. Okay, over here, we kind of double top. We hold VWAP, even though you can see these bottoming tail candles do breach volume weighted average price. All the closing prints do defend VWAP. So here we go. We're topping tail right now. I'm a buyer of this one, likely at 205 to 210. I want to see a deeper retracement. This one's shown you its intentions on the day, which is to make highs and then retrace. So KLTO, I'm going to put an alert on this one so that, if I'm busy with other stuff, I get an activation. So I put that around 212. We'll see we get there. But AXTI is taking out a whole bunch of orders over here, and we got shares on this one. So let's go ahead and take some more out over here. AXTI headed to the upside. Not a bad look. Not the biggest winner, certainly, but not bad nonetheless. It is SGMT, though, that is coming down, and I'm about to get stopped out of this one. SGMT, I've put my stop right at that 39 penny area. It just dipped into 40, finding support now, moving back into 49, but this one might be our first loser on the day. SGMT, am I positive on it? Not yet, no. So, yeah, that will likely be a first loser. If we do get stopped out, we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Here we go again with AXTI, right back into the high side. I'm going to go ahead and wait at 64s for another print. And then what's my other friend doing over here?
What's he doing?
PLRZ's asleep, bro. Yeah, man, this one's not doing anything here, Joseph. I'm starting to think that the right move here is to flatten out and get out for a 2-penny loss on this one. What else are we doing here? RCAT just continues to bleed. Yeah, this is going to be another loser here on RCAT. Yeah, this is not the right move on RCAT. And we got shares on in RCAT as well. It's not holding the volume weighted average price. It's a downward channel. It looks like it's losing the volume weighted average price, and it might stop at 9. It might not. I have no idea. We'll keep tabs on it. What do you got?
Yeah, same thing. So guys, I'm thinking short here now on Tesla. Tree pointed out something as well too, possible head and shoulders, but now I'm looking at it as more of a double top here. So we have the inability to construct a new high, and then now we're heading back towards the lower end of this support system. So wait for another pullback. If I can catch any failed new high here, I'm gonna use this peak, and if I see anything, if we get a bounce here at VWAP, and then I see any formation lower than this peak that we have, then I'm gonna look for that continuation to the move to the downside here on Tesla, guys. So I'm not expecting too much of a big move there. Maybe we head into this zone. So if you can catch up here and then come into the next support system, I think there might be a trade to be had on that specific setup. So we'll be patient, wait for that to come into play. And I think that's going to be the name of the game. I think we've seen, so yesterday, Tuesday and Wednesday were relatively choppy sessions leading into CPI, PPI. But now we found a direction. I like this here, guys. SPY continuing this move. So I want to be patient. Again, we had a nice trade on Oracle, so I don't want to be gunslinging just yet. Ooh. And you guys know I like precision, right? I'm more of a sniper opposed to a gunner. So yeah, that's what I got going on. We are about to crack VWAP on Tesla. Any form of a pullback, I'm going to get involved to the short side, and then I'll just use this previous peak as my stop, right? So if it starts to squeeze, then we'll get out, start relatively small, and then if the thesis does pan out, then we will add into the position and then head for that next level of resistance that can act as possible support here on Tesla. Good look there on Google. Go ahead, Google continuing into VWAP. I see indecision. Add. Okay, you're going to add there. I was just going to talk to you about that. So we are knocking on this door multiple times. So it's like almost 3 touches here. Are we going to break through that? We can, but let's pull up the options chain. What is that specific level that we're looking at? 176. And I do believe there is a little bit relative to some of the open interest. I think there is a little bit of a supply zone right there. So we'll keep an eye on that. So yeah, there we go. So what is that, 176? Yeah, 177.5. So there is, all right? So I'll pull it up for you guys. So this is what I'm seeing right now. So look at all the other contracts. And I mean, these are all in the monies. So you would think there'd be a little bit more. But then once you head into this 175 to 180, you see the concentration of OI through those specific strike prices. Again, another supply zone. You don't want to fight those necessarily. If we can't crack or we don't have any form of catalyst come in intraday, then maybe we'll continuously reject them. But what you have to do, if you're going to look for a long north of these specific levels, then wait until next week, see where they roll over to. Are they lifted or are they remaining in the exact same spot? So that's what my 2 cents there on Google.
Sorry, just one second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Joseph,
yeah,
setting up
sure.
for my stops here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's Google there, guys. SPY also knocking on the door of the volume weighted average price here. So again, zoom in there, see if there's any indecision, any isolated volume prints that say we're going to get somewhat of a bounce. And this was displayed relatively nice, and we're holding those levels pretty good. So stopping volume on this pullback. If we curl over, don't break through this resistance zone, and we breach that, look for some more downside.
All right, guys, keeping an eye here on this one. Where is it at? There we go. So AXTI continuing to take prints to the high side. Couple of updates. Got stopped out of PLRZ. I forced this one out, so we end up losing about 3 pennies per share on that. Quite disappointed with this one. I felt it had good technical support, and it still may, but I'm just not willing to deal with the lower high situation with that flat bottom, because it could end up being a flat bottom break. I just need to put the odds on my side, but I'm quite happy with the fact that I was very patient with SGMT. There it is, taking out all the levels there that we had so far, saving except for one. That one is waiting at 73s over here. Let's see if we can continue to move up. We've got good amount of shares here on SGMT, wow. So we'll take another beak water there. Let's see if we can take out 75 penny area. Wow. That is what I'm looking at right now. We'll get back to that one in a second when we get back from Madeira.
Tesla actually bouncing a little bit here, but Donald Trump just said that this new legislation he's signing is going to kill the EV mandate, and the reason he's doing it as a piece of legislation, and not as an executive order is because he doesn't want anyone to kill it, and he doesn't want anyone to go against it. So Here we go here. TSLA on watch. Trump just said he likes Tesla, which might be the reason for this bounce as well. He also said, though, that in China, that they're very strong electric vehicles. So praising Chinese electric vehicles, killing the California EV mandate. And again, the reason he's doing this legislation is because he does not want anyone to be able to fight it in court like he would be able to if it was an executive order. Again, he is signing executive orders as well, coming through at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Back to you.
Can I say something too?
Yeah.
He learned a lot from Trump 1.0 because he's been making a lot of his executive orders more litigation proof than he was in Trump 1.0, and that's what the benefit of 4 years will give you, right? The ability to digest your mistakes and your and what you perceive as mistakes, right?
Yeah.
And then try to counter that. So it's really interesting what he's been doing there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think if you were to ask Trump last week if he liked Tesla, I think his answer would be probably relatively different than the one that he just gave.
Straight up.
So, I mean, I'm glad that he likes it this week. We don't know what's coming next week. We just have to be
Get him,
patient.
Donald.
Right? Exactly. We just got to be patient because next thing you know, if one more tweet and this thing can absolutely blow up. But I'm glad that they're kind of mending that little rift that they had there, guys. So, yeah, there we go. So we blew past this. The volume really stepping in. You don't want to be fighting this. This is going to be the next level that you want to keep an eye out on. But right now, this is moving. This is supporting the move higher. That is big time volume stepping in. Look how large it is relative to what else has been putting on the 1 minute time frames. If that really starts to cool off or we reject this aggressively, then look for that move back in towards the lower end of the range. But this could also possibly be enough volume in order for us to break through that 330 level and then continue to move to the top side. But right now we're starting to cool off just a little bit there.
I like that. I like anytime we say anything positive about Donald Trump, the chat, certain people in the chat just go nuts. It pleases me so much. Oh God. All right. I have very low ambition in my life. A lot of the ambition is just to tweak people the wrong way in the chat there.
Bang. That's what it is.
I like it.
That's what gets you going.
Guys,
that's what gets you going there, eh? Yeah.
All right, guys.
What's up, man? What's up,
all right, I'm really happy with this exit here because I kind of felt that this was going to happen. So we got out for a 3-penny loser on this one. Could have done better, but a lot of the better outs can be on losing trades as well because you end up not giving back nearly as much. But we're going to keep an eye on PLRZ, but it's about to lose its spot on the side chart. AXTI continues to hover near the highs. We're about 3 pennies, 2 pennies off the highs right now. So what I'm seeing is higher low, higher low, higher low, all with that 264, 265 area top. So we'll see if we can blow through that top or what. But KNW is the other one that we were looking at. You guys brought this one to me. And now we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candle, lower low, lower high setup. What's the deal here, KNW? Are you going to find some support at the volume weighted average price? Because you're not stopping at all. So I'm keeping an eye here on KNW. Looked like a good possible setup at VWAP for a dip bounce. It's not manifesting into that at the moment. So we'll keep tabs and see if it sets up in that way. Keeping an eye here on SGMT because we were talking about this one possibly taking out the highs. Probably behooves me to set up some more beak wetters here on SGMT. I'm going to wait. Where am I waiting there? 69s and 75s. Then we're going to wait now at 77s. And I'm also going to wait at 82s. Let's see if we can get something on that. And then let's go to KLTO because this one that we just got into. Where's that one at? There it is. So I'm 3 pennies out of the money here. And I've put in a dip trade here to what I perceive to be an area of support, that $2.20 area, maybe 225 to 220. I perceive it as an area of support. So we didn't lose that 30 penny area, which is why I didn't get stopped out. So I will get stopped out. I won't dollar cost average into this one. So I will insist that I get stopped out if it loses 230, but I will get back in between 2 and 2 1/4. So that's all I've got at the moment. Oh, USAR, you little. It went right back up there. Where's that one at? I think I took it off.
Ooh.
Oh, it's lunchtime, baby.
Shut it down.
It is lunchtime.
Did I miss what's for lunch? Oh, no, I got
I don't think he did it.
No, he did it. Yeah, we got the beef chili.
We got the beef chili.
The chili.
Yeah, I feel a little bit bad about this one, Joseph. This one, look, it didn't force me out because it didn't break VWAP, but I don't know why I didn't trust it. I guess maybe because of the lower high situation. Anyway, right back up into 4.25, 4.25 right now is USAR. We shall keep you apprised of that one. Let's go quickly back though to SGMT because I think we just took up more prints there to the high side. A seller of note here at 70, about 200, no, more, about 300 lots or so. Now it's showing me 73s. So we've taken out the 70 seller, but it's a 4-penny spread, 3-penny spread now. 70 on the bid, 73 on the ask. I'm waiting at 74s. Let's see if this one can flat top break. And then by extension of that, take a lot of my orders out. So that's what I'm looking at. AXTI, SGMT doing okay. But some others are in a bit of a limbo right now, Joseph.
Yeah, for sure. So the market is continuing to bounce off a view up. I mentioned just sticking to the game plan, right? We talked about what we're going to potentially do here in Tesla. We're range bound, so I'm selling the top end of the range. We come back to where I had this 10% out right here, then I'll just hop out of that trade. You start the risk relatively small, give the underlying some breathing room, right? I am using TSLA, and if it wants to squeeze, then I'll know that by the time that we reach here, we are probably going to put in a new high of the day, and then I'll just hop out. I have no worries about that, but what I'm looking for here is that move lower, the breach of the volume-weighted average price, but it may be a bad play, especially if the market wants to continue to climb higher. So thank you for that. Oh, that's cool. A reminder, use ticker. What's this here? That's interesting. I've never seen up there. So yeah, that's what we got going on there. Joe Tabor, everyone says that BA, because of plane crash, it was the case BA and Airbus would be both. Trade at zero, get a. Okay, so I'm not going to read that even though I might have already. But we're starting to squeeze here.
It's all good.
Yeah. We're starting to squeeze here on Tesla. Again, we crack this, then I'm out of this trade. Don't want to be shorting this too often, especially if we're going to look for a kind of that compression breakout. So, oh, wow. Okay, yeah. AC Slater on that one. We're out of there. News on Tesla. You want to follow this volume. Wait till that break. Let's see what Adair's got for us. I think it's regarding Tesla.
It's not just regarding Tesla. Trump just said an awful lot. One of the things he did say, though, is that Elon Musk does like him, which does actually seem to be the move here on TSLA. Again, Tesla moves after President Donald Trump says that he does, in fact, like CEO Elon Musk. Keep an eye here in Meta and Snapchat as well. Trump saying that the U.S. will, quote, probably save TikTok, which means, I guess, likely keep it in the United States. So that's certainly going to be something to watch out for here as well. But this happening now, I mean, really just keep an ear open for Donald Trump and these comments. He also said he wants to talk to Elon Musk about EVs. That just came out as well. So it looks like there could be some more talks here. We know that Politico was reporting earlier today, as I mentioned, that Trump and Musk are potentially meeting tomorrow, or at least having a phone call tomorrow. I reported that earlier today, so potentially this phone call could be about EVs. Trump's making it seem like that could, in fact, be the case. We're going to have to wait and find out, though. Sharif, I might have a new small cap for you. INDO pushing up a little bit. Indonesia Energy. Lots of talk about energy here today with Trump. And last but not least, there's no chart here. Why? Because CHYM is not yet opened, but keep an eye on this IPO. $11.6 billion valuation for the company as of this IPO. We're going to be covering that for you guys. And again, yeah, I think it's interesting here. Trump saying that Musk does like him. Back to you.
Good one.
Let's go, Sharif.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go. What did I say? We cracked those highs. There's going to be a potential long. That catalyst stepped in. Rewind the tape. Please rewind it. I said if there's any form of catalyst that steps in, we could squeeze through that. We got that news. I flipped it. I seen the momentum and that volume really kick in. I'm like, okay, once that's breached and I seen it move with that velocity, I'm like, okay, we have to flip this here. And then I decided to go long, and I was 3, so I punched. So here we go. This was my first trade on Tesla, 10% out, stopped out 98. Start really small right here, take a full stop out on like a quarter unit risk, but then I go 1.5 units right there on that pop. So it was 3 times bigger than what my short previously was. So there we go. We got a nice pop. Let's see if that's going to continue. That was a nice move in Tesla, big time volume. That's exactly what I want to see. Flip it up. Let's go. I'm going long the Qs today as well. Sorry, the SPY on the Playmaker, so make sure you guys get that vote in. But let's see if we can get that continuation here in Tesla. But a big time pop, going stronger. I don't think I'm going to have the opportunity to add into this. Again, I only have about 30%. Sorry for stepping over my words. I'm just trying to think and potentially think of what that next move is. Is there going to be an add? Will this just be a pop and fade, massive liquidity grab? We punched through 330, so now you're starting to see that defense step in for all those individuals who are offside on that 330 strike. Now, guess what? Those short calls are in the money, and you don't want that, especially if you're writing options.
Absolutely, brother. Joseph. Well said there, guys. I want to bring to your attention HUSA. HUSA up 61.17%. It is halted currently at $8.80. Shout out to Manuel Palma and the other crew in the chat bringing this one to my attention. This one's a zoomer, guys. Very, very little volume done at all intraday, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose to the high side. Let me show you the volume profile here so we can get a better look. Basically did no volume. Look at these volume candles really standing out, and they only have about 500 to 400,000 shares per 5-minute candle, which isn't that much for a squeezing name and an $8 name at that. Now, this one trades on the Amex, so you got to have Amex permissions in order to get in there, and because it's on the AM, you won't see the theoretical auction price. The tap will just remain as the halt level, so you'll see there TAP showing you 880, which is the halt level, so you're not going to be able to see that quite yet. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at right now, waiting for that to open. But AXTI continues to go. We got that money fill, baby, right at the volume weighted average price right there at 51s. It just took out 69, and now I'm waiting, layering my orders for a flat top break on this bad boy. Very pleased with this trade. Let's see if it can continue to the high side. Let's keep an eye, though, on this one as well. KLTO, so I did get the money fill in between the 10 and the 20. Well, what I perceive to be a possible money fill, we'll have to see if it ends up being that or not. It's up 60%. It's above the 10 EMA. It's above VWAP. It's got a gnarly looking uptrend. Let's see if it can squeeze and take out my orders on this KLTO. We've got 35s on right now. It's showing me 34s. So let's see if we can kind of move up now. 35s, kind of break even on it. But that's not what you're in a trade for, to break even. You're in it to make money, baby. So keep an eye out on that. SGMT coming back down again. This one is killing me today. We take Prince to the high side, but you know, it's just zigging and zagging in a way that has me feeling like this might lose the bid. So SGMT, the one I'm talking about right now, kind of displeased with this one. We'll see exactly what we get. I've moved up my stop to kind of lock in some of those profits. But yeah, it's a bit of a precarious one right now. Back to KLTO into 36 as we go. We still don't have a new 5-minute candle to make a new high because the prior candle's high was 36. So we are stuck right there at prior candle high. We can't shake the sellers who have been keeping us down. I see about maybe just a little bit less than 700 lots posted at 36. We'll see if we can take out some of those sellers and then continue back up to the upside right now. So KLTO in focus, AXTI, SGMT. We're in 3 trades right now, all small cap gappers looking for a bigger move up. Keep in mind, guys, I am still waiting for HUSA to open. Now, this one did halt at 202.41, the current time on my atomic clock is 206.52, so we are less than a minute away. This should open up at if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, 207.41. We'll see if it does open up at that time, and if it does, what kind of price action we get. So involved in all these names, but I want to say, man, Elon Musk and what's his name meeting tomorrow and Donald Trump meeting tomorrow, isn't that going to be the most like awkward meeting ever? Yeah. It's like breaking up with your ex after you let loose about all their faults and then have to look them in the eye and pretend like nothing happened.
Sorry.
Like, ew, that's the worst cringe moment.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Oh
I mean,
God.
I bet you both of see, that's the thing with social media.
Kills it,
everybody's done this, but it's like it's either like you post something or you say something that you probably the next day you're like, ooh, I probably shouldn't have posted that or said that. There you go. And that's why for me it's just like, yeah, I don't need to live in that world. I like my privacy, other than my.
It is embarrassing,
it's
Fabian.
large. It's like, yo, I shouldn't have done that. And unfortunately, that happens to be. Some people just don't care, but me personally, I obviously care what I have to say. I think sometimes.
Most people care.
Yeah. I mean, but other than that, for me, that's like, that just drew the line a couple times too many. And you're like, all right, yeah, time to put this stuff away here. But yeah, everybody here is on, has done that and been on that boat. So yeah, AMD, let's go. Adair reported some news on AMD last night. You can see that we got a big pop in the post market. Unfortunately, we gave up that whole move and then a little bit more of that, but it has now since recovered. So that's a positive sign. This is going to be a key area, 121. I think buying AMD up around $100 would have been a good steal. Let's zoom out to see what our low was. It was just chopping around. It's unfortunate that this is 76. So this is a big time move here that we're experiencing off of these lows in AMD. It is finally starting to recover, but at 51% to be exact. But if you really want to get into the grand scheme of things here, we're still down 50% off of those all-time highs. And this thing has been in a bear market from March of 24. So yeah, I remember this day like it was yesterday. It was so interesting watching this squeeze. This was such a monster day. And then on the intraday time frame is when I seen the VPA signals of all VPA signals. I couldn't give this a higher grade rating. It's like Canada credit, essentially. Yeah, that's how high this rating was. Yeah, exactly. So it was really good and very fun to get involved into that. And hopefully traders got to work on that. And I'm going to add this one more thing. I was selling. Yeah, I was. I don't know what I was thinking now that I look back at it. I was selling puts on this at higher levels, waiting for pops, just slowly letting it decay. And I think I might have sold some calls, but I was kind of going against the trend in some ways on AMD, thinking that it would get a stronger recovery. But we had some nice options writing on that stuff there, Shreem.
All right, man. We're in Husa right now, guys. Looking to take some prints out there. Let's see what we get. I've got 64s on right now. Anything below 50, I'm going to flatten out. We've taken out the majority of the position into the high side right now in HUSA. It's basically a candle of indecision, the one that closed. Now we've got a higher low, but we don't know how this cookie is going to crumble whatsoever. So happy that I was able to extract the majority of the position out, but it is losing the bid, and we will get stopped out for the remaining amount there. All good. We'll look to do a little bit better next time. HUSA giving it up right now. So we got initial entry here, scalped out, took out a little bit there, half the position as it tanked, added back there, scalped, and then got stopped out for the majority. So am I positive or negative? No, we're negative on it, but marginally. So we'll look to do a little bit better right now. So we're negative on HUSA. Let's see what it does at 775, give or take. That's where VWAP and the 10 exponential are hanging out. Let's see what it does with 8, though. Does it end up defending 8? So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll report back to you guys on HUSA. A bit of a bamboozler here is zigs and zags on the AMX network. Let's flip back to AXTI. Still waiting for continuation into the high 70s or at least the mid 70s on this one. Got nothing doing right now, so we'll pack our patience on that. How's our other trade doing here on KLTO, though? Yeah, we're still putting in lower highs. We're not really giving up the ghost at the 10. I like this one a little bit better. I'm going to pack my patience with this one. I think this one's a good technical trade here on KLTO. We'll see if it ends up giving up the ghost or what, but I like my entry. I like the higher low pattern. We just need some prints to the high side right now. It's just a matter of exercising that patience. KNW is setting up quite well here. So let's go ahead and weasel into this one. I like all the bottoming tails through the volume weighted average price. I don't like the fact that it's selling off aggressively into the 70s. So it's at VWAP, all the closing prints above VWAP, but it is bottoming tail through that level. So let's go ahead and weasel into this one, and we'll give this one to the $0.50. And yeah, we'll give this one a little bit of room here into the $0.50. So let's go ahead and throw that stop there for said amount of shares. So we're involved in KLTO, we're involved in KNW, we're back into 4 positions again like a psycho. So we're gonna keep an eye out on this one. Let's set up some profit takers on my friend KNW. We'll set up some at 66 over here, and we'll set up some at 70. We'll set up some at 73s as well. We'll layer the orders for another nicer move up. We'll see what we get there on this bad boy. So KNW, new position on this one, looking for a volume weighted average price bump and hold, I guess, here. So we'll keep an eye on that. What else we got? Mango, Kahuna saying Astis is squeezing. It's one of the ones that Mitch gave us the other day as a possible play, a space play. I believe he was saying ASTS. What do we got over here? Yeah, look, it's kind of consolidative, looking like a prolonged bull flag. A little bit below VWAP, a little bit above, kind of hard to read. I trade this as a range until it breaks out in one direction or the other. I wouldn't be quick to jump into this one as a breakout trade, but I like that good green candle there, but it's still within the range though. So yeah, well, not bad. It's not exactly parabolic or anything, so keep tabs on that. We are going to go to Adara. I guess more news.
Yeah, lots of talk here. I mean, from Trump about China, of course, here just saying that he loves China. He's very excited about their China deal. FXI moving a bit. U.S. Steel, though, popping up here. I don't know if you guys might be aware of the golden share. We hear about a lot of China will sometimes have a golden share in companies. For example, ByteDance, the parent of TikTok. Trump saying that he or the U.S. is going to have a golden share controlled by the president in U.S. Steel. So 51% ownership by Americans. Nice push to the upside, 4x.
Yeah, not bad.
So yeah, that's what we got going on the blockchain. Yeah, let's go. Those Tesla calls, I'm glad they're working out for you and right on. I'm glad that you're also staying busy on the side as well too. So yeah, good luck there from my guy CityBoy305. That's why I said, where you been at, man? We haven't called your name out for some time. Don't think we forget, because we don't. People don't forget. Forever. People who you have no idea what movie.
No idea. No idea.
The chat might. They're undefeated, but yeah, people don't forget. That's definitely a funny line there.
You know what I just noticed?
Super bad for those who don't know.
We haven't even turned this on.
Yeah, I haven't even turned it on. I'm surprised it's still working.
Right, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah,
come on now.
Man.
We're gonna do a mix here, Joseph.
Yeah. The converter. Let's go. Joseph, do Sean and I have a bet on the NHL finals? I agreed with you from the jump. Florida is no joke. Yeah, so I do have Florida. Katina Man has the Edmonton Oilers. Even though obviously I want the Canadian team to win, I think the Panthers are just too dominant and know what they're doing. So
people are saying that's from Superbad. Is that from Superbad?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, well I know Superbad. I didn't know that was from that though. Obviously, it's Superbad. Sorry to keep you waiting there.
Keep an eye here on FSLR. So apparently the founder of CET, or Clean Energy Transition, as far as I can tell, it's like an energy-based hedge fund or organization. Anyway, so Pearl Likander, who is the founder of this group, is saying that First Solar, FSLR, is trading at distressed multiples. We know this will get some retail attention. I believe there's a short float as well for FSLR, so keep an eye on First Solar. Yeah, 11.6% short float. Nice breakout. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, keeping an eye here on KNW. We're still straddling the volume-weighted average price with really no direction. Looking for a bigger move up. We'll have to pack our patience on this one. I like the bottoming tails through VWAP, but the closing prints at or above the volume-weighted average price, so that's my look on that. But it's really KLTO here that's kind of bamboozling me. There is a real monster seller at 235 that we can't shake, and we haven't been able to shake them since the candle at 12 o'clock. So we're going on 16 minutes now, back into 35. Now we're taking them out 36, 37, 38. All right, so we took them out 38. Can we get a little bit here? So we'll see what we get there. Now there's another seller at 38 of note. Unable to shake them. 39's getting taken out now. So good look. Let's continue to take some more because we've got shares on this one. This is a very thickly traded name. Like every level, every penny level we take out, there is a monster seller, short seller, profit taker, whoever is on the other side of that looking to basically keep us down. So 38 showing up now. That is a nice little area break above that 35 penny area. Let's see if we can squeeze up into 40. I've layered my orders to try to take prints at basically, every 2 or 3 pennies with good amount of size on this one, but 39 acting like the way 35 did, not even taking out any of these. Like, do you notice that? That we're unable to take out any of the posted orders. That means, what's actually getting filled seems to be like a hidden order, an iceberg order as we call them. Back to KNW, we'll let KLTO do its thing 25, but I am worried about KNW. Sometimes it's below VWAP, sometimes it's above. It's not the best pattern to rely on when you're just straddling the volume-weighted average price like that. Sometimes it can be quite rewarding because you do get the area low and it ends up finding support at VWAP, and sometimes it just continues downward. So we'll try to mitigate some risk there by keeping an eye out on the price action. SGMT popped again into the mid-60s, but true to form, right back down into the mid-50s it goes. Well, it's been doing this range for a long time since we basically got into that high at around, what time was that, 10:30 or so? So we're almost a couple hours deep with respect to that price action right now. Going to keep an eye out on that. And I've already moved up my stop to account for any move back down. Quickly, before we go back to Adara, keeping my eye on KLTO, guys, looking for this one to really take out the top 245 high, Adara.
Part of the show is brought to you by Prop XP. Level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. So just scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, Try it for free and start your trading journey. You can enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot. Trusted by traders worldwide. So right now, get that 50% off with code TraderTV. Links in the description. Be the trader. Get funded. Join PropXP today. PropXP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Google continuing to climb higher. The market is inching towards the higher day here, the SPY and the Qs, but it looks like we're rejecting. The one thing is that as we're starting to climb in price, guys, you can see that volume really start to cool off. So this was a beautiful indecision print. Oops. On Tesla. So you can see we got that big volume spike, but then look, this is how you break down candles, right? So we open up here, buyers push the price down, and then the sellers just are more aggressive and have more strength that eventually push this into a shooting star or hammer doji. And then look at the volume preceding this, right? So, I mean, we always talk about an engulfing volume print with a indecision to follow, and then also a large isolated, not isolated, but a large print there as well. So if you're playing the break of this candle, there you go, you're almost good. $1.50 right there in the money. So Google breaks that triple top. Let's go. Yeah, there you go, Gore. Nice way to sit on that and way to add into that position there, brother. SPY calls says unique trading and gold puts. Yeah, let's pull up gold because I do believe that this thing is like it's been on such a monster run. Let's see what we got going on from a gold standpoint. It's how is it still hovering around these highs? I mean, this is a really, really strong asset class right now. This is a weekly. Who wants that? We don't want that. We want to go into the daily. Even so, regardless, we're still hovering around these highs, guys. That's crazy. I don't know if there's going to be like at what point are you going to break down? I don't know if anything is there displaying. Like it does look like that, but yeah, I think you have to be cautious and just wait for that opportunity to arise. But yeah, there goes Google. Google is gone. Way to pick that one out of the baskets of stocks that we got going on. Gorev. Yeah, there you go. You're breaking through those levels right now, and if the volume really starts to kick up, then you're going to be even sitting on prettier pennies. So yeah, great trading there as always, my friend. But yeah, other than that, again, I'm being patient. We are looking like we're going to put in a lower high. So there might be a short potentially for a move back towards the volume weighted average price in the SPY and the Qs. But again, when you're trading the overall index, then you want to keep an eye on the Mag 7, and whether it's the SPY or, well, SPY not necessarily so much, it's because it's not as weighted heavy in tech, but the Qs. What are the big boys up to? Are they trading higher? Are they squeezing? Are they just chopping around? And I think you can base good trades off of that and then integrate that within the TQs.
All right, Joseph, keeping an eye on all these trades. We're in 4 trades at the moment. Let's review them. KLTO, we're hanging out above the 10 EMA. We weren't able to get, sadly, that continuation through 240. So that seller at 35 has reappeared, and they're posted again with decent size at that level. Alas, we are still putting in higher lows. So that is the good side of the equation. The bad side is obviously we've got a bit of a top here at the 240 area, Joseph, so keep tabs on that. KNW is putting in higher lows on the wicks, but it's not even filling me to the high side, so I am concerned about KNW. Whether or not this ends up getting off the volume weighted average price and starts making higher highs and higher lows is debatable at the moment. That's the situation. SGMT continues to hang out near the area of 7.5, a little bit above, a little bit below. We've got 52s on this one, so I'm not entirely upset. We've taken out a lot of the position on this one, but looking for a 775 break. I mean, I shouldn't be getting out if we're still holding that consolidative area above 40. That's kind of what I'm thinking about there. We'll see if it ends up losing that bid, though, as well. PLRZ, I've got nothing on at the moment. AXTI, we've taken out a substantial amount on this one, but this one also rejecting that 270 level. That's a bad side. The good side, it's still holding above VWAP. The money fills seem to be at the 20 exponential moving average. Adair.
Just so you guys know, there's a Q&A happening right now. Donald Trump taking questions. He just signed this bill here, basically getting rid of California's electric vehicle mandate. And again, the reason he said he did it as a bill and not as an executive order is that it cannot be overturned. Right now, he's taking questions. I'll let you guys know if there's anything of note here, but it is worth noting the prepared portion and the signing part of the ceremony is over. Let's see how the questions do. Back to you.
200 points, man. Come on, what is that? What kind of BS is that, Streamline?
Get him, Joe.
Yeah. I'll get him. Trust me. I want to know how many points are. Who wants to duel me for all my points? I'm
Wow,
willing
this
to.
guy just gambler, bro. And he always looking to take your money somehow, bro. Joey Slithers. Oh my God.
Bro, yeah,
Joey
hey, man.
Slithers,
Did I tell you when I used to work at Bell, when I first started working there?
Yeah.
I started playing poker, and then they didn't know that I used to play when I was a little bit younger. Like, I was never any that good, but like I was better than everybody that I worked with. And then I would always take their money, and they would call me second place because I would literally just play certain hands and just beat all of them, and like come in second place, and then make a deal with whoever had a little bit more chips than me. But I would just always be taking.
I absolutely love it, dog.
Let's go. Let's rock this.
Get it.
Oh, Trade the Pool. One for All, the new trading competition from Trade the Pool. Never been done before. Everyone will be trading together on one shared account with $1 million in buying power. Starts June 16th to 18th. The goal, beat the Qs. For example, if the Qs move by 3% up or down, we aim for more. And what's in it for you? Everyone wins. Plus $675,000 in prizes. 20 evaluation accounts up for grabs, one account, one mission, one for all. Scan the QR code or join the team now. Bang. All right, how do I accept these duels here?
Type exclamation point accept.
Okay. But I got to put their name too, though, no?
I think you just automatically accept on your behalf. I could be wrong. The chat knows better how to do it. It's been a while. We used to do this a lot. And then it just kind of fell out of favor.
Did I just beat somebody for their 3,000 points?
It'll tell you. It'll tell you. Like, Joseph, you've gained whatever.
Big Smile beat me?
Get him, Big Smile.
Big Smile was victorious versus
Take
Joseph
his money,
and won
baby.
a bounty of 500 points. That's all you wanted to gamble was 500? Come on, I got like 30,000. What kind of small potatoes is that? But kind of, yeah, there you go. Out of all people, it had to be Big Smile that beat me too, eh? Because he beat me on the Tesla one as well. Sucker, he says. Exactly. I'll hit accept one more time to see what we got going on.
Oh, the millionaire wants
there we
some
go.
money
Yeah,
too,
let's
bro.
go the millionaire. I'll accept that
man.
one. Go Intel.
Take his money, baby. He took my money.
He
took my money.
I'm about to take Sean's money too. Eastlander. Let's see. I didn't get anything yet. I know. I'm just waiting. I don't know if Neil's. I'm just waiting to kind of dive into a little Betsky with Neil. I know he's not feeling too good. Yeah.
Are you guys listening to this? Are you listening to this?
But you know what I mean?
He tried to take Adara's money.
Yeah.
I had to basically talk Adara out of it. I don't think she would have done it
Adara's
anyway.
smart. Adara's
I
smart.
want to stand up for myself, Sharif. I talked myself out of that the second I heard it because, as I have
She
said,
knows.
I have seen the film The Big Short. I know what caused the housing market crash, and that is betting on bets. And so I'm not going to bet on a bet, even if it's for booster juice, even if it's for money. It's not because I'm scared of losing. It's because I'm trying to make the right trade.
Boom! And she shut the door.
Yeah,
shut the door, Jerome.
Shut the door. Hey, how did he win again, though?
Good. Good. I'm not cheering for you, bro.
What is this, man? That's nonsense. All right, that's okay. I'll take the L's here in the Streamlabs, but take the W's.
Take the W's IRL, right? Okay.
Again, Katina Man's gonna owe me two beers there, so we're gonna get that covered. And then we said if it goes to 7, I think we're gonna add something else on top of that one. So just to add to that a little bit there. No, but fun stuff, guys. Back into these markets. Let's see what we got going on. Whoever mentioned Intel, it is starting to break out. One thing that really kind of annoys me about trading, and it's unfortunate about the world that we live in. Look what Intel does on this breakout, and then just gives out all of it back. It's like, okay, so you're not going to continue in this strength. This is just false. There's no weight holding to this. You just give all of that move back. But anyways, it's starting to pump again, climbing higher. There's a definitive base right there, guys. We now punch through some intraday resistance zones, like a lot of these underlyings here. So just keep that in mind. Good move here on Intel, and you can see that volume really picked up there. So genuine move.
Well said, Joseph. All right, keeping my eye on AXTI. I'm trying to decide whether this is going to be a 20 exponential break because every single support level has bounced off the 20. I mean, every area trough has bounced off the 20. We are at the 20 now. So I belong at 52s. We're showing 60s, but I don't really want to give anything back if I don't have to, right? So keeping an eye on AXTI. I'm debating whether or not I want to move my stop, lock in the profits, and then we can put another resting order at the volume weighted average price to get back in. But it's SGMT as well that's keeping me bewildered here because we do have that 775 top, and we have been kind of defending that 740 area. So I want to say, you know, the trend is still, or the range, excuse me, is still intact. 740 to the low side, essentially 770 to the high side, with the high of day being 775, but that was on a wick, if anything. So I don't think it would be right to get out here. I'm going to continue to pack my patience on this one, knowing full well that, you know, we're not doing a whole lot at this level. So that's the situation there. Let's look at HUSA as well. So I'm marginally negative on this one. Looking for a continuation back to the high side, though. I put a resting order above 810. So look at this candle here. That's a 1 minute, excuse me. Let's flip to the 5. Look at this candle over here. Tops out at 811. If we take out that candle, then I'm thinking about getting back in. We're above the volume weighted average price. We're above the 10 EMA. And here comes that 805. It's a bit of a wider spread, though, on HUSA. So you got to be careful with this one, okay? Because it's quite the bamboozler. So I put my resting order there. It'll trigger if we do end up taking that 811 area. So let's see what comes of that. And then SGMT right back into the top end of the range. It's probably the right thing to extract some profits here as it comes right back into 770. So we'll wet the beak there. Happy I didn't take out too much. All right, now we're showing 74s on the level 2. There we go. 75 got taken out. That's the high of the day now. Guys, we are at HOD now on SGMT. Let's see if we can take out some of these levels. We've got shares on all these levels. So let's go ahead and set up a little bit higher too. Greedy Greed's got me focused right now on these higher levels. 775 high. I'm set up at 82 and 88. We're rejecting that same level again, and then the selling comes in big at 75. Look at that person who posted a few hundred lots there. So it doesn't look like it really wants to go that aggressively to the high side. So keep an eye out on that. Go ahead, Joseph.
Sharif, someone in the chat said Baba options are frozen, and when I pull up the chain, it won't allow me to select options. It's just not there.
Hold on. Let's find out. Yeah, let me do it. We're doing
this is very interesting. Thank you for that. Yeah, we're doing it live. Whoever mentioned that, Baba options are all frozen.
Yeah, it's been removed. That's crazy.
No way.
Yes, look. BABA. This is SIM. Like, you know, it's not giving it to me.
Yeah, I'm not even giving it in my actual here. Yeah, that is crazy. I wonder what is up with that.
We should probably do a quick search on that.
Okay, yeah, that's actually, never mind, that's cool. Yeah, we definitely, Adara, if you find anything on Alibaba, on Baba, and options not being able to, something going on with the options, and someone said they started working, they were acting weird as of yesterday. So there we go, a lot of the people saying the exact same thing. I can't even pull up Baba right now on the options chain. Pull up, Badman forward, Badman.
Hey, yes, Badman forward, Badman pull up. Hey, that was a good time.
Yeah,
you know exactly what I'm talking about there.
Exactly. Call them the millionaire and tell them, hey, we need to get this going ASAP because we need to see what this chain is telling us. But apparently it was started to acting funky yesterday, and now I can't even access it right now. So this is very interesting stuff. Got Baba options on Tasty Trades. Okay, on Tasty Works, you have it there, but I don't have it here. So maybe it's a select brokerages here, but Google, wow, let's go. Oh, and I wanted to mention CrowdStrike. 488 is that high of the day here. Did it establish a new all-time high? Not quite, almost though. 490 being that level. Good luck there, whoever mentioned CrowdStrike as well, and Alibaba. Let's see what Adara's got for us.
That is Adara.
So, as of 13 hours ago, apparently MarketBeat saying that the company was seeing unusually large options volume. I went on X to see if I could see when people started posting about this. So apparently options on Robinhood, they stopped showing up here. It's about 2 hours ago is when I get the first post. Now, as of more recently, like within the last hour, now people are saying they're frozen on all brokerages. So this seems like a relatively new problem as far as I can tell. On X, I don't have any answers as to what's happening, but it does seem like it's pretty widespread. Back to you.
Yeah, for sure. Sharif's digging into this as well, too, guys. So very interesting stuff. You say that you have Tasty. You have it on. Someone said in the chat that they have it on Tasty. That's very interesting because I'm still not having any access to it there. You can go BobX. That's okay. We'll take a look. Yeah, actually, let's pull it up there. BABX. I'm sure that's going to be a 2x average. BABX. I still don't have it. 2x long BABA ETF. It's not allowing me. It's only displaying the underlying. And there you go. This is what I'm getting right now on that Garnish 2x BABA. It's not giving me anything. It says it is optionable, but it's not allowing me to pull that up. So that is very interesting stuff there, guys. On BABA, I want to talk about Tesla because that was a missed opportunity. Even though we did flip the script here on this one and decided to go long, with this indecision print on the 1 minute was another opportunity to just play the ebbs and flows of the market. So that was a really good look. Momentum moved through some of these key pivots, but then you get this indecision print right there at these highs. So that's a big move, and especially once it breaks the support system right here, then boom, you get that move back towards the volume weighted average price and the lower end of the range. What time is Chime dropping? No, it's today, but no idea on what time. I don't either. Maybe usually around 1 o'clock they come out, I believe. So we're gonna just be patient. I'm sure everyone in the chat is gonna let us know as well. But yeah, as soon as it does come out, we're gonna be looking to put some trades on Chime as well.
No question about it.
Did you say you were?
Yeah, it says it doesn't really know, but I don't think that this was the right thing. Let me just go to Gemini over here, and I'll copy the same prompt that I put into chat. I even gave it the entire date. Let's see. We can do it in front of. This is Gemini 2.5, guys, because we have enterprise here at work. So today's June 12th, 2025. Alibaba is not optional on my brokerage account. Is there anything being reported about options not being available for this stock? Find out online. Let's find out what Goggles has to say there. As of today, there are no reports indicating that options are not available. In fact, the search results clearly show that are actively being traded. Incorrect. Look again. There we go. Let's find out what it is. It seems I misunderstood.
We're getting a mixed bag here in the chat as well, too, Shreve. Some people are saying it's available on Webull. Some people are saying it's not.
IB.
So could it be regional, maybe? Like,
or IB?
Yeah, or IB, but yeah. So
interesting.
Yeah, very, very interesting stuff. Yeah, we'll continue to dig into this a little bit here, guys, and see if we find anything. But yeah, unfortunately, AMD's not doing too good. If there's any names that you want to go over here, guys, I'm looking for some precise entries right now. We missed that one on Tesla for the short side, but that's okay. I think there's going to be a couple more opportunities, and I'm just going to be risking small, right? Considering I had a nice profitable day, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cap whatever loss. I'll just take a fraction of what I made and then use that as risk, and then possibly put on some other trades there. So yeah, if there's anything that you guys want to go over, just put it in the chat. We'll go over some options chain stuff, some options strategies, etc. Whatever you guys feel like going over, and we'll do that. So.
All right, guys, keeping an eye here on the trades. Currently, SGMT still hanging out near 70s, actually 72 now showing up. Here comes 75 again. So this is hanging out near the high and has been for the last 15 minutes or so. It's got 3 5-minute candles all at the highs, closing at or near the highs. So I feel, I don't know, maybe good chance now to really take out that 775 high of the day. There's really no size posted. Look at that, 775. You got 3 lots, 1 lot. And I have almost every brokerage, every gateway available, known demand. It's been given to me here for permission. So if there was size posted on a gateway, I'd see it, and there's just none. So there's certainly an iceberg order here on SGMT, keeping this bad boy down. But it's KLTO that I need to worry about now because it is coming down into the 20, and now we are out of the money on KLTO. There's that 20 exponential retracement. Let's see if it finds support here. This was a previous area of general support between 20 and 25. Zigging and zagging right now. I've added substantially into this one, so I don't really want to add any more. But, you know, if it's coming into the right area, why not? So, yeah, KLTO bouncing into that 2.25, popping right back into 230. So we'll see what this one does. It could have been stop hunting people. There you go, bouncing right back into the mid-30s. So I did miss an opportunity to add there. That's on me. Seller at 33s. Can we shake them? I'm looking for that decisive 40 break on KLTO. It's up over 60%. It's got substantial amounts of volume. We've got almost printed 100 million shares here, 97.8 million shares. Can't shake the seller at 33, though. They keep posting more. Now we have about 1,000 lots waiting at 33, so keep tabs on that. But I saw SGMT just took out the high of the day. There's 80s. We still haven't printed anything, though, because I haven't been waiting at 80s. So let's take out something here possibly at 79s. Good move up here for SGMT. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. I'm waiting at 82s. 82s now showing up on the ask. 78, though, on the bid. So we are at the high of the day currently on SGMT up 26%. A good hold of the level, but we need continuity, and there it is, taking out all the prints. Now we're waiting at 88, and we got shares on here for SGMT. So let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher. Now I'm going to wait at 95, and then the north side of 805. We'll wait there as well for an $8 break. SGMT on that good stuff right now. Let's see if it continues going. KNW, not really. SGMT taking that Elon stuff. KNW is on nothing right now. It's dormant. It's taking that. What are those sleeping pills called? Zoplicone or whatever. What is it? It starts with an A,
I
man.
thought you were talking more about like the.
Not melatonin.
Yeah.
Well, it is maybe
Sleeping
melatonin.
pill.
Maybe
Yeah.
the more appropriate one here. Hey. Ambien, yes, thank you. Assassino knows exactly what I'm talking about there.
Assassino, why do you know that one there, brother?
Why not, bro? What is that? Like, it's like a bad thing to know what I'm sleeping.
Yeah, why do you know that one there?
Obi's telling me something. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What did it say? Option mispricing.
Ex-dividend, yeah.
Okay, so let's see what Ob sent me over here. There it is. I'm just going to read it, brother, because Ob sent it to me. So he sent me an 03, which is obviously it's by far the best. By the way, that Nate guy that I always tell you guys about, he posted something yesterday about 03 Pro, not 03 Mini. So here's what it said. Basically, what triggers this mess? Yeah, why did okay, well, we'll read it after we get back from Adara because she's got breaking news.
You just keep an eye out here for any of these legacy media names. I have Paramount up, PARA dropping here. You can also keep an eye on any of these drug companies as well. Wall Street Journal reporting that senators are going to be proposing a ban on drug advertising to consumers. So the reason legacy media is coming up here is that some people are saying on X, we know that legacy media often relies on these drug ads. So keep an eye here on any of these companies that have any kind of cable or ad-related involvement and anything in that drug space. Back to you.
Lee. All right. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. So we'll get back to that. It's quite long in the tooth, this response, but the idea here is that there is something behind it. We're not just hallucinating.
Yeah, it's something regarding the dividend payout. I don't know how that would necessarily affect an options. I just being honest, because I have no idea. I've never experienced anything like that. So we'll find out some more, and obviously with the post market, I'll do some more reading on it as well too. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Tesla long here. I don't know necessarily, especially off of this candle here. You've seen that we got that volatility spike, right? And then the move just wasn't sustained. We couldn't contain that trend. So, I mean, we are running into some key support levels, but am I going to be looking for a long on Tesla? Not right this second. I'm going to be a little bit more patient. But the Qs, let's go, are heading towards the high of day, being led by the likes of Google, it seems to be the case, guys. So we will go through the Mag 7 right now. And I'm going to throw Broadcom on there just because no one else wants to. They don't think that it deserves to be on there. So that would be the first one that we're going to go through just because we get to do what we want around here. So Broadcom, there we go. A nice move here. Let's see it from a daily standpoint. Okay, so right there, bang. It's what is the word I'm looking for? It's outpacing the overall market there. Okay. So it has put in a new all-time high. That was a while ago, but it did break the previous highs there. Now let's see what Amazon's up to. I think that's going to be a big one, but we want to zoom in and see what we got going on. Is it leading the way? See, yeah, it's not doing too much. And I mean, if these big names really want to start, if they start to play catch-up, then it's going to just drag the market higher. Apple not doing too much, heading into some key pre-market levels. Is it going to go towards this pre-market high? That is going to be a big inflection point possibly here in AAPL. So good look as it's starting to crawl, but you can see that we've been running into some prior resistance or some prior support now acting as resistance, and that's going to be the pre-market lows there. Now let's take a look at, so we got Amazon, we've seen Google, we went over Apple. Let's see what Softy's up to, Microsoft there. Okay, so trending higher, leading the market up with it. So we got two strong names in the likes of Google. Wow, AMD. Whoa. Never mind anything else. I was going to say your word, freaking D right there. Big time pop out. Look at this volume spike right here, guys. That is major laser right there. Oh. So let's see what we got going on. Can this move be sustained? Gonna wait for that pullback. Don't want to chase just yet. be patient, wait for that ABCD type pattern, and then maybe you'll get the continuation. But I'm going to assume there's going to be some news here on AMD, Sharif.
Yeah, we're sending it to Adair.
Oh, how come I didn't?
Oh,
I didn't get any.
My bad.
Did you? Yeah.
All right, so let's keep an eye here on KLTO. So this just absolutely tanked. So I got stopped out. I punched right back in. I want to hold that volume weighted average price. So I've set up another dip trade at 210. Let's see if this one ends up holding up. KLTO in focus. But SGMT continuing to put in highs. Back into 92 as it goes. I'm waiting for this one for a flat top break. Let's pack our patience there. KNW as well continues to range at the volume weighted average price. I was able to extract a couple of prints, but this is very much a dead trade right now, hovering at the volume weighted average price and not giving me any higher highs. So these small caps don't exactly have that huge move up like we've gotten lately with these ones. So we'll keep tabs on this one.
Yeah.
AMD, breaking news with Adara.
The CEO of the company, that would be Dr. Lisa Su, is saying that the AI chip market will exceed $500 billion by 2028. So there's the comments coming here from Lisa Su, company CEO. She's also apparently saying that the inference chip market will grow even faster. I was seeing some people at X saying that it's the company's investor day. I couldn't find anything to confirm that, but we're going to keep an eye here on this. AMD, comments coming from CEO Lisa Su. It's worth noting yesterday as well. Not a huge reaction to this other than post-market, but this move here happened after we had the information reporting that AMD and Cisco have been approached by Saudi Arabia for a cloud project. So keep an eye on AMD. Trump's still answering questions, and he's actually saying that there's a chance of massive conflict globally and that something could happen soon. So geopolitical tensions on watch. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that, Adara. So you've seen that big spike. That's so crazy. And that's why I'm saying be patient on some of these volatility spikes. That was so fast and furious. Liquidity grabbed through some of these resistance zones, but then came right back to the south end of this range. So, yeah, I mean, tough look if you punch long there. Again, let's be patient, see if we can get a continuation in the trade. All
right, guys. I want to let you know. Traders, are you ready to fully optimize the computer you use for trading every day? Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV have teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. This limited-time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing. And that it's only for Trader TV viewers. So if you're interested, scan that QR code, enter your email address, and unlock access before the offer is gone, guys. This exclusive sale is ending June 12th. At 5 p.m. So today at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, scan that QR code or click the link in the description box. Shout out to the great folks at Easy Trading Computers. So we'll keep tabs on, guys, I just want to quickly get back over here to KLTO. I feel like I got stop hunted there. So we'll wet the beak here a little bit, see if we can kind of move back up above that $0.25. Still holding the volume weighted average price. I'm looking to defend VWAP on this one as well. Packing my patience on this one. I did add aggressively as well to ATXI as it got right back into the volume weighted average price. This is originally where I got in. We were able to scalp substantial amount of the position, so I was really light on shares over here. So I punched back in at that $0.50. Let's see if this one wants to bounce back up. Let's go ahead and throw in some profit takers there for a possible move back up. I did move up my stop on this one, though, to the break of 45 pennies. So that's what I'll be keeping my eye out on there. RCAT as well. We were looking at this one. This is a loser of mine today. And we got basically taken out once this one lost the volume weighted average price. It is looking to really kind of regain that $9 area and possibly VWAP as well, right around 913, 914 or so. It's going to be of no interest in me until it gets above and stays above that level. So RCAT in focus as well, guys. KNW still waiting for something on here. Can't believe it's been doing this. This is crazy. 11:55 to 12:47, an hour of this range holding VWAP. We'll see if this one wants to curl back up. And if it does, is there bamboozlement? I mean, does it stop you out? Like you get stop hunted maybe through 40s and then it goes back along its merry way to the high side? That's a possibility I've seen many times as well. So that could be in play. KLTO doesn't look like it wants to bounce back above that $0.25 area. So we'll have to wait for either a VWAP add there or a fail. So KLTO in focus as well here, Joseph.
Thank you for that. I think I'm going to just short this market here, which, again, if I'm wrong, I have no issues of getting out, and nor will I be continuously fighting this trend. So there we go. We're going to punch a little. We now have definitive risk, right? If it cracks through that high and the Mag 7 really want to get the steam engine moving, then you know what? We'll just hop out. No issues about that. But we are now short the TQs, looking for that move back towards that volume weighted average price. We failed to construct a new high before price started to turn around. Adair, what do you got for us? Oh, wow,
Trump's
Tesla.
done this bill signing ceremony. In case you guys missed it, some of the highlights included him talking about how he likes Elon Musk, he likes Tesla, and he wants to talk to Elon Musk about EVs pretty soon. We also had him saying that he loves China. He says that he believes he can save TikTok. And he also said that he believes something big is coming soon, quote unquote, with regards to geopolitical tension and conflict. At 3:30 p.m., we'll see Trump once again. He'll be signing some executive orders. We'll have to wait and see. I find during the afternoon meetings, he tends to be more likely to be late, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there, but keep an eye at 3:30. If not, we'll still be there to cover it for the market recap because we stay late, so make sure you stay late, traders. Back to you.
Ooh, I like that. That's a little bit off Sean's there. Traders stay late, huh?
Hey, traders should go.
I like that. I like that.
Traders got to trade, man.
What you got, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm short the Qs here, guys. This is where my out's going to be right here. We'll just draw the line, just so you guys know. Not right at it. You want to give it, obviously, a little bit of breathing room. That's going to put us at this previous high. If it squeezes me out, that's okay. We'll be patient and maybe get another opportunity. But if the big names, like I mentioned, it's a good idea to keep an eye on what the big boys are up to. Right now, Google is starting to pull back off of those highs, and Nvidia is starting to head back towards the volume-weighted average price. And we're going to be going off to Adara.
All right, Adara.
Sorry, guys, so many news headlines today, aren't there? Here's OMC. This is Omnicom Group. Keep an eye on this one. Big drop to the downside. New York Times reporting that the FTC is considering some restrictions on a merger between Omnicom and Interpublic. Interpublic here, the ticker for this one is IPG. Interpublic group of companies pushing higher on this news. This is usually the case when we hear about these mergers potentially not going through or being on the rocks. The company that is being acquired usually drops on this news. The company that was set to do the acquisition, they actually pop. Go back to Chime. Back to you.
All right, Chime is open, guys. CHYM open right now. It's at 43 and change. All right, let's keep an eye out on this one. Here we go. It's really coming down here, Joseph. What a move up. There we go. We're long, guys. We're long. Let's go. Boom. No. Zigging and zagging, Joseph. Let's see if we got it. Take it over, brother. Take it over.
Yeah. You got to manage that there. I'll put up for you guys. The short is working out here on TQQs. We're going to continue on this short. Sharif is long Chime. Let's pull this one up. Come on, Chime. Squeeze this. Don't take the wind out of this Chime here. Dude. Oh, I spelt it wrong. No, I didn't. There it goes. What are you long at?
Boom.
Did you take it out? Let's
Boom.
go.
Boom.
Oh, my days.
Boom.
Yes, my friend. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
Oh,
That
wow.
was intense. That was intense.
My days. That was
hairs on.
Did you?
Dude,
Let's go.
God. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, you killed it? You killed that one there?
Okay. That was Katina Man stuff right there. Man, wow.
Go.
Look at that, Joseph. Bottom freaking wick, man.
Yeah, that's sick. Good entry there, bro.
Yeah, I know, but a little bit light there, bro.
Yeah,
a little bit light.
What do you mean a little bit light?
Yeah, we took $1 on that. We could have done a little bit better on that one. All right, Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm still short. All right, that was quick. Talking about an adrenaline dump there. It's just like, boom, execution. Bang, then you're just coming right back into reality.
Back to reality.
I
just got stopped at a KNW, though. That was not a good one.
Reality.
Got stopped out of that one. What do you got?
What song is that there? Oh, we already went over this one. Yeah.
Oh, we don't even have that. Oh, that's not bad at all on KNW.
Why do you gotta do this?
Why
do you embarrass me like this?
I know. It's always like that. It's always like that, man.
Why? It's like when Milo doesn't walk in the middle of the street. It's like, come on, bro. Like, man.
It's like, why are you doing this to me right now?
I thought we were cool, man. Like, I feed you and stuff. I play with you and everything. And then you do that. And you decide not to walk right in the most, crucial points, like, right in the middle of the crosswalk. Like, no, we're not playing this game here. We'll pick them up and get going on. Sweeping, yeah, let's go. Let's go sweeping. Double top on Bitcoin, though, right at 6120. But that's not too good. Yeah, I don't like the looks of that. But let's pull up the options chain, see what we got going on, because I think it's really important to see what the just high level. So, yeah, there we go. And this is what sweeping, in order for Bitcoin, I think, to continue to climb higher, now that it's heavily influenced by the American financial markets. Here, look, 61 through 63, just look at this congestion zone here. We got 21,000, 34,000, and 38,000. And then scroll up, scroll down, you're not going to see anything that high on this week's expiration cycle. And then we're also starting to build up here as well. So we need these to get lifted a couple strikes higher. I mean, I would want to see the concentration start at 65. That can give me a solid signal to say, hey, Joseph, we plan on climbing a little bit higher here in Bitcoin, but right now we're just stuffed. And I think a lot of tech assets are as well too right now. We see it in the likes of Nvidia having trouble breaking 145. We're seeing Google with 175 and 177. So guys, it's our job to just keep an eye on these things and to see if these are going to be lifted for next week's expiration cycle, and I'm going to be continuing to do so.
All right, guys, SGMT is taking out highs here aggressively. Where's that at? There we go. So now we're on the way to 8. It's a 797 high. We're almost, full disclosure, we're almost done our trade on this one. We have one more out, and that out will be the one above $8. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cancel that. We're going to let this one run, and then we'll see where it ends up. So SGMT, one last out on this bad boy. Don't want to take it out too early and then have it, really move up aggressively, and that obviously displeased me. KLTO. This is make or break time now. For KLTO, because this is the volume weighted average price retracement, and I won't be holding it for much longer than this. So it's make or break time. We're 1 penny out of the money. I have substantial amount of shares left in this stock, so definitely need it. Well, don't need it, but it want it to go up, and we'll see exactly what we get there. I've put in my stop. Everything is done for this one. Either it stops me out or it moves back up. We're going to have to see which way this cookie crumbles. We've got 15s on. It's showing me 13, so a couple of pennies out of the money there on KLTO. Let's look at AXTI as well. Where's that one at? There it is. So I added substantially into that 50 penny level for volume weighted average price retracement. I've got a lot of shares on this one as well. I've been taking shares on all of them, man.
Today.
Well, we're still down on the day, but I'm trying to work out of it. If some of these trades print, then it's going to really rocket to the high side. But we'll definitely look to do as best as we can. So AXTI holding VWAP. It's putting in higher lows in terms of from areas. If you're looking at this area over here at 1035 is an area low. And then the subsequent area where I got in, that's a higher low. And this is basically the same area low. So we'll see exactly if it wants to rocket up or not. What do we have on it right now? We've got 51s on. It's showing me 57. So not out of the clear by any means, but definitely keeping an eye on it. SGMT is coming right back up into that 805. So I'm happy I took my my out there. Let's see if it can clear 8. It's an 805 high now on SGMT. What do we have on this one? We have 52, so not a bad look there, but definitely looking for, a bigger squeeze. I mean, SGMT has been very consistent all day. It's up 30%, having trouble with that $8 area. However, it's KLTO that's killing me right now, man. It's hovering at VWAP with no real sign that it's about to put in any higher highs and higher lows. Now, it did have this kind of dance with VWAP right around that 10:30 and 11 o'clock time where it wicked below VWAP and then ended up making a bigger move up. But we are not 10:35, 11 anymore. 12:30, or sorry, 1 o'clock is a bit of a slower time. So there's a chance that this one, really does break down and I end up being on the wrong side of the trade. So I will keep my eye out on that one. Let's go back to Chime though. Oh my goodness, Chime is on the way down, Joseph. It is absolutely tanking. And quite frankly, on the 5, every single candle is red on the 5.
Way to grab that there, though.
Yeah, well, I saw what Katina did. Katina printed big on that last time. You saw that.
Bigly.
You saw, we all saw that, dude. And he was in and out of the trade in like 3 seconds.
No, that was me. He rode it for a long time.
But like the bulk of the money, I think he made very quickly. It was like a 10-second, 50-second trade, right? And there's an obvious element of risk when you're doing this. But my thing was, look, the IPO, we're going to go to Adair in a second. The IPO price was $27. By the time we got around, the tap was showing me 45. Well, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means it's oversubscribed. I mean, like, there's a lot of demand. People throwing moves in their market on open orders or lose a limit on open orders, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And that ends up factoring into the tap. And in addition to that, we've seen the prior IPO. What was the other IPO that Katina took the other day? What was that one called? Was it Circle?
Yeah, Circle.
And then we saw that they had to issue more shares because it was so oversubscribed. at the IPO level. So you
That's
feel like the market's
crazy.
liking IPOs lately.
Yeah,
Adara,
it
what's
is.
up?
Keep an eye here on AMD. They're still having, I guess, this event, and apparently they just announced that XAI, which is Elon Musk's AI startup, apparently it's actually using AMD's MI300 AI chip. So not using Nvidia. According to this AMD event, XAI is actually using these AMD MI300s. Let's take a look at NVDA here. Let's see if there's any reaction. Not really. Nvidia is still pretty choppy, but Lisa Su and Co. apparently providing some chips for Elon Musk's XAI. And back to you.
All right, guys, yeah, let's pull up my screen here. But first, I'm going to pull up to see what we got going on for likes, right? Because we're putting in a monster day. Adara's bringing you guys so much news.
Fire, bro.
So if you're not going to do it for Sharif and I, then make sure you do it for Adara.
You have the
because
option
you have
to
like
do it for
and
Adara.
Yeah.
This
So
trade has
just
unlimited
502.
upside.
What kind of nonsense is that? Come on. Let's go. Yeah, I'm serious, man.
Way to tell them how you really
yeah,
feel, bro.
hey, I will, man.
Tell them how you really feel, baby.
It's an equal relationship. They make fun of me because they think that I farted on air. I didn't, but now it's time to play your part. I absorbed all of that, so now come on, just hit that like. Again, it's not too difficult. If it's not for me, it's for everyone else around me. So much appreciated for that, guys. Just make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. There we go, and we're getting a nice little pop. 5,800 of you guys. If we can get that to 1,000, does the channel wonders. I'm not even asking you guys to do it for me. I'm asking for you guys to do it for everyone else. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm asking for all my friends, everyone else that's around here, and all the Trader TV live team. So yeah, there we go. How can anyone not like this channel unless exactly we don't like it, we love it there, Jag. Thank you very much.
I think there's just people out there that they don't like to see other people having fun. They
Yeah,
don't like to see people doing well.
yeah.
So they watch a show for 3 hours, but you know, when they do comment, they like to comment negatively.
Yeah, negatively.
I think that is an interesting reflection on what's
on
inside
the
of a
character.
person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
I
yeah.
do like to see that, but you're gonna get blocked right away. Don't get me
You
wrong.
Sharif, you already
But
heard that from Sharif. He's gonna block you right away.
It's just really interesting to me that someone would spend 3 hours with us, get to know a lot about us, and then just want to crap on us.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you watching me then?
Like,
dog?
honestly, and the thing is, though, guys, it's like we're exposing so much to you. We're putting on these trades, win or lose. You guys know the day that I had a garbage day yesterday. You know what I mean? And to the person who said, hey, sorry, Joe, and I said, don't apologize for me. And I want to break that down a little bit more, is because I don't want to be like you guys to feel kind of any form of be apologetic towards these moves, because this is exactly what we have to do. But also, I want us as a collective unit is what we want to have that short-term memory, right? So just as a collective unit, if we're just saying there, oh, sorry, bro, blah, 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 no, it's like, no. We know what we did wrong. It's done. Write the 3 things that you did wrong. Now write 3 solutions to that, and then move forward. Look for that next trade or look for that next opportunity. Short-term memory here in the markets. Just move forward. Stay forward looking. And if you just dwell on continuous losses, I know I have in the past, then guess what? It gets you nowhere, right? You don't want to dig up dirt. So just continuously be forward looking. You can't change the past. And I think it's just best to just, if you've done something bad, write down the 3 things you did bad, and then write a solution for every one of those things that you did bad, and then sure enough, you're going to be on your way. But don't feel sorry for me. Don't feel sorry for me, because again, we need to learn quick, we need to forget quick, and move on to that next trade.
Don't feel sorry for me, Argentina.
I don't know that one.
Shout out to you know like look, usually it's me not knowing.
Yeah, I don't know who. Don't feel
movie,
sorry.
Evita?
Evita, no.
No, well, it's an old one, Joseph.
Have you ever been to Coco Bongo?
Bro, he wasn't born yet. I know, bro.
Oh yeah.
Coco Bongo in Cancun?
Yeah,
Of course, bro.
Dominican.
No, I've been to the one in Cancun enough times.
Yeah, enough times. Yeah, right.
Been to Cancun 5 times, bro. Adara, what's going on up there? We're talking about Cancun.
Been time.
I'm sorry, guys. There's just so much news. So for one, be aware here, 30-year auction happening. We're waiting on the results, but apparently before this $22 billion auction, the 30-year yield sat at 4.859%. Lyft coming out here at the Catalyst. We'll talk about that quickly. Just now, this came out. We do have Lyft apparently introducing new ad solutions to engage riders on the move, according to its blog. Nice switch to the upside for LYFT. Now, AMD, this event's still happening. CEO Lisa Su saying that the company's MI350 AI chips are faster than their Nvidia counterparts. So I'll have to wait and see what happens there. We actually also got the high yield, 4.844% for that 30-year bond high yield. Prior to the auction, it was 4.859%, so more or less in line with what we were looking for here for this auction. Back to the guys.
She wants the smoke, eh?
She wants it all,
She wants
man.
the smoke. It's her cousin. You know, it's her biggest competitor.
That's crazy.
She's fallen behind. How does she stimulate things? Throw in some controversy, Lisa. Get them. All right, no, man. Seriously, Lisa Su's an absolute OG, but we all know what's been happening lately. Nvidia dominating like 90% of the advanced AI chip market, with AMD a distant second. Obviously, AVGO overtaking and AMD and then some, obviously, as a big AI player. But man, Dr. Lisa Su, she's an OG, bro. And we're going to have to wait and see how she can do. We've seen some of these bigger hyperscalers put in those AMD orders, but when you're taking 80% of Taiwan Semi's output capacity, what the hell is left?
What are you supposed to do?
You know what I mean?
Point? Yeah.
So shout out to Lisa Su.
I agree. Shout out to Lisa Su. Yeah, here we go, guys. We got a big time squeeze in the market, so I'm just holding on by a thread with the remaining bit that I have. I still have 75% of my position, actually 70, we'll call it. So yeah, if it comes back to my break even, then I think that's just going to be the narrative of this session. So advanced money destroyer, yeah, it's back. Bitcoin putting in a new high day, so that's a positive sign. But here we are. We're still sitting in this trade. A lot of whipsaw moves throughout the session here. We've seen it in the likes of Tesla. We've now seen it in AMD. The Qs are doing one right now. So a lot. Why? Okay, no.
What happened, Joe?
Who is running the thing there?
Who?
Is that
What?
you, Fabian? Or is that Assassino? Who?
It's a new thing. What's happening?
What is this? The null. Everybody's saying number.
Okay, so I haven't got a chance to tell you about it because Fabian, the Chilean Nightmare, was telling me while you were talking.
Yeah.
So we can't really announce it yet, but it's a really good
So
way
what if I
for
do it?
everyone to vote indirectly.
Indirectly?
Okay, yeah. It's,
What are we
it's in the process.
indirectly
Like the
voting
way
on?
that you and I do the polls every
Yeah,
day.
oh,
We throw
okay.
on a few tickers. Assassino's in my ear right now. That's why the note is on the chair. I don't know what he means.
On the
The chat. Okay, I see what you're saying. I was like, what chair?
Get it together,
Why are you
boys.
laughing, Ram? I'm going to throw Trenda at you, bro. Adara, come take Trenda before I throw that Ram.
We gotta order. We gotta get our.
I love how I drag Adara into the problem every time. She has nothing to do with it, but she always gets dragged in.
Let's tell them that we're gonna get a little upgrade here. Did we show them our upgrade there?
No, we can't tell them.
We can't show them? Okay, we can't tell them.
Got a surprise.
Okay, all right, so we'll scratch that plan. And then, yeah, we'll go on to something else there. I mean, we're, unfortunately, you guys have to wait. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so everybody's putting it in the chat now. Thank you, Alexander. Much appreciated. There's honestly, you can go across the board. You're not going to see very many people kind of doing it like how we are. Live executions, L2, having a good time as well. And with that news being brought to you minute by minute. So, yeah, we got it going on.
Get it together, boys. Sorry, Marcus.
Sorry, Marcus. Yes,
we tend to, digress a little bit.
Sorry, brother. Sorry. We're good. Get back right into it
What
here.
happened? It is 1 o'clock.
It's
Why
1
do you always
o'clock
pause
on
us
the
on the
drop
most
top.
unflattering angles? You gave Adara the most
We're supposed to
unflattering
focus it.
angle yesterday. Look at me, bro.
Yeah, what's up
what
with that?
What the hell is that?
Yeah,
you know
what's
what I
up
mean?
with-
Like, what's
yeah.
going on?
I don't know.
Ram,
We gotta
she likes to
question
see
more.
people suffer.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Look at that, bro. Look at her in her little shoal there.
Yeah.
How many shoals you need? You got a jacket right on the back there. Why do you have that little blankie?
A blankie. I need a blankie, man. Joey
We gotta
Shivers.
call out Ram.
Yeah, let's go Bitcoin though. Here we go, a big gap down. Let's see if this gap can start to get filled. We have now breached that. We open up a 5 minute right above that zone there, guys. So that could be a nice move here in Bitcoin. And the market's just really choppy. I would like to see this move back towards the volume weighted average price. I'm still holding on to a bit, but if it comes back to my break even, I'll just hop out. AMD just chopping everybody up. So it's a chop fest there, guys. Be cautious on this one. So there you go. You see those volatility spikes, those whipsaw moves, and it's not too good of a look there.
I'm just
on
sending
AMD.
him the.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what we got going on. Got it going on. Google heading back towards VWAP. Nvidia kind of doing the opposite of that, bouncing off of the volume weighted average price. Keeping Playmaker, maybe we're throwing it up there for sure. Okay, Sharif, we're going to add a little twist here to the Playmaker today.
Okay.
Do the twist. Do the twist.
Well, what's going on?
Yeah, I know. All right. So Okay, yeah, sorry, Marcus, we're focusing. Marcus, I'm sorry, we're focusing. All right, so let's hop in the Playmaker. We're going to do an options contract today. So that's going to be the game plan here on the Playmaker poll. Sharif, I want this week's expiration cycle, SPY at the money calls. Can you please give me the number?
SPY at the money calls?
Yeah.
You're like talking like I understand options, bro. Like, what is happening?
Sorry.
Let me do it live.
Yeah, we'll do
so
it
I can
live.
actually learn.
Listen.
All right, we're doing the live. So you want the SPY, right?
SPY, yes, please.
SPY, let's
Yes.
go like that. We're going to take
Tomorrow's
off.
expiration.
Let's just take off all these extra areas here.
Yeah.
So
Perfect.
SPY. Where am I looking here? So at the money.
Yes.
So currently the SPY is 602.91. So what do I like 603?
No, we'll go 60. Yeah, we'll go 603 call.
Okay. Call.
Yeah, and how much is that on the ask?
On
there?
the ask side, 84.
84 cents. Okay, so we're gonna document that on the call side here.
Right.
I'll pull it up on our graph, but I just gotta watch this because there we go. I'm gonna get stopped out on that break even on the TQs, guys. I'll display that momentarily as it came back to my entry point. So don't want to turn a winning trade into a losing one. But now we're going to head 101 Dalmatians right here.
Oh.
Call option. Okay, it is now valued at, sorry, you gave me 84 cents?
Well, I don't know, bro.
Okay, you told
yes,
me 84 cents.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
so that is 84 cents.
Why are we doing it like this? We're going to do
It's an experiment,
Fair,
right?
fair,
It's an experiment.
fair.
We're going to see how it goes, okay? So we're going to give this, it's either going to go to we're going to look for that 2-to-1 or it's going to expire worthless.
Okay.
So our stop loss is going to be at $0 right there.
Okay.
So we're either going to allow it to expire worthless or we're going to be looking for a $2 move on that. So it's going to be at a value of $2.84 is going to be our primary target right there, okay?
I like it.
So that is the, I got these mixed up here because I got to change this up here. So this is our Playmaker on all our data. So $2.84 is what we're looking to take that off either, or it's going to expire worthless. Okay, guys, it is now 106. That's what we got going on these options. And we're going to see throughout the day how theta affects this, which I think is going to be really interesting as well too. So 84 cents, and I'm going to add a little bit more too as well. I told you guys about the cumulative P&L. Like I have all this data, but for some reason it's not adding up after the 86th trade. And when I added it, for some reason it's not adding into the equity curve there. So that's one thing I got to sort out, which I will do so this weekend for you guys. But now we're starting with options. The value of that contract is $84. We're looking for $2.84 on today's at the money SPY put. All right, guys. Oh, actually, I should put in the price target as well, too. Okay, I got to do a lot of stuff here, but let's see what Adair is up to.
Companies apparently using AMD chips, including Meta. Apparently, an executive from the company announced that Meta is using AMD MI350 chips. These are the chips that AMD said are better than Nvidia's for training and deploying its recommendation engine. So yet another company here jumping on the AMD MI350 bandwagon here. That would be META. Back to you.
That Adara.
Thank you.
All right, guys, done the trade over here on my friend SGMT. We got out nicely here at around 807. Not bad. It's topping tail through 810, so I kind of got the feeling there could have been a short seller of note. That was the bad side. The good side is we were putting in higher lows on the successive area troughs. So, yeah, this one could still continue to go. I just didn't want to manage too many trades going into the illiquid time of the day. Now, KLTO, this was a problem for me, okay? But it did bounce up. We've got 15s on right now. I just took some at 18s. It's back above VWAP, but it is now looking like it's rejecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, whereas prior to that it had been using it. So now it's using the 10 EMA as resistance. What I want to keep my eye out on, though, is a lower low. So if we do end up taking out that $2 level, I'm gonna have to cut this one. Whether or not we've got way more size in KLTO than I took in SGMT. So this one, if it ends up going south, will be a big loser, full disclosure, okay? So we're gonna give you the good, we'll give you the bad as well. And the other one that I'm involved in right now, AXTI. This one's been straddling the volume weighted average price, basically since making that high of the day at 270. Positive on this one, happy with how I've traded it, but knowing full well that we've still got good size on here and it could lose the volume weighted average price and it could get in some trouble. So what I did was I moved up my stop to basically account for that, and that may push me out of the trade early, and then it may end up moving up because I've got a tighter stop than I had wanted to, because I don't want to give too much back. So AXTI in focus. Guys, I want to remind you that we have an IPO, CHYM, It's trading obviously higher than the $27 IPO price, but a lot lower than the open price. And I'll submit to you, it opened up at around maybe $40.10. We got involved with this one super quick. No, not $40, excuse me. It opened up at $44. And it looks like 40 cents, 35 cents, something like that. It ended up making a low of 38 bucks. It's really dropping. Yeah, it opened, Katina, man. It's been open since about 12:50, so we're deep right now into it. It's kind of breaking down. Not as good as last time, Katina, man, but trying to break back above 40. It goes, so see what. Oh, no. Oh, boy. CHYM right now zigging and zagging at around 40 bucks. So we'll keep tabs on that. Joseph, anything you got over there?
Yeah, thank you for the super chat there, Marcus Steven, Steven Johnson. Much appreciated. As always, brother, we try to get back on. Oh, bro, what's up, Randall? What's up, Randy? It's cooking, brother. It's cooking, yeah.
Since we got, I gotta interrupt here.
Okay.
So you see XPeng? See what they did today? You saw the G7? You saw the G7. You see how much it cost?
I know.
$33,000 US here. Okay, so we're gonna have to go to Derek because she's got news, but when we get back, we're gonna chat a little bit with Randy.
Build the thing there.
Sorry to interrupt the Randy minute here. We're going to talk for a minute about a different type of vehicle, not an EV, but a plane. Here's Boeing, BA. Apparently, comments coming from CEO Kelly Ortberg. He said that he's spoken to the chairman of Air India to offer their support with regards to the crash this morning. He also said that a Boeing team is apparently ready to support the investigation led by India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau. Boeing also said they're going to be deferring to India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau to provide info about the flight. Keep an eye on BA. Kelly Ortberg here with some remarks. Back to you.
No. You're not going to just say Kelly Ortberg like that so quick and leave. How's he doing these days, Adara?
Pardon?
How's Kelly doing these days?
I don't know how Kelly's doing. Contrary to popular opinion, Kelly Ortberg and I have never spoken. There was someone in the chat named Kelly Ortberg. Maybe.
Shut the door, Adara. There we go. All right, we're just teasing Adara. We all know the Kelly Ortberg stuff. All right, so. All right, Assassino, can we show the screen? So this is the new G7.
I like it.
And it's supposed to be a Model Y competitor. Do I have that correct? Ish. Like, is it the same size?
Give or take.
Give or take. Okay.
It's close.
All right. You're muted. No, he's not muted.
He's not muted.
I think he might be muted on your side, Assassino.
The mic there.
But Randy, yeah. So let's keep an. It has a battery. I think we're good. Let me know if when he's unmuted.
Can you hear me? Yes. Checking.
Are we good to go?
1, 2.
All right, here we go, man. We got the interior pictures and everything. So this is it here, Randy. Let's zoom in a little bit on the. Oh, it's not letting me zoom in. I like it. I like that light bar in the back. Side profile is good.
Yeah, it looks like a Lexus a little bit there.
Yeah, it does. You got to wonder about these rims, though. Like, usually those are not aerodynamic, right? And they kill the efficiency a little bit.
Sean and I had this discussion about the hubcaps on his Model 3.
Yeah.
They're for aerodynamic efficiency. You know what? And in the grand scheme of things, it's probably less than 1%.
Really, eh?
Less than 1%.
But I've seen, like,
you get the big.
we're having issues with your mic. We're having issues with your mic. Okay, so we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Yeah, so Randy's always around, guys. All right, Joseph, take it over.
Yeah. Someone in the chat asked me, when am I going to be shorting the Qs again? I'm going to be patient on this one here, guys, to see if we get another pop above this, or if this is going to be enough momentum in order for us to construct a new high of the day. So just keep an eye out for that here, guys. There might be another short opportunity right at this specific level. A lot going on around me. So yeah, would you care for coffee, RS? Oh, hey there. What? Crap stock? Come on, man. Oh, RSVP for Kelly Ortberg. I get that. It's not really. It looks like an average modern car. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking as well to their normal special. I don't see anything crazy about it, but I mean, it looks relatively nice. And if it's cheap, then hey, even better. But sometimes you get what you pay for when it comes to that stuff. Ooh, okay, the short is definitely coming into play. How much do I got to risk here? About a couple of cents. So yeah, I'll get involved small here. I don't think this is going to be a very precise entry, but I do want to try to be able to capture this move back towards the volume-weighted average price. So maybe I'll wait for it to come back towards the top end of this range. But if we do open up below this, then that could be a good potential move back towards these lows. But you can see that we have a definitive support system. Glad I didn't chase that because now we're just kind of range bound. So it would probably be best for you to post up here and then try to catch a fill around that. So maybe that's what I'll do there for you guys. I'll post up there at 75.90. See if we can catch a fill. There we are at the top end of that range. Boom, 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 pow. So there we go. We'll go 93s. Actually, we'll go 92s just to be a little extra cautious. But there we go. Yeah, I'll post up on that. If it catches that fill, then I think we'll be okay for that short. It's a little bit better than my initial entry, and it's a little bit closer to the high of the day. So that'd be better. Or otherwise, we're just range bound and maybe not have the ability to construct. But AMD putting in some new lows here, guys, heading towards the pre-market low. I think it's going to drag the market. So never mind this post and play. We want to punch and play here, guys. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm not about that post up, punch and play. Let's go. Let's see what we got going on. We break that high of the day and bang, it comes right against me. Good stuff. All right. So yeah, here we are, 76. It breaks this level here. We're out of this. Gone, Zeno. AMD is gone. It has now put in a new low. So AC slated to that one. Great. We're dragging some things down with that. Let's see if we can catch this move back towards VWAP here in the TQs. Small size to start off. If it really starts roaring, no kitty, then we'll add to these shorts.
That was
here.
great.
Yeah.
Come back to that, to like a series of puns there.
Yeah, bang.
Oh, ATXI, you little.
Little
All right, so, and bottom wick. I better have not gone negative. No, this one. This one should not have been one I was going negative on, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, baby. We are going to Adair. She got breaking news.
AMD here at day's lows. It's still having this event. Apparently, they're saying their AI chips now deliver 40% more tokens per dollar compared to Nvidia's Blackwell. So it really does seem like Dr. Lisa Su, the CEO of AMD, is going after Nvidia, the company run by her distant cousin, Jensen Huang. This is the second time, at least, that we've seen here where AMD has directly compared its products to NVIDIA. And again, this is just at this one event here. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, so I've only got one trade on at the moment. It's KLTO. It's the one that I've got the most size in. It's above VWAP. It's straddling the volume-weighted average price. Let's see if we can continue up. Let's see if we can get some, we can do some damage control to the P&L today because we are negatory on the day today as a result of some of these trades. The ones that really got me in trouble was HUSA. That got me into some trouble, as well as RCAT. Those are the two ones that I'm negative on. And those are single-handedly the reason I am negative on the day. Did well on SGMT. Get it, Adara. Did well on USAR. We'll continue to watch this. Here we go. KLTO is moving here. So here we go. We're taking out levels. There's 20. There's 22. Okay, so now we're nicely in the money. Can we continue to squeeze? We're above the 10 and the 20 now. So we're taking out these levels. Keep an eye on the level 2 and the larger size, like the ones that are they being added to or are they being subtracted from? Look at that 119, 119. Are you adding to it or are you subtracting from it? Now we're really taking out some of the size there. Does it come back on though? So we reject for the moment 22s. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think we're gonna.
All right.
We're gonna work on. We're gonna
have to stick that one in there.
We're gonna work on it.
So keep an eye out on this one. We got some good size out there on KLTO. Still holding a bunch. This one can really end up changing the day if it really gets into that at least 240, 250, can really change my day around. We've got substantial amount of size on this one. Let's see if we can start rocketing back up. Here comes 21s again. We're up 52%. This one has been a VWAP breacher though. So if you put your stops at VWAP, they haven't been the best areas to put your stop on. Here, let me make my point. So even when we did close above the volume-weighted average price during the more liquid time of the day, say 10:15, all the way up to 11:15, the breaches of VWAP were on a wick basis, but you can see all the closing prints end up north of the volume-weighted average price. But there's no way to really, at least not on my system, to set a stop based on a closing print rather than a wick. Maybe there are certain platforms that do that, but mine certainly does not. So yeah, if you've been placing your stops really at or a little bit close to the volume-weighted average price, you likely got stopped out at least on that way to 245, making that high of the day. So, you know, I've tried to account for that in my stop placement. Whether that ends up helping me or hurting me is to be seen, because obviously the farther away your stop is from the volume-weighted average price, once it gives it up, that's more money that you're giving back. So we'll keep an eye out on that one, and I'll keep you guys apprised. It's the only trade I've got on now. So I've moved up my stop to the level that I like, and I've put my beak wetter, so to speak. Let's set up some more. Maybe up in here. We'll look to extract profits possibly on the way up as it takes out some of these levels. Let's also set up at 235 as well. We'll set up some there. Good look, not a bad look at all. We'll keep an eye out on that. We'll do the news soon too, since I've only got one more trade on. I don't need to manage all of them all at once. How the Qs looking though, brother?
Yeah, the Qs aren't looking too good. Yeah. It looks like we might take an additional leg higher here. So I got to be really patient on. Well, not patient. I just got to be really cautious just in case we don't get it. We get one of those whipsaw moves to the top side, or the volatility really starts to pick up. So yeah, again, we cracked through that 76. I'm out of that trade. I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to continuously force it. But then there's some weaknesses displayed. But we are range bound here. So within this 10-cent range, you can see that the TQs are trading in. So that's why it's better to post sometimes on plays like this in the range. So you catch the top end, and then you can just always play this little bit top end, lower end. I know you're going to go do over the news here momentarily.
Yes, sir.
So let's take a look at the top performing sectors here on the day. That is being led by the tech sector, up about 1 1/10 there. Utilities up about 8/10, and then healthcare sitting in that third place, that show place, up about 5/10, a little bit more than that there. Financials in third last there, guys, down 1/4%. Industrials down 1/4 as well too, and then we have the comm service down 7/10 there, Sharif. So yeah, weak. Google's trading well, but yeah, we got some breaking news here coming from Adara. Let's go TQs, breakdown towards VWAP.
Get it, Darren.
Oracle, day one earnings play, and also being brought up at this AMD event. Oracle apparently saying they're going to be offering clusters of up to 131,000 of AMD's MI355X chips in its Oracle Cloud. So Oracle, the latest company to announce a pair up with AMD, Meta, and XAI were two of the others I've seen so far. And back to you.
All right, Donald just truthed.
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh, that was really old. Okay, no. That's the 3 hours. He was talking about the farmers and stuff like that. Yeah, man, I had to give Truth Social notification access. I almost give no apps notification because I hate getting inundated with notifications. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, Donald's he's a special character.
Yeah, well,
and he deserves a special rules over here.
Special treatment for sure.
You know what I mean? So we'll keep it. I love this one though. The China deal is great. Yeah. It's a good one. It's like one line, 4 words, 5 words. Come on, Donald. We can do more than that, baby.
Yeah, he's definitely an interesting character.
Oh, God.
Before we hop into that there, I want to take a look at Bitcoin. That's what I was going to pull up here. Let's go Qs as we start to bleed a little bit here. Oh. So that's working out relatively. Let's go flush. Okay, so nice defense. What happened? Oh, you seen something I didn't? Okay.
How are Dementia Dawn?
Dementia.
Oh my God.
Oh my
God.
Dementia Dawn. That's funny. Halar. Halar doesn't even saying so, but yeah, thank you for chiming in there. OG is how. But yeah, there, guys, you can see that we entered this gap here right around 6130 on IBIT. We're pulling back in right now, but a nice break and hold of it so far. I want to pull actual Bitcoin up to see what we got going on from a daily perspective, because I think that's going to be really important to see and determine, like, hey, are we going to sustain this move, or is this kind of just a fake out? So let's pull up. I don't want bonds. I'm looking at the bonds. I thought
doesn't want the
isn't
bonds,
the 30
bro.
Today? 30-year today?
Today is a 30-year. We already had it. It should have been at 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's a big nothing burger. The 30-year. Okay. So here we go. Ooh. That is not good. This is not looking good here.
What do we
okay. Bitcoin.
BTC?
Yeah. Potential double top. I did buy another contract right here just to add into my swing position, but I might just hop out of that. My average is significantly better on IBIT here in the swing trade. So let's see what we got going on. If this closes like this, then hopefully what we want to aim for here, I believe, guys, is an open up above this doji candle. If we open up south of that, then I'm going to definitely get out of that contract, still hold on to my shares, but then we might head a little bit lower here. So that looked like a head and shoulder. Shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2, but then we kind of threw that pattern out the window. So this is what I'm looking for, a nice indecision print, sit on top of here, and then maybe we can get that break into the all-time high.
All right, man. Good luck. Let's talk a little bit about well, I'm not going to get into the Air India thing because there was always obviously a developing story, and this is all morning stuff that I have, so many things could have developed. We'll leave that one for you guys. Oracle reported yesterday, and what a report it was. Obviously, Oracle's been in the news a lot. They are one of the Stargate participants there with Larry Ellison meeting with Donald Trump, Masayoshi Son, Sam Altman. We all know the Oval Office back near his at the beginning of his term. And yesterday they reported earnings, and by all reports, really, it was very well met. Let's see what Oracle is doing right now, just so that we have some context. Well, Oracle's up 14% on the day. It's at the high, 202.49 high. It's trading at 201 right now. They reported adjusted EPS of 70 penny, beating the street's consensus of 64. Revenue came in at 15.9, again beating expectations of 15.59. So a top and bottom line beat there. Revenue, a healthy increase on the year, 11% year-over-year bump on the top line revenue number. Net income as well increased nicely. 3.43 billion was their profit. Compare that to last year on the quarter when they printed 3.14. So costs not rising here despite, obviously expanding. The CEO, which is not Larry Ellison, by the way, Safra Catz, guided for 70% plus cloud infrastructure growth in full year 2026. That's up from 52% last quarter. So needless to say, they're expecting a good amount of growth there. And hold on, I've got more information for you about that growth. They also expect full year revenue for 2026 to be about $67 billion, maybe a little bit less, ahead again of the street's expectations of basically 65 and a fifth billion. Now, with how they did in their current segments, they got the cloud services and license support. For that segment, they beat expectations, printing $11.7 billion on the quarter. And their cloud and on-premise license revenue also beat expectations, not nearly as big, though, as their cloud service and license support. They printed $2.01 billion. The street was looking for $1.82. This is what I wanted to bring your attention to. So for full year 2025, CapEx, they're guiding about $21 billion, with full year 2026 CapEx expected to increase about $4 billion more, up to 25. And the reason they're doing that was articulated by your boy Larry. He described current cloud demand as insatiable, citing a massive order who he refused to name an unnamed client that maxed out, apparently, Joseph, all of Oracle's available capacity, requiring them obviously to spend more money to get more capacity. So that's not a bad problem to have. And we've seen that as well with Coreweave from the AI side of things. They also announced that they are getting into the healthcare platform. Get it, Adara. Announced a new AI delivery platform in healthcare with Cleveland Clinic and G42, which we know is that Emirati company from Dubai, G42. And the SoftBank also acquiring Amper, an Oracle-backed chip startup, in a $6.5 billion deal. So not a bad look on any of those fronts. Go ahead.
Let me add a little something there.
Sure.
I think it's really important to note some of this cloud growth that we're seeing there in Oracle, Sharif.
No question, brother.
What did we see in the likes of Microsoft on their earnings report?
We saw Microsoft beat, Azure miss, Google Cloud miss.
Right? AWS, slight miss as well, too.
Did I say it?
No, you said Azure and Google.
AWS,
So Microsoft beat. Oracle is now raising as well, too. But then we have the two misses. Look what happened. You can pull up my screen here momentarily. Look at Microsoft I'm not saying it's solely due to the cloud beat, but we're seeing some correlation between some strong cloud growth here in the likes of Microsoft and in Oracle. And look what Oracle's doing today.
What is it doing?
It's up 14%, brother. Yeah.
All right, guys, let's talk a little XPeng. Even though XPeng is down decidedly on the day to the tune of almost 5%, 4.89%. Sorry?
Who's coughing like that?
I think the Chilean nightmare.
There we go.
But in any event, XPeng, guys, they debuted its all-electric G7 SUV in China, and within 46 minutes, they received over 10,000 orders. I guess maybe that's not that big for a country of 1.3 billion, but it is on display across multiple outlets in China, and it starts at a ridiculously low price of $33,000 US. Obviously, it's not available in the United States, but that would have been the cost converting from yuan, 235,810 yuan. Comes to about 33,000 bucks. It is positioned to compete with the Model 3, apparently, and it marks XPeng's most aggressive push into the mid-range EV segment. I kind of showed you what it looked like in the beginning. Despite that, obviously, there is a price war right now happening in China between these electric vehicle companies. BYD and Tesla started it, I think, back in 23, and it has continued. They're all undercutting each other, much to the chagrin of the Chinese regulator, who's telling them to basically stop the price war because it ends up being a race to the bottom. And margins get cut, and you have to assume when margins get cut, quality control, becomes a bit of an issue there. So I don't think that's what they want. I heard anecdotally as well, this is all anecdotal, that some of XPeng's cars were a little sus as well. Some of them blew up in in parking garages with the batteries being unstable. Again, anecdotal. We don't really know exactly because it's a bit hard to get very accurate information from that. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, no, it's squeezing here, guys. So I'm going to probably get stopped out here momentarily. I mean, this market's strong, and this is what I refer to. If you don't go across the board and look at these Mag 7, look at Microsoft. It's been nothing but micro pullback. There we go. Micro pullbacks throughout the whole day, and now just continuing to climb higher. So whatever dip is being had here is just being bought right back up. Google moving higher, Nvidia moving higher. So I'm short the Qs. That is not smart. If it breaks that high, we're out of this trade, guys.
Apple's taking out the high of the day.
There you go. And there you go.
Just told me right now.
There you go. Apple as well, too.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be short.
That could be a good 200 short, though, eh?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Right on, because I breached it typically, but that could be.
Yeah, let's pull it up here. Yeah. We'll take a look at AAPL here momentarily. So there you go. Nice move here in Apple as well. Momentum and volume starting to pick up. If it cracks this 76.05 level, adios muchachos. We don't want any of this smoke here. I'm not going to be going against this market to the short side.
All right, Rhinos 3, I get, what some of the old adages are about some of the Chinese quality control. I see you laughing in the chat. But the truth of the matter is, brother, that China offers you from the highest quality to the most crappy quality. You don't go China anymore for price. You really go to China because they got the technical expertise, because they've been manufacturing for generations, so they know what they're doing. And so I see you laughing about it, but I know that there's always this kind of look by, the West that the Chinese are lower in quality. That isn't true anymore. And we're hearing it from some of the biggest names. Elon Musk, who doesn't have a vested interest in, basically saying Chinese quality is good, basically said this, that unless something changes with how the West is operating some of their legacy automakers, the future is going to be Tesla and like 20 other Chinese automakers that are going to make up the top 20. And that you don't do that by having bad quality control. So I see your point. I get, a lot of people in the West think that Chinese quality is not good, but that's not the truth. The truth of the matter is you get the spectrum. You get from crap to fantastic. And it's really about what you pay for, which factory you go to, et cetera, et cetera. You guys know the drill. I'm not going to harbor on that anymore. GameStop also reported after the bell yesterday, and despite the fact, or not yesterday, the day prior, but yesterday after the bell, they announced an offering to the tune of $1.75 billion with a 0% convertible senior note due in 2032. One has to wonder, why the hell would I want to buy a senior convertible note if I'm getting 0% interest? Oh, because it's convertible. So the idea here is that somewhere along the line, the price is going to go up and I'm going to be able to convert it into an equity at a gain. We'll have to see if that's accurate or not, and it's a hell of a risk because you're getting no interest while you wait. The company said the proceeds will be used for general corporate purposes, though it recently began, of course, acquiring Bitcoin, and how much they have on their balance sheet is about more than 4,700 Bitcoins. They bought that in Q1, so it hasn't been reflected on their current earnings. But that was really much to the chagrin of Wedbush analyst Michael Patcher, who criticized the move, saying it's hard to justify GameStop's valuation, given that it trades over 2 times its cash value. Patcher also flagged Bitcoin investing as a speculative play with limited recent business successes, aside from obviously trading cards, which we talked about on their earnings report yesterday. He maintained the underperform rating with a 1350 price target. Joseph.
All right, new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees, guys. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades here and now. Guys, ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all. Okay, so this is what I got going on. It's looking like the Qs are going to crack this high here, guys. So once that happens, adios. We've got to give it a little bit of room too, just in case, because we don't want to get right out at the eye. But again, starting really small, and it just doesn't look good when you hold things past where you're supposed to. So yeah, that's what I got going on. iBit pulling back as well too, but been on a nice tear there. Thinking about grabbing some up here just for today, but then you get a nice about a dollar move there. So really good look there on IBIT, filling this gap. Oh no, not quite yet, but I think at some point we will. 61.69 we might head into. Keep an eye out for that gap fill and then a possible rejection of that. Nvidia also starting to curl over, so a nice rounded bottom right there, Sharif, as I know you and Obi like to point those out there. So that's a good look there. And guys, can you? I'm sorry to go into your thing there, Sharif, but where's that thing where I can put in those rounded things there?
You know, I don't.
Yeah. I know. There's I know the gang will show me. Can we say that on YouTube or no?
I have no idea. You're gonna have to find out. We get dinged.
Yeah. The team I meant there. The team. Yeah, I'm just looking for that rounded thing. This is a really lackluster. I'm sorry, guys. We'll get right back into it. But you see what I'm getting at here. Nice rounded bottom move higher there in the Nvidia.
All right, let's talk a little bit here about Coreweave rallying on an Alphabet deal here. So Coreweave will supply computing capacity to Google's cloud unit, aka Google Cloud, which Alphabet is transferring to OpenAI as part of a new deal. The move aims to support the surging demand, obviously, for AI services like ChatGPT. Google may also provide, though, its own resources to Salmon Company at OpenAI, who obviously compete in large language model world, but not a bad look here for them. Coreweave holds about an $11.9 billion of contracts with OpenAI to supply compute power over a 5-year period. The regulatory filing last month revealed that OpenAI and Sam Altman could boost total payments by about $4 billion through April of 2029. So not a bad look for Coreweave, who I'm quite bearish on at the moment. Coreweave, just to give you an idea, 420% growth in revenue in Q1. That's one side of the equation. What you're not seeing there is increase in costs as well. They ended the quarter with a staggering $25.9 billion in revenue backlog that they couldn't fulfill. So demand for their servers, demand for their CPUs that they didn't have enough capacity to actually highlight, which obviously shows robust future demand if they can get the chips. So that is the look there. Also, we know about the China deal yesterday or in the day before with the U.S. delegation in London meeting with their Chinese counterparts, Donald Trump, essentially saying that the China deal is good and, basically just waiting confirmation from him and President Xi. We're not really going to go into the details of that. Chime. That's the IPO that's tanking at the moment. Lower lows and lower highs. They see it maybe have found a bit of a bottom here at 38 bucks. Despite that, the IPO was well received, $27 per share, above the expected range, valuing the company at $11.6 billion. They raised about $700 million in new capital, with an additional $165 million in secondary shares sold by existing investors. Here's the deal, though. So even though they were valued at $11.6 billion. This based upon $27 a share. Look at the IPO price. Sorry, not the IPO price. Look at their 2025 valuation in the private market. Now I realize private market and public market have different valuation metrics, obviously, but 2021 they raised capital at a $25 billion valuation, and now they're raising capital on an IPO for 11.6, so even less than half, which is more than 50%. Their offering is one of the first major fintech IPOs after a multi-year freeze, obviously, but we've seen the likes of eToro, Circle, Klarna, though, has postponed its IPO amid mounting losses. So some green and some not so good. Some of the underwriters for this IPO, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, some of the usual suspects we typically see here, Joseph, that do underwrite these IPOs.
Nice. Thank you for that, as always, Sharif. All right, so the big boys are starting to come in here a little bit. That's a positive sign. Yes, I found the tool on the blockchain. Dang, look at this here. Artist. All right, that's how it's done right there. All right.
Oh.
Yeah, bang, rounded bottom, coming back in. No more straight lines anymore. We're going to start throwing these things everywhere and see what we can cook up from that. I'm being sarcastic, but yeah, let's go pull back here. We're on the brink of getting stopped out on the Qs. I think one more push to the top side, either in the likes of Google, Apple, Microsoft, and or Nvidia is going to stop us out. Amazon hasn't done too much today. This was a name that I wanted to get involved in with. I'll tell you, that was a while ago when I had a swing trade on it. I think it was somewhere around these neck of the woods or something like that. But yeah, nice gap fill here. Why does it keep doing that? We don't want to see the weekly. Oh, my days. All right. One day.
Can we take over?
Thank you. No, I got it there. We're good. Yeah, I think somewhere around here I took a nice trade on that. Or was that? Yeah, it was August. No, I sold puts there on this one, but I took another little bump somewhere along the lines here and on Amazon. But yeah, anyways, let's get back into what I was referring to. Nice half of the gap fill. You can see that we gapped up large. We fill up half of it, and then we continue that move higher. We'll go to a high of at least 217, but around 197 was most definitely that entry there. But a 70% gap fill, 50 to 70% gap fill to the downside, and then you get that nice bounce in AMZN. I think there's going to be a lot of room for this stock to run, especially once this tariff news cools off. They get things going. AWS is still a beast, even though it just came under expectations. It wasn't much at all. But I'm looking forward to see what they got going on next quarter already. But I'm indefinitely long Amazon, that's for sure.
All right, guys, here's the deal. NVTS, not a bad look. Shout out to K Hodl. So let's have a look at this one. This one was kind of dead on the day. It's got some higher lows, but it had that area, 810, you want to say, was a bit of a troubled area here. The high of the day is technically 830. We're at 815 right now. Could be an inverse head and shoulder pattern. Kind of distorted. Not a bad look. Keep your eye out for that 830 break. If we get that 830 break, this thing could rocket to the high side here. NVTS, not a bad look. I'm also keeping an eye on one that we were trading earlier, not successfully. KNW, it's breaking out, okay? So lost VWAP. I had to get out of this because there were no technical levels below that I could, really hang my hat on. Here's that $5 area, $4.99 local area high. Looks like it's going to take it out. The high of the day is $5.36. So if this is a rounded bottom, it could really squeeze here. And before we go to Adara, I just want to give you guys the short float here on KNW because we were talking about that with our friend Gomez today. And guess what?
What?
29% short float. Not a bad look here. Adara, what's up?
Actually, Sharif, not news. I'm really excited to share a new infographic series I posted on X at TTV Research. I talked to Sharif about this off camera. This is a timeline here of Tesla. You see the daily Tesla chart of Trusk, as some people call it, Elon Musk and Donald Trump. So yeah, these are all real photos of them embracing and or standing near each other. So let's take a look. Here's basically Elon Musk jumping for joy on stage with Trump at this rally. This is Tesla's move to all-time highs after Elon Musk endorsed the president. Of course, they went on this little Tesla ride together to diffuse some tensions as the stock actually was dropping at the time due to some concerns Trump was spending too much time at Doge. Then we get to, this actually all took place within a week. This is the intense fall of Tesla. It's the largest one-day market cap drop ever on Thursday, June 5th. As this friendship deteriorated, you can read all about this on in these two infographics. Check it out on X at TTV Research if you're a little bit curious, because we can make everything about the markets. We can make everything about the markets into infographics. Back to you.
Elon is on stage like that. I didn't know a body could move that way.
I don't think he was dancing because they had all that bulletproof glass around Trump. And tell me, do you think that's coming from one of the smartest individuals? Do you think that's a great idea to jump and bob your head over where there can be a potential sniper on the other side of it?
No, Joseph.
I
don't think he thinks this stuff through, bro.
No,
you know what I mean? He's
you know what I mean? That's like dipping your toes in a Shark Tank and just being like, yeah, all right, let's continuously do this. Yeah, why not? Crazy.
It is what it is, bro.
Yeah, it's crazy. We'll take a look here at Marvell. Yeah, 70. You keep. Yeah, who said? Someone asked me. Say, yeah, it keeps failing this. But But I think at this point right now, this could be the move where you break through. So be patient. What I'm seeing from a pullback standpoint that is relatively healthy, look at the buying pressure step in, and then look at the pullback volume really start to cool off there. Be patient. You have a nice channel that's being formed right here, guys. And if you break it to the downside, then I think that's going to be a good signal in order for you to get out. Until then, be patient until the channel's broken. I'll say be patient one more time, and then wait for the break of that. But otherwise, if it cracks it to the downside, see you later. But if it goes to the top side, then just continue to hold. And let's pull up the chain to see if we see anything from that specific level. So we'll get a little bit deeper for you, just because I feel like that's going to be a good area. So 70, we'll call it the 70s. All right, we'll pull up next week's just to see what we got going on. All right, so there you go. This is why we look at these things, just to see what we got going on for supply. You see at 70, we have about 19,000. That's significantly larger than anything else that we're seeing. And then also right at 75, another 23,000 on next week's expiration cycle. So keep an eye out on these two strikes. If they get continuously lifted, then that'll give you a good indication that, hey, we're ready to break those specific zones. So just keep an eye out on that stuff for MRVL.
All right, guys, we've weaseled into KNW again.
Go IBIT, man.
Get it, Joe. You want to cover it?
Oh yeah, I mean it's still going. Yeah, we'll just take a quick look at it. Just from when I mentioned, Sharif, that when we entered this gap here from the daily, this thing hasn't looked back. So if you just bought that gap fill play, wow, and it's now really starting to pick up some steam. Let's go Bitcoin, continuing to move higher. Tesla moving a little bit lower as well too. Q stuck in turmoil. Adara.
So I am not, people are asking here in the chat about the move with Tesla. I am not sure if this is the reason, but it is worth noting. I've been listening right now. Pete Hegseth, who was the Secretary of Defense, in a meeting. He's being grilled on, I guess, Elon Musk having some visits here. It's viewed as a conflict of interest, not with regards to Tesla, but of course with some of his other interests, including perhaps SpaceX, things that are related to the Defense Department. So keep an eye on TSLA. Not sure if this is why it's dropping, but it is worth noting. Pete Hegseth just got grilled here on the Musk visit as the stock dropped. Back to you.
Yeah, that's all I got going on right now, Sharif. Really, I'm still short the Qs. It didn't break that high. So you guys said diamond hands, Joe, but I'm just following the plan, right? I said if it cracks and holds this high, then we're out. We were just on the brink of getting stopped out, and that's why you have those stops in place, obviously. Right. And then if it were to break, I would have been out of the trade. But it seems like it wants to come back into the lower end of the range, Sharif.
All right, makes sense. Just throwing in a stop here. All right, I'm keeping my eye still on KLTO. It's holding VWAP, but it's just not going, guys. I mean, we tried to break through that 2.25. We had issues with 2.25, right back down into 210. We hold 210. So you kind of just get the feeling that this one just might end up straddling the volume-weighted average price and end up doing nothing. Not this one. KLTO. Excuse me, I went to the wrong screen there. KLTO, we're involved in this one at 93s. It's showing me 90. I'm looking for this one to hold above the 10 exponential. It was a big move up. Got initially here, added a couple of times, scalped, and then added substantially as it came back down into that prior bar low right at 90. So we'll see if this ends up holding and moving back up. I've layered my orders a little bit below 5. Let's go ahead and wait north of 5 in case this one really gets going over here. So KNW, KTLO, two names that we've got on. There we go, spiking up, taking out all my orders on the way. Not a bad look. Still hasn't printed the ones above 5, but let's go ahead and wait even higher than 5 now. We're going to wait at 5.10 as well. So let's see now, do we get resistance at $5? I want to see what happens here, because obviously $5 is a psychological area of resistance as well as support. So we'll keep an eye out on that. 502 now showing up on the level on the ask side. 50. Okay, so it's just taking out all my orders, all of them. All right, finally we're making some money back, and we got shares on this one as well. So let's take out some more here. Okay, let's keep looking over here. Get it? All right, so we're going to take out more as this one comes right back up. Still negative on the day, but looking to do a little bit more recovery here. So we're going to wait now at 15s. Let me just see how many shares I have, so I don't want to take out too much too quickly. 15s, then we're going to wait at 20s. We're going to wait at 25s. The high of the day, just to give you an idea here on KNW, is 36. So we'll wait at 25s, and then we'll also wait at 30s. So we'll wait at 530 as well. We'll see if this one wants to spike up. It can barely clear 5, so maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here talking about 530. We're going to give this one a try nonetheless. Back to KLTO, still zigging and zagging, showing me higher lows, but unable to take out that $250. You can see that red line there on your chart south of that $250. It's because it hasn't been able to print that level. So that is a bit of an issue here on KLTO. VWAP. Hold or not, it's still up 50% on the day, but doesn't look like the market's participating in this long move at the moment. So without the market, I'm unable to move the stock, obviously. So we'll have to see whether or not the other buyers want to step in here, Joseph.
What's up, Frosty? Stay frosty, all right?
Hey, Frosty, what's up, baby?
Stay frosty.
I like that.
Sure. Are you, okay, so $2 super chat. Let's start there. From Patrick Jam. Are you sure you bought one day to expiry on the SPY calls? Don't forget it's paper. And I think Sharif might have gave us the 0 DTE, not the 1 DTE, but that's okay. We're not going to cry Homer about that. And guys, please, I thank you for the $2 super chat, but do not mirror trade or copy trade us whatsoever. Oh boy. Yeah, there's no longevity in that one. What's the saying? How's the saying go? Give a man a fish, feed him a day.
Exactly.
Teach a man to fish, feed him for a lifetime.
There you go.
So you're gonna have to go through those things. So just make sure you're not mirror
It's so
trading.
true, and like that's why a lot of people don't use these alert services. And besides, you know, like you see what we're doing here. Unless it's a sustained move all day, we're talking about seconds make the difference. Obviously,
Yeah, big time.
Not when you're swing trading. Swing trading is an entirely different.
Even
beast,
so,
right?
precision is key. I think across the board in a lot of trading.
No question.
But yeah, and someone was asking about if we swing. No, if we refer to a swing trade, it's our personal accounts too, there, guys. So I display them. So if you guys ask for some of them, I was displaying on some of the trades. I can still post up some. I have screenshots, so I can put more of my swing trades on there. We got some CrowdStrike. I'm happy that I got Salesforce. I'm happy that I got out of Salesforce. Really well executed on my front. I won't complain, and nor will I will deny that. But you got to give yourself credit sometimes. But yeah, this is where I was in off of this hammer candle, guys. And then I closed this position, at 270, and I was long at around 262. So that was a really nice move there on CRM. And that was just straight shares, no contracts on that trade there. So yeah, that's what I got going on. Let's see if we can continue this breakdown here in the Qs. Slowly constructing lower highs.
Oh boy.
Double top-ish type price action. What do you got there? What is it? What did he say?
God.
What did he say?
Oh my
Who
God.
said
Trump.
it?
2 minutes ago. For $5 million, the Trump card is coming. More than 15,000 have signed up and joined the waiting list since we opened the site last night. That's $75 billion to help balance our budget and strengthen America. I don't know what he's talking about. The opportunity to live in the greatest country, the United States of America, with the largest economy in the world, is here. Oh, okay, that gold card he was talking about. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The waiting list is now open. To sign up, go to trumpcard.gov. I'm assuming he's talking about that gold card that he was talking. Yeah, he's been talking about that for a while.
For a cool $5 schmilli, you can.
Well, think about it, bro. If you're the thing is though, do you have like these Russian oligarchs wanting to buy? Like, is there going to be a vetting?
There obviously has to be
process,
some
right? There has to be
some
vetting process here.
Other than the $5 million, then you obviously got to go down a checklist, not just.
5 million is already the move here.
Yeah, so.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see, guys, exactly what ends up happening with that. But you know, not a bad move if they're able to bring in people who spend money, invest money in the country.
That's what you want. That's
right?
What you want, right?
Who are going to employ people.
Yeah, exactly.
But you want to be selective about it.
You want to be a contributor to society. Sure, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do the opposite and be.
Normal special, wasn't there that same program for 1 million before? I remember he had something like that. I don't know if it was the exact same thing.
Wasn't it like that here a long time ago? You used to have $1 million to get
my
in?
understanding is you could, in the States, there was this EB5. You could fact check me, chat. You guys probably know the coding better. But like, if you invested $1 million in the high density areas or $500,000 in lower density areas, they gave you that green card. You could stay in the country, and then you could also apply for citizenship. And
after X amount of years or
exactly.
something.
And so that was the move.
So I thought they had something like that in Canada. You need to have $1 million. Back in the day, you needed $1 million cash to get in.
Oh, it depended.
Obviously.
A friend of mine, her mom was a paralegal, and she did a lot of this. So they used to bring people from Iran. A lot of the wealthier people that didn't really like the politics over there wanted to come over here here with their money. And if you spent, I think Quebec was less. It was like 150,000, but Ontario was, I believe, 500,000.
Oh, okay.
And that was back in 07, though. That was a really long time ago, so I'm assuming the numbers have changed since then. But yeah, they did have something like that. To answer your question, absolutely, yeah.
Pick them up.
Pick them up. All right, so Big Spile. So open borders for the rich. Well, Big Spile, it's not me making it up, bro. I'm just reading what he said. Chully, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, my man. Is it best to exit Tesla at these price levels to cut loss? I have APME contracts expiring next Friday. That has lost half its value.
I don't even know what APME is.
I don't know what it is either.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I can't really answer that. But Joey Options, he's the guy you want to talk to there. But
have lost half its value. They expire next Friday. Yeah, again, guys, this is why it's just really key to understand when you're trading options what you're dealing with, especially when it comes to theta. If you're already lost half the value come next week, the chances of it going to your strike price are obviously really, really slim. But if anybody knows what APME means, maybe
he meant some.
Ample. Okay, he has a bunch of them. Ample. Okay, a lot of.
No, he wrote some.
Oh, did he?
He wrote it right there.
Oh, okay. So he says, I have some contracts expiring next Friday. Okay, yeah. So again, if they expire next Friday, I don't know about your strike prices, guys. When you give us detailed stuff, we need a little bit more detail, like strike price, et cetera, and then we can go more based off of that. But if you already lost half the value of those contracts, Katina, Man, and I went over some contracts yesterday that he was asking about, the 360s, and they were trading around $2.80, but they also had a high of around $6 on the day. Oh, that's what I forgot.
What?
Wow. Okay. Why didn't I do this? I need you to show me something on here because each expiration cycle and each strike price has a chart that is like an equity chart, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I don't know how to pull it up on this dang thing.
Okay,
so,
but you can just pull it up
I want to
directly.
start doing that.
Let me show you.
Yeah.
So what are we talking? Let's load up the options. Let's bring in options over here. And then we can load up a chart for it, right?
Yeah, let's go to the one that we set
let's just
today.
Like the one we did right now.
Yeah,
so we can go like that, hit chart like this. And there you go. You're
lying to me.
There you go.
Wow.
It's super easy. You see what I'm saying?
You.
Yeah.
Thank
it's
you,
and there's other ways to do it as well. But, by the way, yeah, I know because you're looking for that specific contract, right?
Let's go. This is game-changing.
You're killing me.
This is fantastic. Keep sending those contracts your way. We're gonna pull them up here. And I thought of this yesterday. And I'm like, why haven't I been doing this? Oh my days. This is groundbreaking stuff. There you go. This is Marvell. I absolutely love this, and this is a contract, so we can go through these contracts more in depth. I'm like, how silly have I been? Just showing you guys the chain movement. We can actually pull up the chart of the value of these contracts. Okay, fantastic stuff. Thank you for that one. Unfortunately for your Tesla, there's not much I can tell you on that one. What is it called? Throw something in a prayer or something, a helmet, a hope in a prayer, and hope that you can get back into that, or just accept the fact that those may expire worthless, or cut off those losses. Write down a game plan. Multiple scenarios, and then go with the best one that suits you. If you believe that you should cut the loss, I believe there's always going to be another opportunity to get involved. So I'll never tell you not to feel if you need to cut those losses, do so, but also look for other opportunities to get back involved.
All right, guys. I saw the Katina Man's getting ready. Obi's back at his desk. It is almost time for us to send you back to the big kahunas. But just to give you an idea, the overall market today, positive. You got the NQ, the ES, they're all positive. The Russell is the only major average that's down on the day. But when you have a look at the Mag 7, it's kind of, you're kind of surprised by that because there's only three Mag 7 names that are positive, essentially two, because Apple's flat. Let's just call a spade. It's up 0.09. It's Softy that's up 1.43. Nvidia up 1.16. All the other Mag 7 names, and I don't include, obviously, Netflix and Uber as Mags, but I include them with big tech. They're both negative on the day. Well, actually, Netflix is now flat. So it's been an interesting day, to say the least, with a lot of news headlines. Donald Trump at his signing ceremony. Scott Bessent giving, obviously, testimony up on the Hill. Very interesting. Make sure you're hanging out with us in the close, because there's likely be more catalysts coming here as the news develops. Again, guys, big day today on the markets. We had an IPO. that was not really well received over here. We can show them quickly here, Assassino, the price action. I ended up taking the trade. Not a bad look. We took a buck on it, but definitely not a positive day for me. We're still in negative territory right now. Making it back a little bit, though, here on my friend KLTO. So we're in the money nicely here, and it just keeps finding resistance at that $0.25, guys. So without further ado, we made up a minute of that.
Yeah, we got a minute. No, but guys, no, I wasn't. I've used it. So on Client Portal is where I do most of my executions. That's where I know how to use it. On my other platform, I didn't know how to pull up the actual chart. But no, very, very rarely. No, definitely not blind trading or anything like that. I use it on Client Portal, and I just look at the chart. It's obviously heavily correlated. But yeah, I mean, there we go. We got a minute 30. We're just cutting into the overtime. Are we good to go there?
I think the boys are ready.
They're ready to rock and roll. Let's go, James.
All right, I'll see everybody at the green screen.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Yeah, we're having
chiming in.
Yeah, we're having some good times. Yeah, we had a bad experience on Chime. I went to the gym, left an order in. I didn't think we'd have it, and then came back and had a $3 loss on that. So that kind of sucked. Here, I'll show you. CHYM. The thing is that we had sized down, which was kind of good about it. But there it was right there. If I was here, I probably would have had the same sort of fate as my friend over there, because it does go up $1, and you know the trade actually works. But then, yeah, once, and this is it, right? Once it breaks its IPO price of 43, then it's downside. I came back and was like, I have shares. So I punched out immediately there at 40. And then I was like, if it breaks 38.50, I'll get out. Then if it breaks that was 39, sorry. And if it broke 38.50, then we wanted, that's 39 there. And then there's 38.50. So fortunately, it's going to be a fail for me, but that's like a keystroke error, mental, should not have been looking there. Because I wasn't here, right? So you never want to put in. They all seem to come out around that.
You even said you thought you canceled it. I think.
100%. I mean, I wasn't even checking it out. Like there I am in the gym. I went to the sauna, this and that, and it's just like I'm looking up. I came back to the locker there. Was looking up different stocks. I looked up Nvidia because I'm still short Nvidia right now, and all this kind of stuff. And I didn't even. Chime was not even on my radar. But you know what? I mean, that's, we'll just flush ourselves down the toilet. I mean, we talked about making some mistakes. But I guess in hindsight, or the saving grace is that it was not,
crazy.
I had gone down in size because of the value kept going up. And I was like, I don't know. But yeah, welcome right now again. Okay, so that's that. I'll talk all about that. We'll talk about that IPO and get going on that. All right, so we are right into another spot right here with Palantir. If this breaks too much lower right here than 135.40, we're gonna have to get out. So we are now into this name at 135.60. Look, it had bled back in here. I was trying to play off of this bottom, but it came in pretty quickly. Even as I was just discussing that with you, we dropped down 25 cents, trying to play the long. I got the hat on, trying to play the long off of the 200 period moving average. And right now I'm like, okay, well that just went down. So we don't want to ever add into mistakes, but it's at a level right here where I'm thinking okay, if we break below, then we're toast. So let's wait. There's a little bit of a battle back on that one. We're still short Nvidia. Oh boy, that was a good trade there. We loaded up. Probably too many shares there. Came all the way back in. We got a good fill. We got some more. Now we'll wait to see what Nvidia is going to do as we're getting lighter and lighter on that position. Really, my whole focus now, fortunately or unfortunately, is on Palantir. So let's see if we can get back to Greensville. We're flat on this trade right now, but that's only because we punched in right there. Palantir has been going downside. We're going to get the news in our ear. We're going to get this all ready to rock and roll. We're going to watch out for some PLTR here. I'm a little bit, made a coffee, didn't even have a sip of it. So I got to get ready to go here one more time and get my AirPods. Thing is when you sync them with your phone, they kind of stay there until I resync, and now we have re-sunk, reconnected, synced up.
I don't know what the re for the sync is, but
NSync.
NSync.
Okay, so that's what we are. We are now NSynced with our AirPods, I'm just gonna load it up so I can hear the show. And there we go. We're locked and loaded. All right, Palantir. Yeah, man, we are now 1 penny in the money. Hallelujah. We'll wait to see if we get a little bit of an upside play there. That 200 period is 74. And again, no matter the share size that you have, and I think that you and I talk about this all the time as well, it's important that you follow some kind of rules. And right there, if we can, as soon as we celebrate that we're in the money, it cracks back down 15 cents and it's about to shut me out. unbelievable. Not shut me out of the day, just out of this trade. Right now, down goes Palantir for now. We'll be patient. We'll look for some more trades, but those are the ones I'm in right now, and I'll discuss them. The TQQ trade is an older one from the morning, so we're waiting for something to happen here. But again, the NASDAQ, like we started the day. Remember, we were up about, I think it was about 0.4, 0.3 as we started, and then the market, kind of cracked in there. Where's the open rate? So there's the move up on the PCI. We did have, no, that's not the market open. Oh no, it is the market open right there. Yeah, okay, actually we just kept on going upside right now. There's something I'm not reading properly here. Where was the market open? Right here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we did have a nice upside move.
Yeah.
And now we're back down. Okay, it's because we started to go down in the pre-market there. Okay, yeah, so we actually started the day, it's my bad. No, we started the day red, remember? That's where we were looking. I was looking to short, right, I was looking to short Nvidia, I was looking to short Apple, all of those names, duh. Yeah, so the market ended up short and then now upside. Let's see if we can continue the day through now. There goes Palantir right back to Flatsville, so we need something to go there. I'll get it all figured out at some point, and if not, whatever, man. You just take over for the next 3 hours and be okay?
Yeah.
But that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing right now. Yeah, get it, Obi, by the way. Okay, so I'll get some out here. I'm going to take some out at 69er because why not, man? The last time it kind of stopped there. So we'll wait to see if we can get a little bit higher. Remember, I'm at 73s. Watch, it's going to stop there probably, Obi. This is what happens. Let's go, Palantir. I'm wearing the hat. I'm wearing the hat.
Yeah, he's wearing.
Fill me.
Come on. There you go, right there.
No, it didn't get filled, I don't think.
I thought.
Oh, we did get filled.
Yeah, I thought I saw another triangle.
You did. You just saw
up.
another triangle
like,
show up.
whoa.
Okay.
Hey, there's the fill.
Wow, someone's about to get hurt real bad if that didn't happen right there. But okay, Obi.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Not too bad. How's your swim?
Oh yeah, about that.
Yeah.
So I thought I had my. This is not a good day, man. Oh man, the Chime IPO. Actually, everything else has been okay. Yeah, so I had all my swim trunks and my towel and everything like that. The flip flops, this and that. Everything's fine. Okay, but because I was waiting for Chime, I thought it was going to open up.
Yes.
We had 1,000 shares there of Nvidia. I didn't want to leave it. We talked about that kind of trade, so I let that settle down. So I stayed. Yeah, it was a good trade.
Good hold.
Yeah, it was all right. And then I was like, okay, I'll leave a couple shares on, whatever, and go. But it was 11:20. The swimming stops. They do different programming in the pool at noon.
Okay, right.
So they clear everybody out at like 10 to noon. So by the time I got there, there was no point in doing any swimming.
Right.
So I was like, okay, no problem. I'll just be like Sharif, lift 5 times my body weight, whatever. Bench it, of course. That's
Casual day at the gym.
normal, yeah. And then, anyways, I open up my bag. And yeah, of course, the wife did laundry. I don't have my stuff with me. So I have nothing. All I have is my bathing suit and this and that.
You can work out in the swim trunks.
I didn't even have, all I've got underneath is a little, I know I could have Sharifed it. I could have just gone bare chested and everything in the gym. But thing is, all I have underneath is like a undershirt.
Yeah.
Like sleeveless, they call them wife somethings. I don't want to,
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the only thing that I had on. So I'm like, I'm not rolling around in the, I don't know. I was like, I didn't feel.
I mean, that's gangster.
It's too gangster for me.
It's too,
yeah.
Come on.
So I could have done that. But instead, I just went to the sauna. So I went in and out of the sauna. I sat in there for about 10, 15 minutes, had a cold shower, was thinking about my trades, trying to get into that Zen moment, do a little spa treatment action there.
Solid.
Then more naked dudes came in the sauna, and I was like, I gotta get out of here. But no, it was fine, and it was fun. I'm not even in the chat, by the way, so I gotta do this. But yeah, anyway, so it was a sauna day.
Nice.
Then I hopped on the scale, and I was down 2 pounds. So I was down 2 pounds from the last time that I checked it. I forgot that Sharif was just sitting over here. I'm doing all this little ramble on right there again. But okay, so I'm now in the chat. Hello, everybody. Man,
that's going off with the.
What is it? What is the chat? What is the chat like? Oh, the tank top. What you want me to show it? Like, see, I got you kind of. Okay. Oh shit! You can see too much there. Too much exposed. Only traders.
The OG.
Can't wait to OnlyFans IPOs.
Oh boy, that would be.
It is going to.
It's definitely going to be oversubscribed.
It's going to be. How much is it per?
One of the best.
Obi, how much is it per subscription on that?
I mean, I charge like $30 a month.
That's it?
Yeah, I mean that's not bad.
Oh, send the link, bro. I want to see what you post up. What do you post up? Charts? What are you posting up over there?
You have to. If you know, you know.
And
I can't wait for that IPO either. No, they're probably definitely going to be IPOing. They make way too much money.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm just saying it's that is. It's not like a rumor. Like they are going to be IPOing. I'm hopefully sooner rather than later. I wonder what we would. He already has an OnlyFans. We're not doing anything with 5,000 likes. Come on, man.
You find me, but you know. There will be charts involved.
Joe will
Don't
get
get me wrong.
Joe's down with OnlyFans apparently over there. So, these guys like to do their thing. So we shout out to Midday Show. Okay. Speaking about OnlyFans, only Randy is in the building. Oh, Randy, I think that worked.
That's the new.
We fixed the dash cam /Sentry mode.
Oh, on.
Yeah. So anybody comes near the car, you're getting videotape whack.
Oh, okay, yeah. That kind of Sentry. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Solid. Good stuff.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
Okay.
So,
all right. All right. Let's go. Let's go over and talk to Sharif and figure out what these guys actually want us to talk about.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Obi, he may or may not have an OnlyFans account. Him and Sean, they're locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you've got to be a subscriber in order to vote and engage in general in the chat. Here's a look at all 4 major averages. The only one negative on the day, the Russell 2000, bottom left of your screen right there, down to the tune of almost 1/3%. Kind of the opposite story up top, where the NQ and the ES are up 0.3% respectively. This one, the Dow, started off the only negative major average on the day. As a result of Boeing, it's been able to recover into positive territory now, up 0.17%. Not a bad look there. Let's have a look, though, at the first ticker as decided by you guys. Nvidia, and the reason I have the AMD headline up there, obviously because they're a competitor, but Lisa Su sees the processor market exceeding, boys, $500 billion within a few years.
Yeah, that news was absolutely wild.
Tell me when it's trillions.
Yeah. But AMD, off of that news, did a crazy shake and bake there. Right here, look at that. That's we'll go to the 1 minute chart.
Wow.
So this is when that.
Why is Nvidia not falling?
I saw this action and I was like, oh boy, what a stall on that pop, and look at that. That stall kind of following through with a false break and then breaking through day low. Not that clean, but on the way to the downside now. Nvidia, I thought Nvidia would probably, move around on that. Look at that, not even budging on that at all. Nvidia is just like, yeah, I really, really don't care about that. Look at that beautiful, nice, strong base 144s. Higher time frame, just stepping up. You can see this thing's just been grinding to the upside, especially post earnings, as well as again we got that April bottom as well. Again, a lot of stocks, just nice, beautiful trend to the upside. And Nvidia, it seems like it's poised for that 145 earlier today. I know you saw it. I know I saw it. A lot of size sitting at that 145, tens of thousands of lots sitting at that.
No, I know. That's why I hammered it, dude.
Yeah, and then we saw Sean get into that beautiful short there against that size, and then bring it back down into VWAP. So let's see, going into the end of the day, are we going to crack through that size? I have no idea, but I'm watching. We're only trading about a quarter away, and the buildup has been quite nice for the majority of the day as well. Looking a little distinctly different from some of the rest of the Mag 7s here.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Sideways.
Yeah, no, for sure. What's up, Dorothy? Yeah, Sean is a Speedo man. Yeah, no, I don't wear.
That would be awkward if you're working out at the gym in your Speedo. Then that's. I mean.
What? What's wrong with that, Obi?
I mean, if there's like an outdoor beach, like on Miami with like a gym there.
Yeah, when you went to Miami, what were you rocking out there?
Shorts. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to swim too fast, you know. Yeah. I got to save the Speedo for special occasions.
Right. Got you. Okay, so yeah, no.
Oh boy.
Look, Nvidia was one of those things where, I wasn't thinking positive today for Nvidia. We talked about we wanted the 143 short, then we wanted the 144 short based on where we sort of closed yesterday. So the first trade was no good. We didn't make money on that, but oh god. But I think that we were. doing quite well on this trade until eventually it broke 144. And then we just put on our patient hat. And then when that came through, it was kind of like the rest was history there, because we did see what I thought was millions of shares up there. When I saw that, then this is what entailed after that. We just put on a bunch of shares, and we were basically made it all back, got positive on Nvidia, even just on a 30-cent move. Like, we lost a couple times into there, but because of the shares that we had, it wasn't even that much. We weren't dug in a deep hole. Really, but that was good. And then we got another piece out right there. I had orders layered down here as we were in the gym in our tank top, coming all the way back down here, 144, 143.60, bringing it back in. It just never went, as you said. The bottom was in at 144. That was great. Like, what a great long. Today, the longs, and of course, I'm stuck short. The longs have been so good. So when we came back in from the gym and we sort of saw all of this, I was like, okay, I'll take the 50, I'll take the 50. Then it started to break above. We started to get some more out. So right now, I am less than 10% of the position in right here. If it falls off, great. Other than that, man, we're punching out at a 145 break and probably going long. But I need to have the market with me. I'm done, like, taking breakouts without the market. Like, it's just, you need to have some sort of extra juice here. And right now, although I love Nvidia, it's not enough love right now for me to break that 145 and put significant amount of risk into that long. We've seen so many breaks and fakes that I'm probably not going to do that. So hopefully the market for Nvidia follows where AMD is, and we can cash out of some of this long, some of this short. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's been a long all day and a great move, man. Congratulations to anybody that hit that 144. Right there. It was a great long, and if you have it, you had VWAP there, you had multiple touches down there, so now you're 70 cents in the money on what should be a big trade if you have it. So AMD, the complete other way. AMD is still tanking as we speak right now. So there you go. Yeah, I know there's an event notice there, but yeah, there it is. So there's the move down on AMD. So this one may continue, right? So we'll wait as the market's giving back some now as well. So bye AMD. Oh shoot,
GameStop's halted?
Which stock?
GameStop is?
Let me go.
At the chart right now. I'm pretty sure it's halted.
Hold on.
Halting down.
We just got to do something quickly, and then we'll go over to AMD. Okay, Andre, here we go. All right, so easy trading computers. Traders, are you ready to fully optimize the computer you're using for trading on every day? Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV have teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. This limited time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and the best part, the 0% financing. And it's only for you, the Trader TV viewers. Please scan that QR code, enter your email, and unlock access before it's gone. This exclusive sale is actually ending today at 5 p.m. So if you're interested in this, check it out, scan the QR code immediately, and get involved with Easy Trading Computers. We want to thank them for hooking up and giving us the opportunity to offer that deal, get the bundle, get the financing. It's almost done. So if you haven't scanned it yet, just go have a look, see what's available from Easy Trading Computers. We want to thank them. But okay, so as the market comes back in.
Literally today.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, we have 3 hours. You have 3 hours to grab that. It's not halted yet, no. It's trying to go into halt state.
Look at how it's trading, though.
What is going on?
It's trading so weirdly. Like, you see, that's so unnatural. Like, what's going on there? It's just being stepped down. That's what I'm seeing, right? It's being stepped down.
But why is it stuck here within 1 penny in the last half hour?
Market making. I don't know. Look and see what's going on there.
This does not
make any sense.
Yes. I can talk to IROC. I can talk to somebody.
Is it like it's trading like? Is this a buyout? Like, you know what I mean? It's been a buyout for the past 10 minutes. I don't know.
No, I don't know, because it was kind of doing it here and then it broke the shelf. Look, we know it's SSR here on GameStop, right? But we don't
definitely SSR.
But I don't know why it's doing this. 105 million shares today.
It's almost as if it hit like a limiter.
You can't go short. That's the problem. You have to get filled over here.
Yeah. Interesting.
When it breaks this?
I mean, look, it's done that before too. You see that, like the breakdown.
This is
Like it just keeps.
no, yeah.
going,
People
breaking
are
down.
hitting, but why are there no more sellers? Like why they can't hit the bid?
Yeah.
So somebody is sitting here. I'm gonna say buying like an unbelievable amount of money, but why was there no volume here?
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay. Hello, Citadel. What do you got going on over there? But yeah, something for sure because I don't even know what to do. I could trade midpoint trades, but there's no point because you pay for those. Okay. Well, something's piqued my interest right there. I wonder if we just blast this long if it breaks.
I mean,
Okay. All right, let's go back over. I'm now, GameStop is now target number 1. I need to figure out what's going on there because that is messed up. Okay.
definitely unnatural.
Ready to go to the next topic here. Oracle earnings, something about Oracle.
Yeah, guys, they did quite well yesterday on the earnings report. A beat on the top and bottom line and a great guide for full year 25 as well as 26. The market really rewarding them here, guys. Above $200 at the moment and up almost 13.5%.
Thing like that. Oracle. Okay. You traded it. I mean, why don't if you?
I mean, I traded it absolutely horribly. I talked about my plan in the morning, and guess what? I did the total opposite. So, I mean, I guess that's part of why you guys tune in. You guys are learning. You guys can learn what to do and especially what not to do. And guess what? Oracle, the way I traded it in the morning, definitely something not to do. You know, getting a little cheeky with early shorts and then continuing it and giving myself the excuse that, okay, you know, I'm a little light, so I can give it more room. And then, you know, spending a lot more risk on it than I really wanted to. I did get a little heavy here underneath that 200. And then when it comes out like this is where I started kind of trying and stopping out, but a little bit of an average in from I think it was 93s to like 97s for a potential push. Didn't really get what I was looking for. As again, it's very, very strong on the day. We talked about that anchored VWAP as well. Didn't quite come down to there, but you get the gist. Right, you have buyers coming in that's holding an area where you're looking for that continuation, and you see that happen. And again, it doesn't necessarily have to touch the line. That's very arbitrary, but it's just like are buyers still holding this up from the anchored point is the question here because it did gap up, and that was absolutely beautiful. We're holding so well here, Sean, and don't forget these are all-time highs here on Oracle. Let's take a quick look at that higher time frame. Look at this beautiful breakout right here. We had that in the after hours, 190. We talked about that 187, 188 area as a little bit of a hold to see what that does there. And then boom, just a straight grind to the upside for the first hour or so. And since then, Sean, we've just been trading within that upper quartile. Yeah, look at that bid for a straight hour off the open. You did not go wrong if you liked every price to buy in the first hour. But since then, a little bit of a sideways chop, holding that consolidation on top of 200. So Oracle, super strong. Let's see if it continues tomorrow. But that all-time high break, absolutely beautiful, as it did come in pretty nicely.
Okay, well, we're just going to wait for Sharif to get back, and we can start talking about Marvell. We really like Marvell there. I like that stock. Let's go find out what's up with Marvell.
Headline today, Sean, is the headline is not from today, excuse me, it's from yesterday. It was a custom UA link tech to supercharge their AI data centers with obviously scalable performance. That was yesterday's headline, but moving up today nicely, off the highs though, but up 1 1/4.
Look, I mean, Marvell's a stock that, you know, I like, and we've talked about this for a minute. And, yeah, I'm long there just before earnings. Took a little bit of a stab there on that play. And didn't work early, but has been working lately. And it's a nice move higher. Obviously, the market's trying to fade out a little bit here. So Marvell, excuse me, being up 1.21%. Let's see if it can hold that move right now. And if it does, then great. But it's not looking like it wants to.
Yeah, the market's pulling back in.
Yeah, Nvidia's going to stop including China for their forecasts.
Ooh.
It just said. So, okay, I don't think that that's that bad of a deal. But let's just hold on. I'm not going to put out any trades until we see more about that story. But yeah, Marvell's just a smaller player, man. You know, they're big on the server side. They're big into Internet of Things. They're just a different kind of semiconductor than what we're trying to do with AMD and Intel and Nvidia and things like that. So I mean, I like the name. It's been really beat up on the daily chart. And I just think if we're going to try to trade this, there's not too many levels to look at. A good long maybe if the market does come back in 68, 68.50. But yeah, there's that run that it had a couple days ago, all the way to 71 and change, where we were pretty happy with our position. So we're going to have to wait to see if there's anything going on with that now. But 71.25 or so, nice top for Marvell, and pulling back in. I'm like a little bit distracted because I'm trying to figure out like what that next trade is. Palantir just dropped out, and it's a good thing we came out of it. Like, do we even really want to go long right here? There's just more Nvidia news right now, just coming in our ear. So we'll have to wait for it. Doesn't look like I think there's somebody's on CNN right now. I don't know if it's Jensen or what, but there's something going on. Anyways, Nvidia, the forecasts are not going to include the Chinese market, is all that I'm hearing right now. Right, so the AMD event is happening right now. There are new chips available in 2026. We're hearing that story now as well, as they continue to go lower and lower here. But yeah, I mean, I like Marvell. I think it's nice to see that it's actually up today in what appears to be a little bit of a weaker market. So, but anyways, there it goes to the downside right now. Nvidia going higher, so they're not all built the same, right? Nvidia, Marvell, upside, AMD, downside. But anything on the chart for you for Marvell there?
I mean, I'm not really seeing anything too crazy other than the fact that like we've been stepping down since the beginning of the week here. You can see again Marvell pretty strong coming into the end of last week, but beginning of the week right here, 70, 71.23s. Steps down, again, selling off in the morning session right there. Once again on Tuesday, selling off in the morning session with a lower high and making a lower low. And then once again on Wednesday, lower high, lower low. Today is the first day we get that aggressive kind of a bid up along, again, with the rest of the market as well. But guess what? We make a lower high as well. And I guess technically in the pre-market, we did, with that 4 a.m. candle, did make a lower low as well. You can see all that relative volume that's coming in the morning session as well. But holding VWAP pretty well as of right now. Maybe a decent trend break reversion to VWAP that occurred, but it wasn't really involved. But basically,
yeah, big tank in the market.
Yeah, big tanks happening. Who is short
big
right
tings.
now? Tesla already cracking through its day lows. Oh boy, Marvel.
I'm gonna go short more. I just went short more Nvidia now. I don't know what that story means. It might not be anything. I have no idea. But the market just tried to crack a little bit lower. We didn't necessarily. I mean, my position completely changed the price because we didn't have that many shares left. And I'm just like, you know what? If we're gonna break that 200, because debating going long there, probably should have. It looks like right now. But we're just out 10 cents on that last punch. So let's just wait. We do know that there's a big size up here at 145. So we have 50 cents worth of protection at least. I think that if the market does fall out a little bit, right? The G7 summit opens on June 16th. We're just hearing that in our ear, so maybe there's no deals or anything until then. But we're just going to wait to hear what's going on right now with Nvidia and the rest of them. But yeah, all right. Ethereum's up again apparently, so let's go find out what's going on with Ethereum as the Palantir just cracks 135.
Selling off today, Sean, about 2.5% negative. Bitcoin's dropping as well, but this is after, that big move up that we've had over a period of days, guys. Not a bad little retracement here for Ethereum. What more can you tell us by looking at the chart?
Yeah, I mean, ETHA, I don't, let me see what's going on here. This is the one that I think we like to look at, right? ETHA, but I'm showing down. ETH up again? Is it up again?
It was this morning, I think.
It was, okay. It's not now, I don't think. Let me just have a quick little look at Ethereum. Yeah, so Ethereum is down today. It's actually the worst one, so that should maybe say Ethereum down again. But it's a nice day, man. 2,700. We haven't seen that in a while. We were hovering around, this got as low as I think $1,800 and as high as 4,800. So you're kind of in the middle right now. Still number 2 on the list, but nice 7-day move for Ethereum. Although Bitcoin's kind of right behind it, right there. Solana's here at 158. My guy Cardano 68. Not great there, but yeah. I'm not even sure what the news was there. We wait. Here's ETHA. This is what it looks like today. I don't want to throw any shade on the note that's up there, but definitely not. It was never up today. So ETHA and Ethereum, it almost broke that level there of $21. I don't know what that equates to on the actual coin, maybe 2,800, but nice move to the downside right there. Ethereum, I Again, I like smart contracts. I'm not really hearing too much being built using smart contracts now. So Ethereum might be a play. Oh, there's a new collab, AMD apparently and Oracle collabing on something in my ear right now as well. So there goes AMD shooting back up to the upside. So there it goes. Good move there for advanced micro devices on news with a collab. I don't know much about it with AMD. They also introduced Volcano chip for AI networking. That just happened now. And they unveiled vision for an open AI ecosystem. So there's a bunch. Whoa. Okay, AMD, $2 straight there to the upside, man. So we just dropped that news to you right there. All right, I just got short right now on GameStop. So, okay, GameStop. I waited for shares. I had to pay for the short. So if we break higher, we're out. Let's just do that. If we get 21.56, 1 penny higher, market me out like with as most marketable powers that you have, because I do not want to be in this if it breaks whatever the hell this is. The thing is like, 1,000 shares. If it does do this thing again, then maybe we can get another $10 or something, or $10, 10 cents, which would be $100. Maybe we just do something like that. So let's wait to see. GameStop right now, unless there's a halt here, which may halt and I get caught, but other than that, I don't know. Did anybody find anything out about GameStop right now? I mean, it's down 25%. There's no reason why it's barcoding like this for an hour.
I was talking to Wayne, and he's like, maybe it seems like a seller stepping down. I'm like, yeah, there's definitely a seller
stepping down.
There's definitely a
yeah, good
seller
one,
on
Wayne.
that.
You win on that one, but I don't know what the story is. But I do know that Nvidia is actually cracking right now, and probably over trading this right here. But I don't know much new. I don't know anything really about anything here. So we'll take some 37s here, and then wait to see if we can get a little bit lower. We did not reload. We didn't do anything. We actually just punched in. You saw me do that. It makes that move higher into the 50 period. We could have shorted more there. So let's just wait now. We've got a decent position on, not huge or anything. Let's wait to see what winds up happening. My eye's still on that GameStop. If I can punch out, I'll also do that. Like if this evaporates, I don't care if I get, I don't care if it's a fake out or anything like that. If I see some of those levels drop, I'm going to get out, because whoever's shorting this thing is going to run out of power at some point. It's already done 3 million shares right here in the 1 cent since we came on the air. So I don't really understand what's going on there, and I don't think I need to. If it breaks, we're out. If it continues to tank, we're already in. So that's the trade for me on GameStop. Let's go back. All right, let's go talk about the offering, and then at least we can talk more about this trade. But Sharif's sitting there. Let's go talk about it, and then we'll get the story and see what's going on with this.
They issued, guys, or they raised, $1.75 billion in a senior note offering due in 2032. No interest paid on that, though, but it is convertible. So the idea here is the share price will be higher and the note will be worth more. $1.75 billion. No specific direction as to where they're going to be spending the money other than for corporate purposes, but they are accumulating Bitcoin, boys, taking a page out of Strategy's playbook.
Go.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm seeing a bunch of green prints now. I'm trigger fingers, man. These trigger fingers might turn into Twitter fingers very, very soon here, because if we may have to punch out of this as we continue to look. You just made a good point. Maybe this is the offering now. Maybe they're just.
This is the offering.
Yeah, maybe they're just out here selling all of the shares they possibly can now at 21.55 to raise some capital. That's also possible. I don't. Wish I had saw this before, and maybe we could look at that. But yeah, okay. So that's what's going on with GameStop right now. Not a great day for them. We just heard that about the share offering. I was long here. Actually, just talk about a real trade. We were actually doing fine here. We got long. We got some outs. We were actually up on GameStop. Once it broke below 22.75, we wound up getting out and then not shorting it. But now this is what's going on here on GameStop. So in, out, flat, basically flat. I can see my net. We're flat on it. And right now I'm holding. We actually were able to get filled at 55. We had to pay for shorts. For 1,000 shares, it only cost me 26 cents here at Real Trading. So yeah, that's an unbelievable price. And I have my market order in now. to stop me out if it breaks this 55. And if I'm on trading something else and I'm not able to see it, that should get me out. And I just hope it doesn't rip up too much. So yeah, that's what we're doing right there. You know, we're looking for that. So, all right. SMCI also announcing something here with AMD. So AMD and that moving around. But I don't know, any thoughts on GameStop for you?
Yeah, no, I'm just like I said, this is the first time I've seen anything like this.
Oh shit!
Kind of happen there.
Okay, it broke and I didn't punch long. I got out.
Oh damn!
Oh shit! Okay, what price did we wind up getting? Oh, okay, we got 70s there. Oops, so we got 70s there. So not a good break there for me. Well, whatever. There's $100. Okay, so we talked about making $100. There's losing $100. Like it's going out of style. Sometimes I feel like I should be one of those guys using less shares here, but that was a good trade, a good idea. At least you guys saw me talk about it there. It broke and everyone marketed it up.
Yeah,
So I'll take a $100 hit. I mean, whatever. That's kind of par for the course these days, it seems like. But yeah, there goes GameStop now. So now that pressure's released, now what? You know, like now do we go long?
Is that the best reversion? That's what I'm asking right now. Like, on a shorter time frame.
Are we done?
That's pretty.
I'm going to go long.
Pretty solid.
I'm going to go long and see if we're done, Obi. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think that's a great idea. Again, if you were involved in and around here, probably one of the best places. And we talk about defining the trend. This is definitely a break of trend happening here and reverting back to the upside here. So it's sold all the way down. Where is VWAP, you may ask? 2271.
I don't know if that's
Is it
going
to revert to the mean? I have no idea. But I am watching some other stocks here as well. Tesla as well. Look at a nice little flush to the downside here. Didn't quite break pre-market levels just yet, but I'm watching this 320 level again, looking for potential reversion. Another one on watch as well. Again, one of the strongest stocks in the market. Softy has shown no signs of seller dominance pretty much all day here, as you can see again. Just trending to the upside right there.
I don't know, dude. I don't even know.
There on that flip long on GME. But yeah, Spider as well, we kind of talk about how strong this market was. Look at this beautiful VWAP hold in the morning session.
When moon?
Back much later, 11:30ish, and look at that, nice little double bottom, triple hold of that VWAP on the SPY. We've just been holding since then, haven't really broken out the day high just yet, but nice little continuation, I guess, on the Spider there. So I'm not really looking at anything else too much other than the GME and a little bit of Tesla as well. And obviously Oracle and AMD definitely on watch. Oracle actually came in with a little bit of a flush down. Nice. What was the other one?
It's a moral support street. I really appreciate it.
Boom, let's go. So AMD with
no, it's good,
nice
man.
little flush
I was pissed off about that
off of the event. And then we made a low of 118.
All right, let's go.
So, you know, it is what it is. I'm trying to revert as of right now with that pop, but it seems like GME is where the game's at.
Obi, I have to stop you right there. But here we go. Yeah, good, fine. Money made back and more. You know, whatever, man. Some of these guys stink face these stocks. All right, man. We did it. There it goes. So again, sometimes you're just talking through things, right? I mean, you know, once that level was broken there, the sellers were gone. And when the sellers are gone, then GameStop can play, I guess. And there we go. It's a nice move upside, man. Here we go again. This will be my #1 stock today, despite just taking that hit on that. Go. You can hold up. That's good. Let's go AMD right now. We're only out of half of what we have on this name. So let's see if we can moon now on. I'll take something out at the quarters. Let me take some. Okay, well, there it goes. Now we get 29s. All right, so let's go AMD. Let's go GameStop. This is what we wanted. This is what we were waiting for. Like, there's nobody out. Like, there might be another channel that's doing this, but I don't know. We showed you the levels. We showed you the trade. We got out. We're back in. Now we're long. Let's go GameStop. Here we go. It made perfect sense to me. This is, you know, if anything, this is clippable to share on social media. That's for sure. Here it goes, 2250, 2248. Social media is run by GameStop. GameStop there, Ram. Here we go, 22.50, starting to go back up there to the upside. There goes GameStop. Let's see what winds up happening now. 22.50, 22.40 on GME. A little bit of a fade back right now. Let me get some more out. We'll take some out there at 35. Okay, now we're a little bit excited here again. So nice trading here on GameStop. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was fun. And I know there's a lot of you that are trading GameStop. And hey, man, if I don't do this, who will, right? I mean, we got to look at these things. This is the trade for me on GameStop. Finally made a little bit back here. I'm still mad about that Chime, but that's on me. I left that order in and should have not done that. We could check back on what Chime's doing because this is not just a GameStop show. 39, so it's still doing absolutely nothing. I left, so the IPO trade worked. You know, it's perfect. My guy over here made money. That's great. I'm glad he took it. We know that Joe took the other one, Circle, the other day. But that worked, man. It worked for $2. And then it, whoops, flushed down. And that's where I came back to my desk and I was like, I had an Obi moment. I was like, oh boy. And then I was like, oh boy, I just lost, you know, again, it doesn't matter, but enough money there to not be happy. And, you know, like I lost $100 on GameStop and acted like it was nothing, right? So you can imagine if I'm going to be upset about that was not good. So I was not really happy with that play. Obviously, we don't give back anything what we made. Well, we gave back something of what we made on Circle there, which kind of sucks. But an IPO trade, that's completely. I thought I canceled this order to buy, and I didn't. So that is, I mean, slap the fail on there. Like, you know, we're. You know, it's going to sound cliche, but like we all are sort of human, and I'm not trying to justify the mistake. I don't ever want to be doing things like that. But, you know, 20-something plus years, and sometimes you do it. But at least we sized down, and it turned out to be 30% of what we initially wanted. So we're fine. We're fine at the end of it. Yeah, let's just keep on enjoying the show. GameStop is trying to move now. Okay, so the Qs have fallen back in, but I'm just going to get out of this because I don't want it to distract me. I have that 2% left. If it rips up, it rips up. There, let's just get out of it. I'm not worried about it. I'm very much you know, alert to this GME trade. I want to see if it can go. We're down 21%. I don't know if we're going to get back to flat or anything today, but we just made it back to VWAP, and as you can see, we actually did pretty good. We got them out there at 22. Then we have some decent outs up here as well. There's multiple outs up in this area, but I can see that we are struggling a little bit. Let me just offer some more 27s, see if we can grab that out, and then we'll go from there because it's starting to push down. Remember, this is still SSR. You know, you're still not going to be able to hit the bid. So in order to sell shares, you got to sell shares you already own. Yes. So we'll have to wait to see what happens now. See, it looks like it's trying
to hold down.
It's still trying to do something right now. Yeah. Like, see how they're following this 34? They're going down every. Yeah. All right, now we have to wait till this seller's done again. This could happen. So we're out of 60% of what we had, which is definitely not enough because here goes the move. So let's wait to see. I'm not going to be caught here too much, I hope. I'm going to try to offer some out. Let me see if we get some 7s. Nah. See, now I'm the one chasing. There, we got some 7s. And then we get some 9s. Get some 9s. I don't want to be the one chasing this down and adding to the problem. So we'll get some 7s, we'll get some 9s. We're long only at 93s, so it's not a huge trade at this point. It was about 2 minutes ago. Let's wait to see what happens here on GME.
Yeah, no, absolutely crazy there. Yeah, when that seller lifts, I mean, there's only really one way. I think it has left to go here. But I'm watching this Tesla as it continues to break down fresh lows back to back here as these 15-minute candles just hold and hold and hold. I'm waiting for those. Again, we talk about like a sustained hold there on GME. Well, Tesla's been sustaining, sellers have been sustaining Tesla since that crazy pop that we had during the midday where we get that wipe up. I think that might have been Trump saying I like Tesla or something like that. And since then, nice little push up into 330s. We've only had sellers since then. Beautiful reversion of that action. But I'm kind of waiting patiently on the sidelines here and looking to see if there's any sort of a bid sellers that does show returned. Up. But look at the market. The market is starting to curl as well, and we've only been bidding on the market for majority of the day. So if that curls and Tesla's down at its lows, I don't want to kind of mess with that confluence and try to revert it. But I'll stay patient and see what the market does here. Let's go and see what Adara has to say.
So what Trump said there was that he likes Elon Musk and he likes Tesla, and he wants to talk to Elon Musk about EVs. That was like the whole story there with that Tesla move, in case anyone missed it. Google taking to the downside a bit. Apparently, according to Down Detector, there's about 11,000 users experiencing some Google Cloud issues right now, so keep an eye on that. NET similarly reportedly experiencing some issues. Keep an eye on Cloudflare, one of 4 names that announced a share offering last night. Last but not least, more coming from AMD CEO Lisa Su at their event. She's saying that the company will have an MI500-based AI server by 2027. Back to you.
Well, that's probably would explain why it's tanking there, 2027. That'll be probably too late, man. We'll be talking about, much different technology, I'm sure, by 2027. So yeah, AMD. We're covering some more Nvidia down here. I mean, we were short initially all the way up here. We just kind of added to our position as I was a little weary of whatever was going on in the chip space. So we added a little bit. Let's see if it can come back in, man. I'm bidding 144.13s right now, so we'll see if that can come in, and I'm only trying to do that for 10%, and then maybe we can get a VWAP trade, even 144. I mean, that seems like that could be a decent spot. Remember Palantir, like it's been holding this 135 area. We've seen many sort of downticks into this area today, right there on the pre-market, there again in 10, 11 o'clock, again near the midday, and then again just right now, bouncing quite nicely off of that area and moving back upside. So I'm gonna put the stop on GameStop down where it's gonna break us right here. Let's just wait to see if it comes back down here. I mean, we sensed that this was happening, and we got some out there, and now there it goes. So let's see. As soon as the sellers go away, man, like it's not May, right? So the sellers should go away in May and come back in June for the buyers, but that's not happening. So right now, we'll wait to see what happens now. I'd like to see. The problem is a buyer can't chase this up because every time someone with decent share size comes on the bid, it gets wiped down. So yeah, I don't know. There's definitely some liquidity here on GameStop today. 123 million shares to say the least. Okay, here we go. Nice move back up. So let's take an offer here at 15s. We'll get that right now. So we got 14s there. Now we'll wait to see if it goes a little bit higher. I hope this isn't too confusing or anything because I think we're doing a good job explaining what's happening. You can see the sellers when they attack the offer and they just keep pushing it down. It's because it's SSR. You can't hit the bid. You have to keep on offering your shares every time the ask changes. So the minute it changes 1 penny, they join, and there's just not enough traders willing to buy the shares to push them out of the way. So they keep on, it's an algo or whatever, just keeps on following it down until the algo is turned off or they've gotten all the shares that they need, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of what's happening right now. So let's go back over and talk to Obi.
Yeah. So guys, level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform, sign up and try for free. Start your trading journey today. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot and trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with the code TRADERTV. Links in the description. Be the trader. Get funded. Join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. So again, crazy moves there. Yeah, that's kind of when that seller lifts, then that's exactly the kind of action I guess you expect to see on something so unnatural and unusual like that. But crazy momentum nonetheless there. And when it's SSR, when there's an SSR mechanic, I think there's a little bit of I guess how you say clarity in what may or may not happen if certain things happen, like that seller lifts or like a buyer lifts, and we get technically we get like a breakout or a trend break. If you're defining the trend as the seller stepping down, guess what? The trend breaks when that seller steps off. So however you want to define that kind of action there. But Tesla continuing to the downside here. I did take a little bit of a long here during the midday session here when we got a little bit of a hold of that 324, 325 area. I was looking to see if we can reclaim a little bit of VWAP. We did get back up to VWAP, and guess what? Sold most of it there, leaving on a breadcrumb for that back through, and guess what? Boom, right back through and flushing to the downside going into the end of the day here. We only have about an hour and 10 minutes left in the day, and Tesla continues to make fresh lows. Again, distinctly different from the rest of its peers, especially distinctly different from Microsoft. Again, you can see that a lot of these other tickers on the day, either downside or sideways. We can just go through them. Of course, Nvidia is kind of doing its own thing, of course, trending to the upside right there. You can see Tesla as well. Tesla's to the downside. Amazon sideways, nothing really on that one unless you kept on reloading VWAP on that. And then goggles here, pretty much the same, sideways chop. Apple as well, nothing crazy. We're still holding underneath that 200 mark here on Apple right there. So yeah, softy looking distinctly different, if I do say so, right there. So maybe a reversion on this one, maybe a reversion on Tesla. I got no idea.
Well, I'm in Tesla, so I just took it. So here we go, man. Now we're 50 cents in the money on Tesla, and let's just see where it goes from now. I'm trying to wait for a little bit higher, man. I'm waiting at 319.90 to see if we do, see if we do get a move upside right there. We're long Tesla right now. Let's go find out what the news on something is with Adara.
Keep an eye here on FXI. I'm just seeing this report coming through here circulating on X. Apparently, the U.S. is basically here, despite denials from firms like Nvidia. U.S. intelligence is confirming that there is still smuggling of restricted tech into China amid ongoing U.S.-China trade tensions and negotiations. Apparently, all licenses to do business with Huawei and SMIC have been frozen. And apparently, the U.S. expects Huawei to produce only 200,000 AI chips in 2025. That is well below China's AI demand. So basically, this story here showing that these heightened export controls are impacting China. Now, we did have a couple different parties, including Trump and Kevin Hassett, who is the economic advisor here for the White House. They both said that the U.S. is willing to ease these export controls, depending on how discussions go. So just keep an eye here on FXI. Interesting report here in light of everything that we've kind of digested already about this story. Back to you.
Yeah, no, that Tesla's looking good, man. I'm just waiting to see kind of the right stuff there, but I think you might have that one. As the market takes a little bit of a bounce off the 21.9. Oh boy, Oracle coming back above 200 as well. So again, that one got that reversion, maybe not all the way down to VWAP, but we got to 199s and then kind of still consolidating in that upper quartile of the price action that we saw in the morning session right there. Again, aggressive strength there. Yeah, again, don't continuously short that like I did, but again, it is what it is. Moving on to the next trade, and the next trade is, I guess, maybe on Tesla, maybe on Softy. I'm still being patient. I got eyes on that SMCI as well. But the thing is, SMCI kind of already started breaking down much earlier, looking kind of similar to the rollover that we're seeing on a few stocks right now. SMCI a little bit to the downside. Nice little grind to the upside in the morning session, but we're seeing a lot of this where most of that strength, most of that volume, and most of that momentum kind of showing up in the morning session and just dissipating, and we're getting a sideways grind, pretty much doing nothing for majority of the day there, and then now maybe a little bit of a pullback for a reversion to VWAP happening on that one. AMD, let's see what our friend is up to here. So yeah, we got that nice little pop into 120, but look at that hold of 120, absolutely clean. 120 to the dot is that high off of that spike that we just recently got, coming right back down to the lows. 118.69 trading on AMD as of right now. So let's take a quick look at what some of the volume leaders have been doing on the day, because again, I'm looking for the next potential trade, and with Power Hour showing up in about 6 minutes, we might have something on our hands if we just look at some of the stocks that have been doing some of the most volume on the day. Again, GME being the top of the list. Oh boy, I'm curious to know how much volume this has done with all that churning going on.
125.
So I got 124, 125 here. So pretty decent volume numbers on that one. We've got Nvidia as well coming in with 120.
Amazon Web Services having problems now.
Yeah, it seems like there's some sort of this just feels like some sort of cybersecurity thing happening.
Well, Google's down.
We've got so many things that are down. Like who's what's really happening behind the scenes here? That's the question I'm asking. But yeah.
Yeah, no, same. I'm trying to Trying to figure this all out. Yeah, I just heard in my ear, Amazon Web Services also down, some parts of Amazon Web Services. It's just like Google, it's the identity. Reuters reports Google Cloud says multiple GCP products are experiencing impact due to identity and access management services. They'll provide an update soon. So I don't know. We'll wait there and we'll figure out what's going on with Google because it's not moving, right? So I guess it's maybe it's nothing major. They're just letting sort of us know, their customers, that there is indeed a problem. So, okay, noted. So, you know, for this to make any sense, really, it's going to need to break 118, you know, for me to get out of this. Tesla's been moving down here. It's at, I saw in the chat, all right. New auto tariff offset prices just announced. No idea what this means, but let's go Tesla. I don't know. Anyways, we do have a position right now. You can see it's moving around. The thing about this is, you know, I'm going to try to get something out at 320. Like if we can get 15% out, then we'll do that at 320. That's the only spot that I'm looking at. And then I just think it's worth the risk now, especially when you're talking about trying to find something. It's like, if we get some good news now, you know, you pop all the way back up. This is what day trading is. It's probabilities, right? If it comes back in, then we could take this dollar hit. It's completely reasonable to do something like that on Tesla. I mean, we've had moves down, then moves back up, then moves down, back up, so on and so forth. So let's see if we can get that news. We just got that tariff news on autos. Let's go see if Adara's got that as well, or what's up?
This year. So apparently the Department of Commerce is announcing new auto tariff offset process, but it's really key to mention this process is only applicable for vehicles that are assembled in the U.S. So if you're not assembled in the U.S., you could not qualify for this auto tariff offset process. Keep an eye here on these auto makers. They're not really moving here, but yeah, again, mentioned as well. I did mention that Google and Cloudflare were down earlier. Spotify, Google Cloud, and Google Services, Cloudflare, Amazon Web Services, Discord, Twitch, Anthropic, and Azure apparently all experiencing disruptions right now. Unclear as to why, but we will let you know. Back to you.
Cars are made in the U.S. Aren't they assembled in the U.S. if they're made in the U.S.?
Yeah,
they do import parts, so maybe this does affect them. But the thing is like, look at the stock. You know, it doesn't matter what the story is or how you or I or anybody in the chat is, you know, figuring this story out. The stock itself right now is not having a reaction, right? And normally we can't even, like when there's good news about something or bad news, you kind of can't even go over to it without it having already made a move. I mean, we've seen stocks just like, oh, there's good news, gap, and next thing you know, it's 323, 324. So this is not really having that kind of a reaction. If anything, it's just kind of going with the market. As the market lifts, so here does Tesla. So look, it's going to be a good trade so far. I mean, we could take 25 cents right now, but yeah, to me, let's wait to see if there are some sort of headwinds or tailwinds, I guess is what I'm looking for, from this story. So we'll wait, but I'm not in it because of the story. We're in it because we thought that there might have been a bottom here. We talked about if you ever get tested down near the day's low and you hold, then that can be the springboard for better things to come, and especially if we do get back into the close here. We do. It's entering power hour right now. Not that that actually means anything, but you know, 1 hour left in trade. It's Adobe tonight. Join Dara and I as we'll be going over some of those reports and those earnings as they come through. It's Adobe and one more, Restoration Hardware, RH. So. Restoration Hardware got hit their last earnings report because of China. So let's just have a quick little look here to see what they're doing now again. That is RH, right? They changed their names.
I think one of my scans was past.
Yeah, it's just called RH now. This is what it looks like on a daily. I didn't know if it did not split, but this is what I'm saying. $460, Obi, in January, down to $170 right now. So Restoration Hardware, RH, earnings tonight. So we'll see. We'll see. I wonder if they sandbagged their last quarter, you know, which is why this happened right here, I guess, right here in April, down there to the downside. So, okay, market go up for Nvidia right now and not for Tesla. So here goes Nvidia. Again, we're fine with it. We're not doing too much with this stock right now. I'll try to get a little more short if we do get, we cleared out of not most of it, but some of it down there. Let's get a little shorter. If it comes into this little area there, then maybe we get that move. Remember, we do know that at 145, there are $145. There is a significant number of shares sitting there. So the supply is aplenty. Okay, here we go, Obi.
Yeah, this is a Tesla move.
Here goes. Are you in it?
Yeah, I'm in it.
Attaboy.
I got a little bit in. I want to take I guess a lot more, but hasn't really. It's shown me some signs where it's kind of holding this area, but
see, there's the move and stop
confirmation. Yeah, because at the end of the day, like this is the beginning of the hour. So like I'm looking for that chop, but like there's no real follow through, right? So that's kind of
oh, here it comes down.
Here. Yeah, exactly. So it's probably going to come in and potentially stop me out there if we get a little bit lower. But that's perfectly fine. GME, I guess. Tyler Smith in the chat talking about Hood is a setup. Okay, all right, let's take a quick look at Hood. Hood coming into low a day as of right now, that is sitting at 73.22. I guess it attempted to hold some of that consolidation. We talked about that nice push in the morning session, pretty much flat for the rest, but this is one of the ones that has actually came all the way back down to its opening range lows. Interestingly enough, wow, yesterday it's kind of just holding yesterday's range, and there you go, right there. Yesterday, a lot of kind of push, and then kind of pull back, so a lot of chop happening. But again, if you kind of take that as a bit of a range, then you're just like, all right, well, prior day, what am I really looking for here? Are we looking for a push? Are we looking for a break? Are we looking for a hold? Regardless, you see that yesterday, kind of all the morning session, buyers kind of step in, step in, step in. We get all the way up to 75 and some change, 75.38. Today we come in, we go to 75.59, and it would seem that sellers kind of step in at that same area here once again on Robinhood. So yeah, let's see, it has some good support on the bottom, has really recognizable channels on Hood. Okay, so let's go to a higher time frame. Let's take a look at that and see if there's any, let's tune in to some of these channels here and see what you're talking about, Tyler. So yeah, absolutely beautiful. I don't know if I have, I should probably have some stuff on here. Okay, yeah, I guess I have an anchored from prior, which kind of we held and we accelerated off of, but I think I know what you're talking about. So let's do, I guess we can do a little bit of channel charting here. Let's go to, where is that? Tool, not the fibs. I really don't like the fibs. What else is there? A boom, 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 boom. Price range, data range. It should be in and around trend line here. Parallel channel, that's what I'm looking for right here. So I think this is what you're talking about. This channel right here, so you can see a little bit of a defined trend, and look at that. This is kind of the upper end of that trend. So beautiful channels, beautiful channel holding again from that April level. There goes Tesla stopping me out, so that's okay. That kind of came in through the day lows. Not really what I was looking for, but beautiful channel here, Tyler. Thank you for pointing that out on Robinhood. Again, this is a 3-hour chart. It's not clean, but you get the gist. Kind of through the ebbs and flows that we've been getting for the past couple of months, Robinhood has been on an overall trend to the upside here on the day. So yeah, I kind of was going through some of these volume leaders here on the day. We looked at the top couple of them there. Tesla again. Oh boy, that's yeah, that's you. A lot of those lines don't really mean much, but because I usually look at my charts a little naked like this. But those indicators kind of, I pull them up every now and then just to see if there's any level of confluence happening there. Wow, Tesla coming in and flipping back up. So I'm going to be done with that one there. You can see that the ES is attempting to push for its highs, and the Nasdaq as well, kind of pushing as well. So Moo Trade saying, any comments on Chime? Yeah, let's take a quick look at CHYM again. The long was great off of the open. Let's go to the 1-minute chart because, again, this is a fresh IPO and it just started trading today. Currently traded, let's see, around 29 million shares on the day here. And a beautiful kind of a sell-off. I didn't really have the long or the short there. Didn't have shares for the short side, but that 42 breakdown, when that reference low off of the open on Chime breaks down, you can see how you get that clear selling, expanding volume, straight flush to the downside until you see that you see the kind of a balance start to show up and maybe some consolidation here in and around that 39.40 level here with that 38 hold. You can see that 38 hold finally gets violated just going into power hour. So curious to know how Chime is going to kind of play out for the rest of the week. Again, tomorrow being Friday. Sellers are definitely kind of dominating on the day today. Let's see if some of these levels get taken out tomorrow. 40 I'll be watching, 41 especially because that's that flush and we bounce, and buyers can only really take it to 41 before some of that selling steps right back in and takes us back through.
It did bounce a little bit,
back down through day lows. Yeah, it bounced all the way to 39
Yeah,
but
okay.
nothing too crazy, man. But yeah, that's me chiming in on that stock there. Let's see what else you guys are talking about. Palantir hanging on to the 200 on the 5-minute by a string, saying fiddleback. Take a quick look at this string hold on Palantir that you speak of. Are you sure Palantir? Oh, you mean 200 on the 5-minute? Okay, so you mean the 200 moving average on the 5-minute. I think that's what you mean. So let's take a quick look. Yeah, a little bit of a trend hold there happening as of right now. I don't know about the 5-minute 200, but it would seem as if, okay, yeah, you see right there, a lot of anchors kind of showing up. So it's holding a bunch of moving averages, definitely accelerating away
back down,
from some of those levels here. So let's see what Adara has to say with some fresh news.
With a couple announcements here saying that they're going to be basically launching this card here. It's going to be called the Coinbase One card. It'll be launched through the American Express network, so keep an eye on AXP as well. Apparently, this card will offer up to 4% Bitcoin back on each purchase. We've heard of purchase, not purpose. We've heard of cash back. Now we've got Bitcoin being offered back here. Also, the company is set to launch perpetual futures in the U.S. So COIN, nice bounce off of the lows. Back to you.
Bitcoin's back again.
That is like my credit card gives me 2% cash back.
Yep.
That's not going to be for Canada, is it? Because
I mean, if
there's some CDIC protection there, like I'll use that credit card.
Yeah.
4% back in Bitcoin, fine with that, man. That's like a. I mean, there's just more news coming in my ear here all the time, and it's just like, this is just wild. So, all right, well, Tesla, I don't know if something's happening right now because we're going back into the low of the day. We're actually at the low of the day right now as we start to crack. I took a little bit more at 319 just because it was bouncing around there for so long and in hopes that we crack higher. But, you know, that was a nice hope because right now you're cracking lower. So I was going to buy some more shares down here. I'm waiting at 318.40s just to see a break of 50. And then there it is. So then now we're longer. Now if we break down, I'm just going to cancel some of my offers because this looks like it wants to break. So breaking through 318 and we're out. That's the low. Okay, here we go. That's the low of the day. It looks like, see what I'm saying? We try to take a shot on something and we should have just gone the other way. Stop fighting the trend basically here with Tesla. The thing is that I was thinking that because we were at these lows, which we're at, I mean, I'm just trying to show you right here, that there was a chance that maybe we bounce off of there and we weren't super patient. If we just waited to get long right here, then we'd be relatively flat or taking a 50-cent hit. But instead now it looks like, what am I long at here? 90s, but you know, we do have a decent sized position. So it's about 2 units right now. The max I'll ever have on Tesla is like 4 or 5 units. So there it goes. Ah, shit, man. What a fail right there as Tesla breaks. And that's, you know, that goes to the downside. The price we got was 90s. Oh yeah, of course. Like I get 90s and then this snaps higher. Oh, what a nightmare right there. But downside play there. So we slapped the fail and that on there. But we tried it. You know, what else can we do? Thought it could work. Looks like we do run that bottom and maybe, see, do we buy back in now? Did we just get that bottom run and we want to get back in? I don't think so. Let's give it some time. Maybe if it fails and bounces back, then we can go short. I mean, look at it respecting this 50-period moving average, right? And this is what I mean. It's like the blind leading the blind here for me because we could clearly see that this is what's been happening. We talked about why we liked that trade. Not liked it, but why we took it. And there's the stop out. So unfortunately, we got stopped out 20 cents from here. But yeah, there's the downside play. 20 cents isn't going to hurt me either way, but that sucks because maybe we're bouncing off of that level there and we just got stopped out on a 318 break. Look, if I don't put it out at 318 and I wait for 317.75 or something like that, you know, those have been coming in. So I'm okay getting stopped out where we did, but there it goes. Like that's the risk management. We talked about never getting in until you have an out. So that's what we did there with Tesla. We got in, we knew where our out was. Unfortunately, it got hit. There it goes to the downside. We're having a little bit of a rough afternoon here because things just aren't working out the way I'd hoped they would. Our Palantir trade, we tried that. Well, actually, Palantir was okay. It just winds up breaking that level. We don't have to hold it all the way down here. But in the back of my mind, I was thinking we should just be going long at 135. And there it is. So there goes Tesla. There's the break. So we're right into here right now. Trade Representative Greer talking about they're still trying to finalize things. This is the whole point. Like, honestly, Donald Trump and their whole team really needs to get their you-know-what together. Because you can't have Donald Trump talking about, everything's a done deal. And then all of a sudden now I'm hearing in my ear, we've got to change these things after the London talks. So I don't know if China's breaking down or not, but there it is, goes downside right here. So yeah, just a little frustrated that the Tesla trade didn't work out, but that's okay. We're going to take some stabs at things. And look, this is why, Obi, we talk about having outs. Like, I could be down $1,000, but I could be down 5,000. It's like, if you don't have your outs at the right spots, then that's it, man. Maybe Free Fall Friday finally is incoming. I don't know. Okay, so now Greer is talking about the deadline now being July 9th, and that 90-day pause is still a deadline.
Yeah.
Thought we had a deal, bro.
Yeah, I thought we moved to August, no?
Dude.
I don't know.
No. What do you mean? Trump yesterday, I can show you his tweet. Deal done.
Yeah.
Deal done.
You know how I'm really viewing a lot of this? Like, sure, for the intraday, I feel like it's very, I don't know if I should say exciting, but things are definitely setting up. There are certain trades that are just straight up falling into your lap, and the volatility is absolutely amazing. And yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty where that might get a lot of bigger players to kind of balance some of their portfolios or their books, and we get some strong opportunities intraday. But again, I want to show this chart of the spider on a much higher time frame, and kind of really reiterate the bigger picture. Sure, we're intraday trading. It's a lot of I guess it can potentially be a lot of excitement, but some of the best trading obviously is not really exciting at all. You're just kind of doing your job. You're getting in, you're getting out, and you're following your plans. You're doing your strategies. So that's kind of a thing here. But again, Spider, I want to go to I guess we can go to a 3-month chart, because we're really we want to pull back pretty far back and kind of take a look at what the price action on the higher time frame is really doing. And would you look at that right here? Now, I've shown this chart multiple times on the show here, but this is the chart all the way from 1993, and this is an adjusted chart as well. For those of you who might say that, oh, that's not adjusted. This is an adjusted chart, but you can see nice little trend up. Sure, you have times where you have multiple years of a little bit of a downtrend, a little bit of a downtrend. Look at that. Was that capitulation? The highest volume bar in 08? Oh boy. Because that capitulation definitely had a very strong reversal, and that just kept on going. So interesting stuff there. But bigger picture, I feel like a lot of this stuff is just straight up noise, and you can just throw on a trend line or throw on a moving average on one of these and just be like, all right, well, every time we do have these nasty, crazy drops where a lot of people are scared and in fear, might be some of the best places. And that goes back to kind of somebody in the chat was just like, oh. What do you call it? Bitcoin's a little shady, or like it might be a little it might be too risky, or you maybe don't understand it. But here's the thing: over time, you want to be in the places where most people are not willing to put risk on. That's probably the best place to be. And most people are definitely not trying to put a risk on when we get these aggressive sells over time. I know a lot of people that were just straight up selling decent chunks of their portfolio just over the past year or so on this strong flush that we've been getting, and being like, okay, well, this is the top, this is the top. Guess what? People said that in 21, people said that in 08, and guess what? People probably said, people said that in 08, people said that in 21, people probably said that in 01 as well. So the chart kind of speaks for itself. Like I said, the price action definitely speaks in volume, speaks volumes for itself here. But yeah, straight to the upside, Spider, absolutely beautiful. And you got to remember, The SPDR, these ETFs, these futures, it's almost rigged to do well. You kick out the worst performers and you bring on the best performers. Money supply only goes up.
Not rigged,
It's just,
but it's.
you know what I mean? It's like it's not rigged, but it's like I call it's rigged to almost.
I call it.
It's like you can have long years of stagnation,
Right.
But
Well, if you want to invest in the stock market, the best way to do it is with a variety of companies that are chosen not by you, because then it takes away. That's what I was saying about getting into more indexes. It's an easy way to just trust the overall trend of, I think the S&P, I have to check what the numbers are now, but over the last 30 or 40 years, it was a roughly 12 to 13% annual return ex dividends. So that's, you know, if you trust in that and that's a good enough return for you, which it should be, then yeah, buying the indexes and sitting should make you feel a little more comfortable at night. That's why I think it's important not to buy everything all at once, so that the individual price that you have isn't necessarily, you know, the be all end all for you. But okay, so GameStop 3:15 right now the time. We only have 45 minutes left, and we have to exit out of our trades before the market closes. So right now, man, I mean, most of the indexes are in the green today. We have the NYSE, sorry, the NASDAQ up, ES up. I think IWM is up. Let's just check what that's doing right now. No, okay, this is the one that's down there. And then the Dow is up. So the only thing down right now, and again, we talked about the rates, doesn't look like they're getting any rate cuts, and that's going to be disappointing. I think Adara was mentioning the closest one is going to be September. It looks like, for the most likely rate cut happening. So that's, you know, IWM, the smaller cap names need lower rates in order to operate. They're borrowing money, they big cash burn. So, you know, those interest payments get larger and larger. Obviously, the more the interest grows, as we all know. And we don't want that for the IWM and many names that are in the small cap Russell. So you got to be careful with that as well. This is another way to invest into names where you're not picking individual names, where you've got them all capped out here, weighted average. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with IWM, but downside right there. And then the Dow, DIA, I believe is up, because I just, Spider, yeah, there it is. It looked like there was an underscore there, not a dot, but yeah, there it is. So the diamonds is up today as well. You know what was a little bit puzzling here? I'm invested in this.
ooh,
Yeah, but Berkshire's,
I like that.
yeah, if you like it, then you should buy it right here, because this is what I'm worried about. Look at this. I mean, what's going on with Berkshire here? I mean, this is, I think, the day that Warren left. It was in this area, May, it's June right now, yeah. This is May 2nd. May 5th, yeah, that's the weekend. Yeah, May 2nd to May 5th, yeah. So it was this weekend. We were at all-time highs, you know, beating the market up like really bad, you know, and as the NASDAQ retraces or goes back to the upside, Berkshire retracing back down in. So I don't know. Interested to see this, you know, because the financials are doing okay. Maybe it's Coca-Cola, some of the large positions. I think what I'm going to do now is, if we can find a prospectus or something on Berkshire, figure out what they're holding now. And I know they're in a lot of cash. I know maybe that's what it is. The DXY is getting hit, right? So the US dollar goes downside. So, you know, the purchasing power of $300 billion, whatever the cash they have, losing value, I guess, internationally. But still, if you're trying to buy U.S. stocks with U.S. money and you're sitting on cash, then the depreciation of the asset of the stock itself isn't hurting you. But okay, so yeah, I don't know. If you guys know what's going on with Berkshire, in the chat, you Googled it?
So no, I just asked GPT. I was like, when did Warren leave Berkshire? Specific date of
May 3rd.
Yeah, so May 3rd right there.
There we go.
And then intended departure is after close of business on December 31st of this year.
What was that? Was the December 31st part?
So he's his intended date of departure. So he's done as of the close of business on the last day of the year.
This year.
Of this year. So December 31st, 2025 will be the last day. And then Greg Abel comes
Canadian
CEO on January 1st, 2026.
Okay, but I don't think he's making any decisions now, but maybe he still is until the end of the year. So, okay.
I think I was listening to the AGM, and he was just like, yeah, he doesn't really make a lot of the decisions anymore. Like maybe something huge will come by him, but there's obviously other people that are dealing with a lot of that anyways. So yeah, he feels. I think I think both of them have
feeling some kind of ways.
Had an amazing run, right? So Berkshire is, I guess, a great example of long-term and value investing. Pretty solid stuff.
There's 241. There's one survivor now in Air. Was it Air India? Anyways, it was that Boeing. Now official. Our condolences. Apparently, that's just a sad story. Let me just check we already know about it. Okay, so Boeing's kind of looking like GameStop here, just doing its own thing here at 203. But it looks like the loss of life is quite large there. With heavy hearts, we look at Boeing, but. 200. People are saying, well, you look at Boeing, but then you also trade Palantir and you also do all those kind of things. Look, I mean, Palantir is involved in many aspects. Next thing you know, you're not going to trade GE because you have feelings about aerospace or, some of the things that are happening there, right? Boeing has a huge NASA contract. There's lots of different things in this market that, okay. So first of all, we've added to our position. So now we're short at 73. So let's see what's good with Nvidia. Okay, once we get a little bit closer, I'll try to show you the size of what's here. Maybe I can just go like this. We don't need to necessarily see the NASDAQ. In my understanding is there was millions of shares, but that shouldn't matter that much because it's already done 130 million shares. So you do the price, it can go through 5 million shares, like no problem. The only problem is someone has to push that key. Like the order has to go through. And algos can do that for sure. They don't care. It's just, is there one that's going to take that out? So we're going to go short right now. And then GameStop, I don't know. I'm losing a little bit of faith in this name. We were able to get some out again when it went back up over 22. We got 22.06s off of this long, but we went short, got marketed out there, lost our $100. You guys know we had 500 shares. And then we made it back. And now we're just sitting in a position flat on the stock, but down on the position. So as these guys continue to follow this down, I'm going to get out if we break. I think I put break below 50. So last time when this happened, right, we were getting marketed down here. And if we can zoom in a little bit, I'll show you. It's a stair stepping down, right? And then eventually, so it did what it's doing now, but it stopped at 54. So let's see if there's another buyer down there. Maybe we'll go long and we'll put a bid down there. But right now we only have 35 more minutes left. And if there's a big seller, maybe they'll do it through the imbalances. So that could be another thing that might help. That's what I would do. You could put a sell imbalance of 10 million shares. And obviously it will crack that code and it'll go to the downside. But at least at the end of the day, you'll get your 10 million share fill. So who knows what price? That's the problem, right? So you may want to put a market on closing order in. If you are trading Nvidia or GameStop. And on that note, bye-bye. Let's see what winds up happening right there. There's the short right there at 90. So hopefully you guys took that with me because now you'd be at least 15 or 13 cents in the money. And we'll wait to see what winds up happening. Was there a call for Adara at any point? Okay, then let's go over and see what's up with Adara.
First, I will look into that Berkshire thing further because I'm curious, but it is worth noting apparently it's down 10% or more from that, I guess it's high, so it's now in correction territory. Bit of a double top as well from a technical standpoint on BRKB, but I'm gonna look more into that to see what the sentiment is. Also, guys, Adobe earnings after the bell, checked it out with Sean and myself in the market recap. They're expected to report at 4:05 p.m. We're looking for earnings of $4.97 per share, revenue of $5.79 billion, implied move of 7.1%. Now, here is a chart, just posted this on X at TTV Research. Adobe's revenue growth over the last 20 years and some fun little tidbits there in terms of notable times for the company. They launched their well-known Adobe Creative Cloud subscription service back in 2011, and they actually have an Nvidia partnership as well that started in 2018. So read all about that, X at TTV Research, as we head into the last 30 minutes of Power Hour. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's some crazy growth there. Good era for that one.
I just said to Obi, Adara just made that, amazing, all the work. Make sure you go find that out at Trader TV Research. That's all Adara. So, you know, again, great. That research page is pretty hot fire. So go check it out, TTV Research. We could actually open up a TTV Research Instagram page maybe and just double post them because these are graphics, right? So might be something there. Hey man, I just make the ideas. All right, so we'll wait on that. But Nvidia right now, trying to go, but it just stopped again at 75. So there it is, man. The 90 pull back to 75. Yeah, waiting for more. You know, if we are going to get some sort of a flush out, you know, it needs to happen, and I need to have it happen. So we'll sit here and wait for that. I'm not sure if it's going to go, but we'll wait for Nvidia. I am bidding 60, I believe. Yeah, 61s right into here, right where the 50-period moving average is, literally at 61. It shouldn't really matter to the penny, but we'll sit there and bid it. And then when it comes down, I'll get nervous and I'll punch out 64s probably. So we'll wait for that to come in. Hopefully patience will win for me on that. And then GameStop, we already sort of told you the idea here. I think the best thing to do now is to wait for the imbalances. And if I wind up getting stopped out, it's a break of 50. We talked about that, 21.50. It'll be a 40-cent hit, but I'm not going to average in. I'm not going to do anything. We made back sort of what we lost right here, and now we have to wait we had about 40%, about 40% left of that initial trade. So we'll give it a shot and see what winds up happening here with GameStop. Hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. Our stop order is in, and pretty comfortable where that's sitting. So hopefully we get some good reaction there. And by the way, here comes Nvidia. And again, like, let's just go, man. We gotta, you know, I sit here and I talk about, remember I said I'd get nervous and put some out? I'm gonna put some out here at 68s. All right. I said that, you know, some trades don't work out. Some trades work out. And here we go. So we'll take out a little bit there of Nvidia and hope that we can get it to work out even better than this and make much lower move now for Nvidia. We did take out there. We take out our 10% there. I'm waiting for a little bit more than 10%. Actually, I have another 10% actually at 61s. A little bit more than 10%. So we'll see if we can get that out at 61. But it looks like the bottom right there was 68, 67. We took some out. I think that was a decent move there. I noticed that you're short Amazon.
Yeah, I got short a little bit of Amazon.
Yeah, you were short there a minute. But I just want to say, like, if there's all these things happening, down detector this, breach of, no one uses the word breach except for me just now. But, you know, some issues there with the identity. I read the highlight before. AWS was having some issues as well. I'm just surprised we're not down a lot more than where we are, in case there was an international hack or something somewhere there. We're not reporting that, but that's the news that we had here on Benzinga. We've already got it from Madera numerous times as well. So here it is right here. I'll just bring the story to you. It's Reuters reports Google Cloud says multiple GCP Google Cloud products are experiencing impact due to something. So unfortunately, due to identity and access management service issues. We will provide an update by Thursday, 3:15 PDT, right? Thursday is today, 3:15, so 12:15 Pacific Standard Time. So where's the update, bro? We're missing on that, so we got to wait for that. So they're not even updating based on when they said they would. So maybe there's something going on there. Look at Tesla, man. Nice recovery to the back end of this trade. I'm fine losing where we did, man. We took that dollar hit. You guys all witnessed it right into there, dropped out. It does go down and bottoms out at 317, but we got out at 318 and unfortunately didn't hold it. Would have loved to hold it. We're now higher than where we were when we were in it. So, oh dear.
The Amazon short, again, I was just kind of looking at this and I was like, all right, kind of similar kind of concept or idea I keep kind of pointing out, where I'm like, all day it's just been ranging, and I see it attempting to push up into the high a day, and I see the market's already kind of pulled back. I'm like, all right, well, if Amazon breaks through this high, then clearly I'm very much wrong. But again, all it's been showing us was range sideways, supply here, demand here, a little bit of a chop in and around 1 point. I'm just taking a quick kind of a bit of a reversion down into VWAP. You can see that VWAP's coming in here on the P Pro as well. I got my VWAP sitting at, I think it was 212.70s, and I think here it's also in and around there. Yeah, 212.70s as well. So we're trading 212.86s. I'm not really expecting this to go all the way back down because, as you guys can see, even though this has been holding as a bit of a flat top, you can see that overall we've kind of been just uptrending, making higher lows all day, even with that held offer or whatever you want to call it, in and around those the mid 213s, it would seem. So yeah, let's see, quick little scalp there, nothing too crazy, but yeah, just a quick scalp going into the end of the day, just taking off more of what it's been showing us along the way here pretty much all day. So that's what I got going on here on Amazon. But we only have about, I guess, 20 minutes left for these imbalances.
Oh, no.
Softy is
Not enough
still
time.
holding pretty strong there. That's an aggressive flush that I just saw come in. Does that get absorbed? We're holding that 21,900 on the Nasdaq pretty well as well. I think that was that the I want to see where that is relative to the CPI level here. So I'm just going to pull up my chart. Let's take a quick look and pull up the Nasdaq and see where that is relative to that CPI high. So we'll go to the 3-minute. That was just yesterday. So let's see where that reaction high brought us into. That's 22,100 right here, currently trading at 29. So 21, like in and around here. So yeah, consolidating. We didn't quite make it. We're still kind of, I guess, technically still a lower high than yesterday. We drove a lot of selling into the after hours and in the pre-market as well, I guess, during the overnight session, basically. But consolidating pretty much sideways after stepping up off of the morning range here on the day. So I just wanted to know what it was, where it was sitting relative to that, because I was like, are we close? I forgot what the price, the reference high was off the CPI. But again, yesterday we saw that whole CPI move get pretty reverted back down here, and then we get a bit of a reversion of the reversion coming into today.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. The ebbs and flows of price action.
Oh, I love it,
I mean,
man.
it's like leg up, leg down. You can call it a reversion, but it's just the ebbs and flows of price action sometimes.
Just bounced off 61.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what I'm watching there. But VWAP holding pretty well here on Amazon. Sure, it's only 30 pennies, but I'll take whatever the market is giving me at this point. Again, going to the end of the day, all we've been doing for majority of the day was consolidating. Sure, that morning strength was pretty aggressive, but not really seeing anything too crazy just yet. QBTS saying Travis. So yeah, let's take a quick look at some of those nuclear and quantum names, because again, we know they're definitely in play. So let's pull that in and take a quick look at some of those. So IONQ is the first one I'm going to start off with, and then we can just take a look at SMR as well. So IONQ, let me just make this a little bit bigger here. Maybe we can follow along. So IONQ yesterday and for the past few days, we kind of talked about this range. Today, we traded at the lower end of that range, not really going back all the way up to 40, 44s, I think it was. But yeah, nothing too crazy there. On that name, and the other one was SMR. So let's take a quick look at that one as well. SMR, I know a lot of people were trading Oklo. Oklo coming out last night with, I think it was a 300 million offering, something like that, 400 million offering. Regardless, they were offering shares and we tanked off of that. But today, SMR holding pretty well. OKLO. Let's see if this one is doing okay here. Nice little push all the way up to 71s. What a clean hold. And look at that trend break reversion that's happening as of, I guess, when is this? 1, 2 o'clock-ish. So beautiful, coming all the way back in, going into the close. So strong moves here on some of these nuclear and quantum names. Again, we talked about this a little bit earlier, and I think Sean was asking me, which one would I bet on, nuclear or quantum? And I was like, well, if we figure out nuclear, if we figure out power there, not only will it be pretty solid for quantum tech, but oh boy, did it come in and cover me? I think it might have as well. So I'm just going to wait for that last one on top of the VWAP there on Amazon. Again, we're closing into those imbalances. I do probably want to be a little bit flat there, but Softy maybe potentially finally breaking a little bit of its trend. So let's take a quick look at that one and maybe define some trend as well on Microsoft. So Softy right here. Chop and grind. Sure. Here's the thing. You throw on a moving average. Let me get rid of VWAP here, and let's see if we can throw on just a moving average here. You know what? We'll just go 9. We'll go with the 9 EMA. That's fine. 9 EMA pullback. 9 EMA. Can I just get a regular moving average? Here we go. EMA. That's fine. Whatever. It's not that. huge of a, I guess maybe some people would argue there's a little bit of a difference, but just for right now, the purpose of right now, I think that's what I'm going to use. Let's move up to a time frame as well. So 15 minutes right here, holding the 9 EMA pretty well for majority of the day. So this is what I mean. Whatever you're using to define trend, has it been holding? Yeah, it's been holding pretty well here. But if you're kind of using shorter time frames or shorter time frame kind of trends there, you can see kind of trend breaks there, drops down, trend breaks there. There's ebbs and flows to the bigger picture action. That's what I was kind of getting at before as well. So let's see, Amazon. It seems like we're gonna, you know what, I'm gonna cancel that a little bit here and cover a decent chunk of that right there. So boom, on top of VWAP, I was just looking for a quick scalp into VWAP right there. So majority of that position pretty much done there. But softy, let's see if that starts to crack a little bit here. Again, it's been holding on the 15. There were times we looked weak, we dipped down into it, but look at this, 15-minute wicks back to back pretty much all day. Finally catching a little bit of consolidation with the current bar maybe going to close underneath. We haven't had a single bar really close underneath the 9 EMA after the morning session here. So again, that's one way you can potentially use to define trend. Let's see if that breaks. You can see a little bit of a similarity from yesterday here. On the day, maybe you have one candle that closes on the pullback and then reclaims, and then you get that strong flush after you get that whole candle kind of opening and closing below that. Again, some people like to define trend that way. I don't always define trend that way, but when I do, I, again, use a lot of different kind of tools and indicators and price action and tape, and chart to kind of define trend. There's so many different ways I feel like you can do that. So let's see. People asking, does Obi breathe while talking? Well, I don't know. Obi doesn't need to breathe. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm definitely breathing, but just kind of bringing that to you guys here. But let's see what Adara has to say.
Show is brought to you by our friends at eSignal. Traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We are waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, because our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. That is an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Back to you.
Thank you there for all that. Okay, so I did take a little bit out of GameStop because it went to the 50-period moving average, and we're running out of time right now. But there it goes, man. Maybe GameStop does have this move in it into the end of the day, right? I mean, we already talked about, me and Obi and I are here at Real Trading, and we need to be flat in and around 4 p.m. So, you know, I can't wait for like an after hours movement. Like, I do think GameStop's going to move after hours. Join Darren and I after hours as we'll break down Adobe, Restoration Hardware, and any other name that happens to report. So again, just I'm going to get out of. Okay, well there. It's got 98s. I was going to get out of a little bit more there as we're starting to go back up. My next offer is still at 2230s, which is right into here. So you know we're offering this. So maybe we do get a little bit of a bump up, but let's just take out some trades there. You know, we've had a little bit of the afternoon's been fine. You know, we lost on that Tesla. Other than that, man, we shorted Nvidia, and I know you're in still Amazon. It's about equal, right? That's 30 cents. Like that's 90s there down into the 60s. We were just, this was the much bigger, you can see my average price 84. Like this was a little bit of a smaller take, and then there, right? This was just getting excited, but we had sort of got some out there, held some back up to the upside. So now let's wait to see what winds up happening with Nvidia, hoping for lower. But I do see that the 50-period moving average, I didn't see that before. Let me put a bid out at 73. At least we'll get something there, and it will make some kind of sense to me. And then, well, if we can get it at all. And then we're, you know, I'm just looking lower here. Let's see if those imbalances do come. We still have 12 minutes, and these are the imbalances that we're talking about. See if we get any early indication on anything here. So sort it by size. Okay, so HPE with a sell. That might be something. And what else is on here? Asana, that's nothing. By the way, I went to Asana today. That was pretty nice during lunchtime. Okay, UNH has had a huge move back up, right?
Whoa.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant just
not intraday, my bad.
I was looking for that breakout, actually. I think higher time frame.
Yeah, so yeah, we can look at that.
315 halves, I think. We pointed out in the pre-market, maybe.
Yeah. I don't remember talking about it, but we made it. We may have, yeah.
This high right there.
That little wick?
That little wick high right there.
Yeah, exactly. That's 313 half.
Yeah.
But
What
at the
did
end
it
of
do
the day,
after
those
we broke
wicks,
that in intraday?
yeah, so we can have a quick look. Yeah. So here we go, man. Here's a little bit of a longer time frame. So we kind of got going right away, real early, 306, 307, 308. These are the levels. We're kind of here right now.
Yeah.
So there's the 315 break. If you're looking at 314 and change, it was pretty choppy. But yeah, so not a significant move. I mean, really the move was from the morning. And if you just somehow held that, you got 12 bucks.
That's yesterday, I think. Yeah.
No, this is, wait a minute, where's the 12th? Oh, 12th, right here.
So that's
yeah, sorry, 306. Yeah, we weren't done at 300, yeah. So here's the open here, Obi, good call. So 310, and again, look what happened. We came back into 309 there, and then this move. So Adara with some news.
MP here, MP Materials. We know this one's been on watch here as this kind of mineral play. Apparently, I'm seeing reports here circulate on X that Trump advisors are seeing this company as a possible recipient of funding. They're apparently, there's also a different report here that I guess the U.S. is looking at a potential plan to use Defense Production Act for rare earths. So keep an eye here on MP Materials. Again, apparently this company is being viewed as a potential beneficiary here from some funding. Back to you.
All right, I did hear some about that, about the rare. I went over to Palantir and was like, okay, funding, but no, that had nothing to do with that. So MP is a good one. UAMY, maybe moving on something like that, but yeah, no, not really. So it looks like MP there, the big one as well. So yeah, all right. So that was UNH. Yeah, good little move there. I did see Novo Nordisk had a little bit of news today as well, just recently. Eli Lilly down, but I think NVO broke through 80 bucks or so there. Yeah, so they did, and yeah, NVO up 2%. Right there, Novo Nordisk. So you could see a nice little recovery in that name, although, you know, Eli Lilly's kind of not near the highs. The highs are, what, 9 and change on Eli Lilly? I'm not sure if it broke through 1,000. But you could see here, Novo, big move down, right? 150 its high, it's chopped in half. You're at 80 bucks right now. So Novo Nordisk has a little ways to go until we get back into those levels of 150. But again, pretty good, pretty constructive off that bottom. 55 bucks up to $80, you know, pretty much in a straight line. That's a good move there for NVO. Let me just double check before I mention that, because now I'm wondering if Eli Lilly, what its high was. Yeah, so no, 940, I guess. Was that the all-time highs? Are we getting higher than that after that? There's 980. Yeah, so getting close to 1,000 there. We'll see if Eli Lilly has 1,000 in it. I say Eli Lilly's north of $1,000 over the next 6 months. I think that you can get 20% from here, which brings it close enough to that. So we'll see if Eli Lilly wants to work out, you know, back up into its highs. There's still a little room to go. So underperforming the market right now, as the NASDAQ and ES are close to all-time highs again, not Eli Lilly. So, all right, let's go. We need Nvidia to drop down here. We only have 8 minutes to go before we have to, unfortunately, get out of these positions, and then I'm going to go over there and do the recap show with Adara. So let's get Nvidia a little bit lower. I'm still bidding 50s for it. I mean, hoping that we get a flush. Remember, there could be a big sell imbalance. The problem with the buy imbalance is that buy imbalance could be 5 million shares. We've seen it before. And then, you know, all of a sudden what's at 145 is nothing, because it can rip up there and it can pair off even on the close. So I'm not sure what to do now with it, and whenever I'm to say that, I should bid something out. Let's bid some more 71s, and then we'll just call it a day and wait for 50s. So we'll bid some 71s, see if we can get that right now on Nvidia. Then we'll wait for our bid at 50, where the 200 period moving average, there we go, we get the 71s. We'll wait there, that's 65. Here's where we're waiting, right down here. I'm actually bidding 52, so that matches with what I'm trying to do. Let's see if we can get lower here on NVDA and have a great little close. Honestly, man, that would be nice. If we can get a move down, it would help out your position greatly.
I've covered the majority of.
Okay, well, you're still short. So.
Yeah, I'm still short. I'm just looking, kind of just cruising, looking for this. I mean, we talk about that hold of that 21,900. Guess what? We're kind of pulling into that right here, and Amazon's just doing a little bit more of the same, kind of coming back to the bottom end of that range there. So yeah, I covered the majority of it on VWAP because that's what I was looking for. But guess what? Again, it's not going to do everything exactly as you're looking for, and we're pulling back in a little bit lower to some of these prior lows here. But going into the end of the day, we only have about I guess 17 minutes left here until the bell. But 7 minutes left until these imbalances come in. And Christopher Mulligan asking, thank you for the super chat, why shop is drowning? It hates the highs. Well, let's see. Let's take a look at Shop, and yes, don't forget it's a Canadian company. Shopify, and let's see what this one. Oh, a little bit of a sale happening here on Shopify from yesterday. Again, yesterday pretty strong, but very directional to the downside here. Yeah, why is it going down, man? I don't know. Again, way above my pay grade there, but reverting prior day's action is what it seems like it's doing right now. Let's just go to higher time frame. Let's go maybe even higher than that and take a look at maybe a much bigger picture. I like to go to the hourly. I know a lot of people use daily. Dailies, I use the daily as well, but I like the hourlies as well because they kind of tend to encapsulate some of the after hours and the pre-market action as well. Again, this action right here from the earnings is just going to look like a gap on the daily. Here, let me show you. I throw up that daily right here. Look at that. Boom. Nice little, where it is. Look at all these gaps, probably around earnings, but you don't know how it, sure, we gapped up and we opened much higher, but there's also, in my opinion, information in and around some of those gaps as well. But again, maybe the most important information might just be that we gapped up or down, right? Who knows? But yeah, selling to the downside as of right now, reverting back yesterday's action, but nothing crazy just yet. We're still holding prior week. You can see this nice little consolidation from last week, and we attempted to step up and push a little bit higher there. I don't know if there was news on Shopify, but it definitely did a little bit of relative volume yesterday, and coming down off of that unusual volume from yesterday, it's kind of selling off today. So I guess that's a look there on Shopify. Marcus Steven Johnson, thank you for the super chat there. And I think he's got the money eyes right there. Nice, thank you for that one. But yeah, hopefully you guys have been trading some of these great opportunities that the market has been providing us. I think some of the top trades on the day today, again, Oracle, that long was absolutely beautiful. What else did we had? We had the IPO, which was Chime. The long was there. The short was, I guess, if you were kind of waiting, the short was great through the 42. So shout out to anybody who had that one. And yeah, GameStop as well. Again, we know that Sean's been involved in GameStop. Probably, again, I'm talking to Wayne on the side. He's like, yeah, it's probably the best mean reversion on the day by far. Yes, I agree. I love mean reversions, and that by far was probably the most clear and clean mean reversion on the day, going straight to VWAP as soon as that seller lifts. So beautiful stuff on that one there. So lots of opportunities. Now again, that's stuff that kind of aligned with what I'm looking at and what my playbook is. But guess what? There was probably hundreds of other trades that I'm not seeing. Thousands. You guys probably thousands of trades. Yeah, remember, you know about the Wilshire 5000? It's like it's like a thing that tracks it. It's like here. Okay. I'll have it on my watch list. I don't even know. Not a lot of people look at it, but
I don't think Obi is more of a bear or a bull trader. I don't think that makes any sense.
Trader.
We have the ability here, and especially when we train traders and stuff like that, to not worry about long versus short. Like if there's an idea that Obi wants, like you paid for Circle shorts, and you didn't take any of them today, I don't think. No, I don't. Circle and Coreweave, but we have the ability to go short and long, and so I'll let Obi answer the question, but I saw it in there and I knew you were looking something up, so I didn't know if you missed that. But yeah, it has nothing to do with long or short, but the one thing it has to do with right now is we'll go bullish right now on GameStop. And we have the ability to switch it up, man. I mean, I'll go from long Nvidia to short Nvidia. I think we actually even did that today, where we were long and then we flipped over to the short. It's just a matter of where do we see the price action, what are our ideas, and I was just over there talking with Adara as I was setting up for the recap show, and we're just talking about sometimes the lines and the trend lines, they don't work, and it's like, yeah, sometimes VWAP won't hold, sometimes it will, and it's just a matter of getting comfortable in your strategies and what you're looking for. It's just like right here on Nvidia, right? Like, look at that out we just got, Bobby. It came right into our level. So if I don't draw, and I'm not the one drawing it, but if I don't have this 200 period moving average there, then I probably don't sit there. And it came in and gave me that out, and that's a great out, and then it pops up 20 cents from there, right? So it's like you got to have those in there to play, and that was a pretty good out. So we're happy with that, and then there goes GME as well, trying to pop off, but it comes right back into these. See, sometimes you don't need lines, you just kind of need support and resistance areas, and different traders will use volume profile, they'll use MACDs, they'll use RSIs, price action, imbalances, IPO trades, rebate trades like Neil does, we talk about that all the time. breakout trades like I try to do. It tend to not work sometimes. Yeah, so far so good. So it's all good right now, and we'll just wait for those imbalances in under a minute. But we have a super chat. Oh, thank you for that, Andre. I missed it. All right, love you guys. I've been watching you guys now for 4 years. Why? Thank you, Exotic Trades. We really love that. Not only do I learn a lot, but I get a lot of great laughs. Well, hey, that's what we're trying to do as well. Keep on what you guys are doing. Love emoji or heart emoji there as well. Charts and a trophy. So yeah, thank you so much, Exotic Trades. We really appreciate that. And, right back at you. So thank you so much for all of that, man. Do I still believe BTC will hit? Yeah, on Father's Day. I think that was what Neil said. I actually said tomorrow. I said on Friday, because BTC is at the same level now that it was Monday. Yeah. So it's kind of done nothing there. Yeah. I mean, Father's Day was just a fun thing because, Neil and I are fathers, and we talked about that would be like kind of a nice gift to get. Well, here we go. The imbalances are now out. Hey, so the Nasdaq moved. GameStop, maybe not even on here right now. Apple with the sell side imbalance. I do have to get rid of these sources because we only want the live ones. There we go. So HPE, TLT, Asana, Kava. Not Kava, Microsoft with a sell, so that's good. Nvidia not really doing anything, of course, but going up. Like I can't get a sell on Nvidia today, the day I'm short. Okay, so anyways, we're not averaging into this. It looks like GME did not give me what I needed. So on that note, let's just get out of GameStop if we're able to. I could cross down and punch that 97. Let me see if we're lucky enough to get a 98 fill here on GameStop, and then we'll get out for a slight little profit on our last piece there for GME because there really isn't anything there. Maybe I'll just punch out and take the half print on this. We don't have enough. Yeah, I'm just going to do it. All right, we did it. We're out there. I punched out, probably got the half print because I used the routing key. Yep, so we're all good on that. Yeah. So there it is. Not a great end to anything. We kind of were in here, and then good move. We never got out of anything lower than where we bought, so since it broke, it was pretty good, and we'll be roughly flat on GameStop. So yeah, that was more of a break than I thought. Remember, our break was 56. We get 71s there, so that hurt, stuck us $100. It basically made it back. So, okay, there's a nice buyer there as well. But okay, maybe we get a downside push now for Nvidia, but I'm going to start to get some more out here, Obi.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too crazy on these here imbalances, but yeah, a little bit of a push down on Google. Google might be poised for that day low, coming in at 174.73. But going back to what I was talking about, the Wilshire 5000 total market index is a little bit of it measures a little bit of market breadth, but by definition, again, it's designed to capture the performance of virtually the entire U.S. equity market, large caps, mid caps, small caps, micro caps, and all of it. So that's why sometimes it's called the definitive barometer of the U.S. stock market. Again, it first got published December 31st, 1970 here. Again, I was just talking to GPT, being like, give me a quick rundown of what it is, because I'm like, yeah, it measures a little bit of breadth, but it's pretty much everything here. And you can see from 2015, nice little indicator as well, right, of total market kind of sentiment, and you can see very, very clean sense of uptrend. Now, this is on a daily here. Let's go to the weekly, and you can see this now. Of course, as a day trader, you're probably not using this information, but you can see right there, 1970. Since then, stock only go up, market only go up, and that's again a little. It's an indicator for pretty much a lot of, or pretty much all of the U.S. equity market there, composed of 5,000 stocks. Boom. So yeah, you've heard of the S&P 500. You've heard of the Nasdaq 100. This is the Wilshire 5000. All
right, and it's not chartable. Oh, there it is, right there.
It's just yeah, it's not chartable. It's not tradable.
Right.
I don't think it's tradable. Not that I know of.
But you do have that chart on it. So okay. All right, let's have a quick little look at some names that we haven't looked at much this afternoon. Oklo with a nice move down, boom. Just getting crushed right here, right now, right back into where we were off the open. We had talked about like how this makes some sense, that we like this stock because, again, they raise the capital. That doesn't mean anything other than it just gives them more cash in order to operate. and had that move up and right into $71. And that's kind of where we were yesterday. At the close, I believe was yesterday's close was 60, is that yesterday? Yeah, so we actually had that, there's the move down. So there's 69, we break that up to 71 for Oklo. Was that the new high there? Yeah, so it actually made new highs today on that news, which is kind of strange. Now down 10% from its new all-time high on Oklo, $71, now down $7, so 10% down now from its highs. So you were up 4% or so, now down 6. Oklo getting lower. And we just got some more outs there on Nvidia, so we're getting lighter and lighter on this one. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. One for all, the new trading competition from Trade the Pool. Never been done before. Everyone will be trading together on one shared account with $1 million buying power. This starts from June 16th, ends on June 18th. The goal, to beat the QQQs. For example, if the Qs move by 3% up or down, we're going to aim for more. And what's in it for you, you may ask? Well, everybody wins. Plus, there's $675,000 available in prizes. That is 20 evaluation accounts up for grabs. So that's one account, one mission, one for all. Scan the QR code and join the team now. Back to you.
So it's just like if you're using good size on all of those, you're going to have one great day and hopefully one decently bad day. We're just talking about like when you size up your shares, and I talked about this sort of with Adara as well. It's like some days you're going to be down $1,000 and other days you're going to be up $1,000. It's about like dealing with it at the end of the month. Like when that paycheck comes in, what does it look like at that point? Because if you take like all of these trades, like we lost on that Chime, but we made more obviously than we lost on Chime, we made on Circle, right? And so it's like looking at it like that, I can feel bad that this had happened there today, but that's a keystroke error. So I don't feel that bad on Chime. Like I left thinking I didn't have an order out and I did. So it IPO'd and the trade worked perfect. Like, so for me, it didn't work perfectly. I mean, we'd like to see it continue to go higher, but it opens and boom. And I know it worked because Sharif took $1. But, we didn't because we weren't sitting here because I forgot about that. And then it comes right back down. So I got to keep in my mind that trade works. We barely lost anything yesterday on Voyager, which didn't work for it, right? And so I feel fine with that kind of a trade. I just feel like sad, I guess. I don't know if the word is sad, disappointed in myself, I guess, that, we had left that order in and cost us a little bit of money there. And again, we don't talk about totals, but it costed something. There. So that wasn't good. And then honestly, Palantir right here, we took a decent size shot there. And this is kind of the stuff I'm talking about with Obi. And it's like, some days it's going to come into here and rip up like it did and just keep on going. And we've had those days where we're spinning the thing, $1, $2, $5, $10 winners, so on and so forth. And other days it loses and it boom to the downside. So you get hit, but it's minimal, right? And the same thing here with Tesla. Like I took the shot there. It goes this way. If it goes that way, then it's different, and you're talking about a different afternoon. But all in all, this is what trading is, man. You make the decisions, the best ones you can, and you just hope that you have the shares when the move goes in your favor, and that's what I'm doing. I'm doing that every single day. So not a positive day for me today. We had a great trade on the TQs early, which was right here. Never went against us. That was a good one. GameStop was fun, but flat on it. And then the other trades I just talked about, Nvidia, Palantir, Qs, Tesla, and Chime. Other than that, we don't have anything. And then GameStop, look, like that was a good decision. We got some out at 10s, and you saw me get them out at 98, so we don't have to hold that against us. So yeah, there's gonna be some bad ones and some good ones. But here comes Nvidia. I actually wanted to sit here and see. We're almost out of it. As soon as the imbalances hit and we got these, we're almost out. So we're just going to wait because here it goes. Do we break 145 here at the end of the day where there it is.
Boom, there's buddy.
Okay, so that's only 500,000 shares if it's only 5,000, but I think the digits extend. So
I'm use the closing print to take them out? Like what's in what?
Yeah, I'm not, but you can. Oh, are they going to use it? Yeah.
Yeah, well, whoever.
I think they are, but we don't know what the closing print is, right? Because right here on Nvidia, oh, there it is, the buy. Yes, there's 10 million shares right there.
There you go.
So, but that had to be paired off. So right now there's only 1 million left, which takes probably care of everything. So there's another 700,000 right there. Sorry, that's only 70,000. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here at the close with only a minute and a half left. Looks like it's not going to be too exciting, but Nvidia into the close. We'll see what happens at 145.
Yeah, I'm glad I covered the last of the M's on where I did, as again, it just ripping back to the upside there with a little bit of a bid coming into the last minute of the day. And I'm kind of reading the chat here. A lot of people talking about like, market this and market that. And I agree with some of the people in there that are like, oh, getting tired of people coming in here and blaming the market. Listen, man, the market's going to do what the market's going to do. It's you who has to make the right decisions and protect the mental, take the trades. At the end of the day, if you're busy blaming the market, then I feel like that's a little bit of a I don't want to be abrasive, but it's a little bit of a lost. You're not looking in the right way. You're not perceiving the game in the right perspective if you're pointing fingers at the market and not yourself. That's all I'm going to say about that. But only about 30 seconds left. Oh boy, that is a lot of size at 145s. Oh my God, and I think that's probably going to get taken coming into the close here. So yeah, 145 with only 10 seconds left.
It's going to cancel at 4.
You think they're going to spoof?
No, it's not spoofing. I think the order is a good to go market, good to close, like market order. They're like, it'll cancel. Okay, 3, 2, 1, bang.
Did it take him out? They took him out? Oh, no. We printed some.
We printed
He's still
some.
there. He's still there.
I'm still in.
Was
so
that
I got
NASDAQ book? Yeah, that's probably.
I'm getting out. So there we go. I just got out 91s there. So it did not break it. What I meant was, I got to go over there because Adobe's coming. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's the order. It is 3 million shares. It is 3 million shares right there. That's 3 million on NASDAQ. Yeah. So somebody, maybe it's Neil at home trading, but there's 3 million. There's 3. So see, it's starting to get canceled. Yeah. You see? So they're pulling. So there it goes. Look at this. All the orders now coming off. Bye-bye. You're going to see this rip through 145. There it goes. 1.4. All right. Bye-bye. 9. There it goes. There can't see. Bye-bye. So exactly what we thought would happen is happening.
Spoofing, man.
It's not spoofing. The order's done at 4.
Yeah.
So people.
So he just pulls the order at 4?
Well, it's like, yeah, I don't know if you day trade, but you can. I don't mean this. I mean in like a Webull account or something.
Yeah, no, I know.
You can post your order good till close.
Yeah. Okay, so that it'll pull that.
Right, so I'm saying that someone there offered 4 million shares or whatever, and they're like, if I don't get the fill by 4 o'clock, cancel it. That's what.
Yeah, that's.
I don't mean obviously.
That's it's like you're making a joke. I'm still trying to figure it out, Sean.
All right. Take us in. I'm gonna go over there, and my job ain't done. Yeah. Thanks for everything you did today, Obi. And I don't know, Neil hasn't messaged anybody today, or not me, anyways. Hopefully about being ill again. So hopefully he'll come in tomorrow. But if not, I'll see you on the flip side. I'll be back over Adobe earnings right now.
Yeah. Stick around, guys. But yeah, it was crazy. That 145 on Nvidia basically held the line, hold the door at 145 there during the day, and that was again 30,000 lots. So each lot being 100 shares. So 30,000 lots, kind of just holding on the offer there. So where's the chart right here? So yeah, this was the Nvidia chart. So you can see clean kind of hold at the highs. Going into the end of the day, kind of knocking on the door there, attempting to push. But again, a lot of sellers there. There's definitely supply. We have to overcome some of that supply in order to push through those prices. But yeah, maybe a little bit of some mechanic there, that 145 pulling off of the order book. But should be interesting coming into tomorrow as that 145, or to see what that 145 does. Very strong market coming into today, especially on Nvidia, especially on the SPY and the NASDAQ as well. I'm curious to know, do we hold that strength going into the end of the week? We saw how this week started, and we're closing off with a little bit of strength. So I'll see you guys around. And don't go anywhere. We got Sean and Nadera with a market recap. We got Adobe on the docket. Take it easy, guys.
What's up, everybody? I mean, you're probably sick and tired of me. What's up, everybody? You're probably sick and tired of me, but now I'm with Adara. So, Adara, what's going on? All right, so I don't know if Adobe's out or not, but
it's not.
It's not. Okay, so we just got a $2 move. Wow. The expected move, Adara, according to your notes, of course, 7%. So we'll wait to see if we do get a 7% move or not on Adobe right now. So closing price for Adobe in and around right here, up 0.6%. We'll figure out where this goes. What we're looking for Adobe is an EPS of $4.97 with revenues of $5.8 billion. That's it. So we'll wait. So that's the top and the bottom line. $4.97 and $5.80 right there. There it is, man. Oracle. We can start talking about the day here a little bit if we want
Yeah,
to.
let's do that.
So Oracle closes at record highs right now, closing the day just north of $200, up 13%. It's showing 199.74, but it's pulling back a little bit. There's the last little tick upside right there for Oracle, $200.29. What a great report for Oracle. And again, Larry Ellison saying there's so much business, he doesn't know what to do with it. That's always going to be a good sign. So there goes Oracle. Nice move back up there to the upside for Oracle. I don't have Restoration Hardware. We're waiting for that. And then we're also waiting for Adobe to come out, right? Adobe, interesting name. I think Adobe's going to have to talk, obviously, about AI. And there's so much now, generation of art and creating photos. You do a great, by the way, what do you use to do all
I
that?
use Canva.
Okay.
And I was also impacted by the Google outage, which apparently is now resolved because
good.
I was trying to get my Google Sheets for my Adobe, like all of the data, to connect to my Canva, and it kept giving me issues. And so I initially posted my post, just like, you know, the facts, and I was like, well, maybe we won't get an infographic. Then, of course, the issue resolved, so I just tagged it after. But yeah, apparently the issue is entirely resolved now. Yeah, Canva's really good, and it's also free.
A lot cheaper, yeah, exactly.
Why not?
Marissa, my wife, uses Canva as well. I think there's a paid version because
Yeah, there's a paid version
I
as
keep seeing
well.
the bill every month, so I don't.
Adobe is
Okay,
not seeing numbers yet.
all right, so Adobe's now out. So let's go, man. This
Oh,
is
I
why.
have
Yeah,
the-
yeah,
I
yeah,
have the
yeah.
numbers.
There goes Adobe.
Everything
So
through.
Dara already has a number. A nice move up there for Adobe, up to 440. Give it to us.
Okay, apparently record revenue here for the quarter, $5.87 billion. I'm seeing estimates of $5.79 billion. Does look like a beat. Revenue up 11% year over year. Diluted earnings per share, $3.94, $5.06 here on a non-GAAP basis. And that is, guys, a double beat. So here we go. As mentioned here, record quarterly revenue. That's certainly above estimates. Earnings of $5.06 per share versus $4.96 expected. That would be a beat. Cash flows from operations, $2.19 billion. Remaining performance obligations here of 67%. Digital media segment revenue up 11% year over year. Currently recurring, annualized recurring revenue here, 12% up on a year over year basis. Digital experience segment revenue, 10% growth. Digital experience subscription revenue, 11% growth. So growth across the board, long story short. We're going to have to wait here. Let me see if we have RH. Right now, nothing seems to be clouding Adobe's results too hard, so we're going to have to wait to see if that changes. RH is out as well, Sean. I'm going to look through that really quickly if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, no, let's go. So if Arch is out, we'll get a quick look at what it's doing. So it is going higher. We'll get those numbers in just a couple minutes. We want to thank you, David, again, for the 5 memberships. Thank you so much right there. We really appreciate that. There we go, man. We need more. Thank you so much for all of that as our returning viewers are coming in. Aura is the new crypto on steroids. Okay, thank you so much for that, Mark, the realtor. If you ever need a realtor, hit up Mark. All right, RH. Right now looks pretty flat, Adara. Before I go over to you on it, let's just check back in on Adobe. Adobe is pulling back in right now, so it does hit about that 7% move as you had written down there. So nice move up there for Adobe, pulling back, giving back half right now, 430. But it's RH time. So Adara, what do those numbers look like?
RH is pretty clunky here. Certainly not restoring investors' confidence after their 40% drop last earnings report. 40%, guys. Right now, we're not down nearly that much. Adjusted earnings of 13 cents per share versus a 9-cent loss expected. Sales, $813.95 million versus $818.12 million expected. So they beat on EPS, they missed on sales. And RH as well, I'm going to see if I can pull up the daily on this because they were a name that got hit really, really hard on tariffs. So this one, again, down 40% on earnings. Happened to have its earnings, unfortunately, come out like right before Liberation Day. Actually, no, it looks like the day after Liberation Day, so really bad look for Restoration Hardware. Has been on a downtrend ever since. Let's see how this fares. I think if we can stay above this recent support area and previous resistance, mind you, at 165, maybe a good look. We're gonna have to wait and find out what happens here at Restoration Hardware, Restoration Hardware. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens with this name. Again, Adobe double beat. I am not seeing anything here about their, RH has been really floppy here. I have their guidance now for Adobe as well, so I'll go over that quickly. They're guiding Q3 earnings between $5.15 to $5.20 per share. That would be a beat, or I guess above estimates here. Sales, they're guiding between $5.875 billion to $5.925 billion, also above estimates. So both their EPS and their sales guide actually above estimates here. They also raised their fiscal 2025 sales guide here. That is ADBE. They're now guiding adjusted earnings between $20.50 and $20.70 per share, above estimates of $20.36, raising their sales guidance from to a range between $23.5 billion to $23.6 billion. That's also above estimate. So guys, just to recap, double beat, above expectations guidance for Q3, and they're raising guidance here for fiscal 2025, also above estimates. I'm not seeing much that's rough about this report, if anything, Sean. It's a good look.
Yeah, there was California Senator Alex Padilla there forcibly removed from his news conference.
It wasn't
How long
even
ago
his.
was that?
It wasn't market moving, so I didn't talk about it.
Right, okay.
It was earlier today. It was the Department of Homeland Security held a conference.
Right.
Alex Padilla was not pleased.
Oh.
He was taken out, and it's been covered really heavily since.
Okay, good. Yeah, I
That's
just
the Cliff Notes.
yeah, I just see like a I wasn't sure if it was live or not, but obviously
No,
you've
it's a while
already-
ago, like an hour
Okay,
or
so
something.
not going to be market moving there. I was wondering if there was something going on there. But look at Adobe, man. It just came all the way back in. So as Adobe there, you just went over the information, and I'm a little bit disappointed because I don't own the shares. I thought it was going to go, and I was interested in that name again, but I'm not in it. I think this is vulnerable to AI. We sort of talked about that, and the other versions available, like a Canva, that's going to be a little bit cheaper than that. Is GameStop moving at all in the after hours? No, not. Oh yes, what am I talking about? GameStop had a nice move up there. We just sold at the end of the day in this 21.98 is where we got out. And it started to make a move down, and we thought we were pretty good like that. And there it goes back up to the upside. So I was talking about wanting to hold it into the after hours, but obviously we do the show, and I can't run back and forth to trade this thing. So we did get stopped out, or not stopped out. We punched ourselves out there at the close, but right now, a nice move back up for 22.28. GameStop was really interesting today as they did, release that $1.75 billion convertible offering, which I believe they're going to put it into Bitcoin. And we saw it just get hammered to the downside. Like, I wish I was here and saw this, and I didn't see it. I didn't even start really trading until about 1 o'clock again this afternoon, which is no excuse because it goes from 22 all the way to the downside. But it was brought to our attention by someone in the chat, and I hadn't seen anything like this, where it was just hovering, and then boom, and we exploded once it was broken, and there goes GameStop right now. I'm just happy that we called this move in the after hours. I'm sad I'm not in it, but we were in it. We were long GameStop off of this break, and right now it's going right back. We have some outs. I could probably log in over here, but it was, which I know I can. We're up to those highs again, and now trying to break long on GameStop. So yeah, man, nice move upside right there. Why damn it, Streamlabs? Oh yeah, we got some Streamlabs. We got Stream Deck right here. If you're losing on the spins there, the millionaire, just keep trying. Eventually you'll win or not. It's funny. My wife said there was a sign that said something like, as a Gambler Anonymous sign, and it said, 20% of those that gamble eventually go bankrupt. So the funny part about that is, I'll take those odds.
Yeah, I was going to say those odds are not very bad.
No, so I think as a gambler, you might see that sign and be like, all right, I'm going.
I'm going to be like the 80%.
Right. Only 20%.
Yeah.
So I was like, I take those odds.
That's an interesting one for sure.
That's silly. Okay. All right, so let's go, man. Today's session was a pretty violent one. Tesla to take some sort of a power.
Okay, apparently, Nikkei is reporting that Tesla is going to be taking a Japan virtual power plant business nationwide. I would love more info on this story because right now I just have the headline. If I find any more info, I'll let you know. Someone was asking too about this WLGS. It's a small cap, 41% short float, some social media attention, no news.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it must have been a meme. My wife had saw that gambling thing. That was pretty funny. But just as I was going to say that today's show and today's trading was really dominated by intraday catalyst, right? We had President Trump bill signing ceremony at 11 a.m., eliminating California's EV mandate, which is why I sort of called up Tesla. Let me go to a 10-minute chart here. So you could see we did have that move down. There's noon, nice downside play there. We just talked about that. And he was noted that he was eager to speak to Tesla CEO Elon Musk, again, former ally, I think probably still is. President Trump also said that he loves China and is excited about their deal. But then, he thinks he can also keep TikTok here as well. I think part of the Oracle story, I'm wondering about TikTok and Oracle, so that could have been something there, especially if it keeps it in the United States. Will Oracle be the server side for TikTok? That's something there. I believe they already are, so we'll wait on that. AMD was on watch, of course, today as they had their event come through, and there goes AMD to the downside. So again, another event-driven trade as AMD kind of makes those highs, intraday highs anyways, around 11, 12 o'clock. Then it starts, and then it goes downside, like we saw with WWDC and Apple.
Oh boy.
We saw Google pull some back down as well. well. Is there an oh boy story or just oh boy?
No, I was just
in general?
boying at
Okay.
AMD. And
Yeah, I want to make sure. I don't want to miss any stories
no,
because
there's a story I'll I will.
Yeah, okay, good.
there's
Anything can
nothing.
pop out. Please interrupt, obviously, ASAP on that one as well. All right, and then we had a big trade on Nvidia, right? Nvidia today really got back up to that 145, and we saw it live there, and unfortunately it didn't really break here in the after hours, but we saw Nvidia with at least, I thought, 5 million shares when I was looking at it. Then at the end of the day, it was about 3.8 million shares live on your level 2 screen. We were able to hit that to the downside once we saw that. So we were short Nvidia early, short Nvidia early, right? Get stopped out, then Rhea put the short on right there, giving us a decent day on Nvidia, but at the end of it, we closed near those highs of 145. Let's see if Nvidia can get above 145 tomorrow, and if we do, then we use that as our springboard to the upside as we look to take out all-time highs on NVDA 152, right there, 153.31 or so, 153, let's call it. All-time highs there for NVIDIA. I think it could be in play tomorrow if we get some more news on anything, really. We have no idea. And then likewise, today we did have a good move up for Oklo in the middle of the day. Obviously, yesterday afternoon, right here, right now on this show, we got the Oklo $400 million offering, and that was good. Received well. I think it could have gone a lot lower. We had a 26% move yesterday in Oklo, followed by, again, look at this move. Like, we had that down there, and it's just so stupid because we had Steve Gomez from Trade Ideas, shout out to Trade Ideas right here, the charting that we're using. We had him on the morning show, and I was like, yeah, this is good news for Oklo. I mean, it got bought up. There, it didn't look like it wanted to crank lower. And yeah, as soon as we opened up, Oklo didn't really see lows, flushed a little bit through $63, got into 62.80, and then it was upside where it's Oklo, not Oklo.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
I was
Oklo.
wondering why you were saying Oklo. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's Oklo. I don't know how we could put that phonetically in the chat, but like, oh boy, Oklo. I think.
I'm looking this up.
Yeah. Or listen, maybe I can hear like the CEO if he's ever been on CNBC or something. But I think it's Oklo. Anyways, nice move down there for Oklo to end the day, but it still made brand new 52-week highs as the uranium space continues to obviously run hot. So that's a good one there, but down 5%, gives it all the way back. Watch out for this level tomorrow morning. I mean, it should be there, $63 and change, barring any news story overnight or in the morning. I think we'll see if that can hold out for Oklo.
It is Oklo. I looked it up.
It is.
So apparently it's named after a region in Gabon, which is a country in Africa. So I looked up how that was pronounced, and there is a correct pronunciation, of course, Oklo.
Good. Sometimes I'm
Good to
right.
know.
Yeah. All right.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Learn
good.
anything.
The more you know, I guess.
Right?
Yeah, normally I'm not the one getting things right, but okay. There it goes, Oklo to the downside. It's like we always say Neo, even though it's Nio. I don't know.
Is it really Nio? I thought it was the opposite. That you guys were saying Nio,
N-I-O.
and then it was Neo, as I thought what it was.
Oh, maybe we're wrong on that one too. Okay, so the more you know, we'll figure that one out as well. But I do know that we say Mara when it's marathon. It should be Mara.
But it looks like Mara. I mean, Trump said that.
Oh man, is this show almost over yet? Yeah. We don't have any guests today on a Thursday.
No,
do we?
buddy,
We
we're
used
just-
to.
we're just
okay.
ripping.
We're just rambling on. Okay, good. All right. So SMR giving back a little bit. We're having some fun. NNE, SMR, all lower today, between 3 to 5% with Oklo as well downside. So and I think the quantum names actually wound up down as well. Yeah. So Rigetti Computers does make a nice move into $13 for sure, but that fade happened. That's for real. QBTS as well, down today. So all these kind of high flyers, and we'll go to IonQ, all these high flyers that were great the last few days, just cooling off a little bit today as we didn't get too many stories. Yesterday, of course, the hot story in quantum was from our boy Jensen talking about, sort of early days and does believe in the space. But if you're going to look at IonQ, look at this, man. There. That's 3 days in a row in the pre-market or just off the open. We get those highs and then a flush. Today, same kind of thing. We make those highs into 41 and flush back down. We don't get to $43. IonQ, very, very interesting as well. Yeah, is it GIF or GIF?
I've always said GIF, but I also don't care that much. Same with caramel. I'll say it both ways. Scenario. A lot of words I'll say however I say it that day or that moment. And maybe we'll say it wrong the next minute.
Yeah, I think scenario, I think that's just a matter of preference of how you want to pronounce it.
Right? But yeah, I think
Right?
GIF or GIF. I think it's the same thing.
No, but I think there's a story about it. What is the right way? Okay, people are distracting me, man. Stop putting these random things in the chat. This is why I've been saying it for minutes, man. Brendan and I used to do the podcast.
Oh yeah,
Like,
that was
we
fun.
could just bring back a podcast where I don't have to do anything like this, and we could just have some good fun and talk about fun little stupid things like that. Let's see some. You know what? Put some ones up in here if you guys want a podcast, all right? And then we'll figure that out because God knows we don't work enough around here. Okay, so there's Adobe 440. Bring it all the way back. I mean, I think it'd be fun if I could sit here and make fun of Sharif and Joe and all that kind of stuff, and I could do it off camera and into a podcast. I don't know. Maybe something there. Okay, so there's Adobe giving it all back now, coming back into the downside. Oh, it's interesting to see gold up today. So GLD, okay, so here we go. Thank you so much for everybody in the chat. There he goes. Oh, Bob Badog. Are you the same guy that owns Bob Loblaws over there?
Oh my God, you've seen Arrested Development?
No.
Oh my God,
yeah, I've
that's
seen
reference
the
Arrested
show.
Development. Yeah, like that. You don't want legal talk, you want blah, blah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no,
right.
that's a great show. Anyway.
Yeah, and I was
that
also
reference.
saying, you know, Loblaws here?
Yeah.
Yeah, CEO Bob.
Is his name actually Bob? Blah.
No,
My friend worked for the
It's not.
Loblaw head office at one point. Yeah.
It's not. Okay, so I mean, wouldn't that be hilarious if it is?
That'd be
If his name is
amazing.
Robert something, that'd be hilarious. No, it's Gail Weston and all that. It has
okay,
nothing
that
to do
makes
with,
sense.
I'm just saying the CEO of Loblaws, if his name was Bob, then it would be Bob blah blah.
Yes, that's a
Then he would sound a lot
perfect.
like me, just lobbing on. Okay, so gold near its all-time highs again, man, up to 314 and change. So there it goes, nice move there. We've always talked about buying some. The last dip was this. We haven't really gotten a dip into the 50-period moving average. But again, if you're gonna hold gold for long term, does it really matter if you buy it at 314 or 300? Yeah, maybe it does. Gold generally doesn't move the way we've seen it move over the last couple years. It had definitely broken out. So GLD again, you know, the interesting thing for me, I'm waiting for Adara maybe to dig in more to, you mentioned Berkshire, maybe there's gonna be
I couldn't find much.
okay, yeah, so not much there, but this is what gold's been doing here on the weekly. Ever since we broke out, let's give us that day, March of 24. So you're just over 14, 15 months there on a breakout of gold. And since then, this is what the weekly looked like, just super strong, no real pullbacks except for, again, what we had during April, as we did pull back into 292, which is what I just showed you. Now some upside moves there for gold, really breaking out. Gold's crazy cousin, shout out to Michael Noss, silver, thinking about the same kind of a break. It looks to me more like you had to almost be involved right here, but then you're gonna run into here, which is pretty sloppy. So we'll take that most recent break. If you're gonna put an anchor view up maybe somewhere, I'm not really sure where you'd put it on here, maybe from that break. And right there, you still have to go all the way back to $27 now before you get some kind of a buy on that most recent break there. So yeah, silver's still making some moves higher right now for now. Okay, so that's gold, GDX. We did see, we could watch USO for United States oil. They had a decent day today, up 0.5%. OIH is the oil holders ETF. They were down. And then XLE, the oil services, they're up. So oil relatively flat today, but XLE trying to do the best here, make some moves back to the high side. We were buying some XLE, but we haven't put really any money into it for it to matter at all. Let's have a quick look. I mean, as far as we had the JETS ETF, unfortunately, we did have that sort of extremely sad story with Boeing as we had another crash there. I believe it was Air India, was it?
It was, yeah, Air India.
Okay, so that was bad. And Boeing there, I don't know. I hate talking about stock prices when we have, you know, there's deaths involved and everything like that, but it does hold $200. So we were under there in the pre-market. It looks like we don't want to crack through it. So right now, this is just a daily chart. Boeing looks like pretty healthy stock here around 200. For me, as an investor, I think it's early days on this story, obviously, as it just happened today. So I think you want to wait because it could have been driver error or some sort of failure with the plane. I don't know if it's enough. We didn't hear of Boeing planes being grounded or anything today. So I think we're okay. Was there any more on this story?
Well, I know Kelly Ortberg said that they're looking into it. They're willing to send personnel if needed. Sharif showed me the video, and Sharif and I were talking about it, and this is complete conjecture, but the way that it kind of floats and then falls, seems like it's more of an engine issue or it's more of an internal issue. Again, complete speculation, we will not know. But it's worth noting, GE, who makes the engine, will be on watch from a stock perspective. Apparently, GE's already sent a team out to India, which I think is a little suspicious.
Okay.
They're trying to get ahead of it, but we're gonna have to wait and find out what happens. Very big tragedy, and we do, you know, wish sympathy for everyone. And
That's the engine, right? The GE in there. So okay.
And then Spirit Aerosystems also does some of their like interiors, and they're a supplier, but they have not much volume on that ever. SPR.
GE is sus. Says Juan Padilla. That's like what my kids say. I'm sus. Okay, you already did this board for us earlier, and you were right when it was completely mixed. And
Yeah,
I mean,
that was-
today it looks very, very mixed to myself as well, as you get many Mag 7 names, half up, half down. Microsoft up 1.32%. Again, I didn't hear anything about any data outages on the Microsoft cloud side, so Azure, I guess, was probably okay today. But we did hear that Google had some issues. We saw Amazon had some issues, so Amazon will go out flat today, 0.2. Google will go out down 1%, so yuck on that front. Nvidia and Broadcom upside with AMD downside off of their investor day, or it wasn't kind of an investor day, I guess.
Something,
yeah, they're announcing new products. We did see a collab with SMCI. We did see one with Oracle as well.
And Meta. XAI.
And Meta, right.
XAI, OpenAI.
Lots going through there. So AMD not well received today, down 2%. Some of the financials today, we got Berkshire. We talked about them hitting the 200 period moving average. Berkshire is really interesting to me. We'll go over that in a minute. There's GE down 2.5. I'm just trying to find names that are pointing out to me. Tesla 2.25 down. Oracle. What? Palantir was down? That's it. I'm out of here. No, Palantir down 1% today as well. The crazy thing about Palantir was it did actually hold near that 135. So just cannot believe sort of the extension here. Palantir going near the all-time highs, going to look to hold that. Oops, I need a day chart. I need a, let's go to a 5-minute chart here. Palantir there holds that 134.70 for Palantir. Very, very choppy. This is disastrous for a trader like me because it kind of breaks, wicks higher, then comes back in. So you know what happens on that because you put your stop orders in and whap, you get stopped out and then whoops, down. Like, so, okay, I'm short here against 136.50. Oh yeah, it prints to 136.59 and then drops $1. You know,
So
I didn't have that trade, but
lately.
pretty shaky right now.
So much.
Let me check out on GameStop here, just what's been happening in the after hours. So GameStop again today, looks like downside move. We had that report, 1.75 billion of convertible notes, probably going to just drop into Bitcoin. But again, if Bitcoin's going to be down and they're buying now, not great. But GameStop, they did have an EPS beat, but lower sales. This stock is in trouble for sure. But you can see the earnings per share, 17 cents. So they are actually making money. Short float of 12%. Very interesting how it was pushed down all day until it wasn't, and then you get that pop. Let's see if we do get GameStop tomorrow. I think it'll be on their watch list. Maybe not. Who knows? Adair builds it.
I'll find out tomorrow morning.
We'll see. Thank you, John Van Sauer, saying great show from us today. So great job, Adair. He probably means you, not me. So
I think you mean.
okay, whatever. Probably not, but okay. There it goes. Let's have a quick little look. So self-deprecating. All right, Bitcoin is actually going to the downside right now. So 106. Don't tell Joe. He's always so sensitive to the price here. But there it is. I actually got filled. So we actually bought some more at 108 overnight. So yeah, is it nice? We got filled.
Lows.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's quite clear to me that we're going to have to look at, I don't want to say it's quite clear to me that we're going to look here, but $100,000. We came back in, we bounced off of that, we went back up, tried to make new highs again. So that's a 10% swing there in 4 days. We'll see if it comes back in and test that one more time. I think a healthy retest and a hold means we do break. So we'll wait to see if that does happen. QBTS, Boston Frank, up 1,200% in a year. Yes, that's right. QBTS was a $1 stock, and now it's 40. So here's QBTS. This is why I think you always want to say what's next, right? You always want to try to figure out what the hot sort of areas are. It's why I did feel pretty strongly about Palantir. I knew big data, and we had talked about Palantir when it was sort of came out as a direct listed stock, came out at $9, made its way to 40, came back in, printed 7, and now we know Palantir is 135. Here's Quantum right here, 70 cents. Like if you go all the way back to where we were a year ago in June, that is $1.03, and we get as low as 78 cents, it looks like, in August for QBTS. There's no reverse splits. There's no nothing.
Wow.
Earnings per share, unexisting right now, minus 2 cents. So you go from 70 cents up to $16 on QBTS, and you do get that. And it's not that this is alone, man. Rigetti's the same. Rigetti's something very, very similar as you go from, again, 80 cents up to $20 for Rigetti. So Rigetti actually would have been better at its peak than QBTS. And they're all like this, man. Oklo, OKLO. I just want to see what that's, yeah. So.
Oh my gosh, that is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to September, this was $5 Adara, up to 65. So you put a 10xer on that one as well. So shout out to traders of Oklo.
Yeah. Yeah, Steve Gomez really killed it with that call because I was thinking, like, I don't know if it's going to go up. We had the offering. We saw what happened to GameStop in the offering. And
Well, remember, it still closed down 5%, right?
That's true, too, but it did have, like, that bounce, right? Because it's like,
yeah,
they're trying to get people out of their short, I guess.
And we are shouting out Steve Gomez. We did talk about that.
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't remember.
So that was a good one. But again, it makes all-time highs and then goes, nope, all the way back in. All right, we're not ignoring the earnings. So let's go over that real quick. So Adobe, for some reason, as soon as they report, man, they rocket up to 446. Adara's going to go over the earnings in just 1 second with us. So Adobe, 446, nice move there. Now down 1%. So nothing burger right now for Adobe, but it was decent numbers on their daily. You know, you're always trying to maybe buy something at the 50-period moving average. I'd be nervous about this stock if I was a shareholder just because of AI, but I did get out of Google because I was nervous about the search aspect, and it's just been going up since then. So maybe where there's fear, there should actually be greed. So we'll wait to see if there is an opportunity to buy some Adobe. But what did those numbers look like anyways, Adara?
So these numbers were actually very strong, Sean. I did not see a miss anywhere or a year-over-year decline. They had Q2 earnings of $5.06 per share versus $4.96 expected. That's a beat. Sales, $5.87 billion. That is record quarterly revenue for the company, up 11% year over year, and exceeding estimates of $5.79 billion. Their digital media revenue up 11% as well. Digital experience revenue up 10% as well. Every segment I saw, revenue up ballpark 10% year over year. Their Q3 guidance for EPS and sales, both above estimates. Their fiscal 2025 guidance, they raised for EPS and for sales, and of course, both these raises above estimates. So I think this is, like, honestly, Sean, the definition of beat and raise for Adobe. RH was a bit more mixed. They did miss here on revenue, though it was up year over year. They did beat on sales. They're guiding 8 to 10% Q2 revenue growth. They actually included tariff impact in their guidance, and 10% to 13% revenue growth they're expecting for fiscal 2025.
All right. What's up, Adam DeLuz? I do not have a day off tomorrow, so shout out. Thank you so much for wishing me a day off. I'm going to be coming back and destroying these markets. Watch. Tomorrow's going to be a good day, I promise you that, but right now it's a roll call. Did I say I had a day off? I think I was just jokingly coughing around here and pretending that I had tomorrow off, but I do not. We hope Neil gets well soon, and I haven't heard anything from him, but he'll be messaging Obi and whatnot to see if Obi can come in for Neil tomorrow. So no matter what, we have coverage tomorrow, and we do hope that Neil's back. So hopefully he's back tomorrow, because he's going to do the recap show if he's here. If not, I think it's going to have to be Joe or Sharif, because I am booked one more time for tomorrow night. So, all right, roll call time. They already hit the roll call thing, I must have. Let's see who's still here. Adam says, have a great day tomorrow. You too, Adam. I'll see you live here tomorrow. Thank you so much to Boot Burner. Tia, thank you so much. You're always here. Thank you for the support. Mr. Thumbs Up. Benetta's here. Yummy Thai food. Yeah, yummy for sure. It was Thai basil beef. It was not chili.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Remember last week when it was supposed to be Thai basil beef and it was chili?
Yeah.
So switcheroo.
Yep.
Chuck of all trades, Indecisive Candles here as well. Go Bills Mafia, what's up? Rajesh is here as well. Monty G, Joseph, Coolman is here. Ronnie R, thank you. Over 3,200 of you stayed late with us. That's great. WDFF0020, what's up? Dinkelberg, what's up, Dinkelberg? Yeah, hand sanitize. Yeah, maybe a good idea. Hey, there's a hand sanitizer little emoji. That's cool. Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. So what's up to Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. The Pope is from Chicago, and he's a Chicago White Sox fan.
Oh.
So for me, for you, Adara, thank you for all of the super chats, or for all the super chats for sure, and all of the highs to everybody. Roll call. It's 4:32. We got a roll call out of here. All right. So I was gonna say, what's your favorite baseball team, but I don't know.
I don't like.
So this is just, what's your favorite sport to play?
To play, I mean, I did track, so I'm going to say like running. Also, Lutnick here, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying that the China tariff pause likely will not be extended. So who knew we needed more news to end the day?
Do you still do speed walking?
Oh,
I know
yeah,
you
speed
walk
walk everywhere.
Right. But like training or anything?
I mean, I don't formally train. I feel like I'm training everywhere I walk, truthfully, because that was actually like, it's a sport. But yeah, I work out still regularly. But yeah, what's your favorite sport?
My favorite sport to play by far is baseball. I love playing baseball. I coach it.
Like
I
it'd be
do
fun
that.
to play.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun. There's a lot of intricacies in there as well. My favorite sport to watch though is hockey. So especially since my daughter started playing it, it's really, I love watching her. But I get really nervous because hockey still is a pretty dangerous sport, although
like probably hockey,
at
football.
her age there's no hitting, but you could still lose an edge and go right into the boards. A girl, not on her team, but on a team, she plays AA, but it was a team lower, she lost her edge going into the boards on her skate and broke her arm.
That's not
like just
what
going into the boards like that and snap. Chat. Okay, 4:34. Thank you so much for joining us. Hey, look, I know I'll be back here tomorrow. I hope Fabian will. I know he's not feeling too well. Neither is Ramin. But to those two, get well, hopefully, and get well to Neil as well. I'm sure Dara will be here.
I will.
And Joe and Sharif. So, and maybe Obi. For everybody today, thank you so much for staying late with us. That's Adara. I'm Sean. And for now, ciao.